is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry and Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Welcome out to Cotton Bowl Speedway. A couple of different faces in again this week. I'm Milton Hope. Got Rodney Rodriguez over here.
Yeah, it's an amateur night tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. They went and they found anybody that could talk on a mic, and they're like, hey, you guys have at it. You do the pre-race show, you just run with it tonight.
I was hitchhiking out on the road here, and they picked me up. First of all, before we even start, we have to apologize for last week. Joe Spillman being in here by himself, and you know, Mary Ann had to reach deep in to call the Texas State Special Needs Hospital to bring in Joe. And then the fine folks at Race on Texas, they were actually happy that they were able to raise the camera tonight, because that thing's nearly on the ground with Joe.
It really is. I mean, it's you have to really dig low to get to that, and yeah, it's unfortunate.
You heard what he said last week.
I
was fired.
I did.
He sent you away,
Sent me
and
away.
he broke Owen's ankle.
Absolutely, and that's pretty hardcore. And see, Joe's like the newcomer into this stuff. So Joe gets into this, and he just kind of takes over. But
and he doesn't know how to retire.
A little bit of an attitude. Well, I think we're both ones to speak to that. But by the way, happy birthday, Joe, because I know
it is.
I know it's his birthday, and I know he's probably supposed to be doing stuff with his lovely wife. But I know he's watching this.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. He was doing some work, I think, earlier over there in Rock Springs, but I'm sure he's watching tonight. So happy birthday. And, you know, on me, I'll give you my credit card. You can get anything you want in the kids section at Walmart. That's it. That's it.
Yeah. I'll buy you a Happy Meal. Just don't spend more than $5, and you're good to go.
Oh, man. Well, hey, we're here for racing tonight.
It's going to be a huge night.
We got a beautiful night here at the racetrack. If you can see behind us here as the cars are packing the track, it's almost a cloudless sky, kind of a smattering of clouds out there. The temperature, Rodney, is the biggest deal. That's 10, 15 degrees different from what it was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, we're sitting right around 90 degrees tonight, and that's a huge thing. It's 90 degrees right now, but the thing is, as the night goes on, it's going to continue to cool down, because this is that time of year, Milton. I mean, we've been outside at these tracks for so many years where you see, 90 degrees right now, but by the time we're done, it's going to, I mean, there's merchandise for sale tonight here where you can get a long sleeve t-shirt, and you're going to need it tonight because it's going to get chilly. Yeah. And a good night for that. Really good night for that.
It's a perfect night. And also, when we do some driver interviews here in a few minutes, we got two drivers tonight. Dylan Kowalik and Caitlyn Leonard will be stepping in for a couple of driver interviews. They can definitely talk about the temperature difference between October and July. But, you know, we're here in the pre-race show on Race on Texas Speed Pass. Thank you for joining in. Alpha One Chevy Buick over in Rockdale, Texas, stepping up this year. And thank you to Alpha One Chevy and Buick. Got some fine folks over there selling cars, and be sure to check them out. Race on Texas, $39.99. Can you get a better bargain than that to watch racing across Texas?
You know, Milton, that's really the thing about it. I mean, like we talk about it. I mean, folks like you and I that have been around this for so long. I mean, it used to be you had to be at the racetrack. You had to go there, and a lot of times you can't, or these days you don't want to for whatever reason. But it's so nice now where $39.99, you pick your favorite racetrack, and you can, on a night like tonight where Race On has so many different racetracks that are racing, you can go in and you can just go, you just swap back and forth. I mean, it's like Red Zone. Exactly. It's like NFL Red Zone, what you're doing with Race On. You just click back and forth, go from track to track, and you see all of your favorite drivers, even when they travel. I mean, when drivers travel, let's say like Caitlyn tonight that we'll talk to. I mean, if she's racing, this is an away track for her. Right. The folks over in Corpus or Papalote,
Population Zero,
they can check in on Race On, and they can watch her race on the road.
And the neat thing too is on Facebook, I've seen people like Rachel Plant, our pig chick. She'll be watching one race on the TV, and then she'll be watching a different part of the state on her laptop.
Right.
And this isn't like Disney Plus where you pay $39.99 and you can only watch this race over and over and over again. You can watch replays of races from across the state of Texas. Got one or two of them in Louisiana.
Sure.
So for $39.99, and the other part is half the money, half that $39.99 comes back to this track. And you've heard us talk to Mary Ann. We've talked to Owen during this year about that. that people are logging into on their home track, and Marianne definitely happy for that. But that money that comes back to the track, it helps the owners pay the bills because there's going to be an off night. Maybe there's a light night where other drivers are going to other places. That money helps out. So Race on Texas Speed Pass $39.99. That's a bargain right there.
It really is. And I think that's one of the things, like when we think about 2021. 2020 was a challenge, but we've watched this sport has evolved so much to where streaming is so important. And we were talking before the pre-race show here on Race on Texas where you can do that. Anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. But the bar has been set so high to where you have to do it at such a high level and such a great production value. And we watch what's done here. I mean, let's think 10 years back. I mean, to think about this, yeah, races have been streamed for a long time, and there's been a lot of people that have done it. But the way that Race on Texas has stepped up with this program, with the production value, with everything that happens, it's tremendous how it grows the sport. I mean, it just keeps the sport thriving.
Oh, without a doubt, and certainly here at the track. I mean, if you're listening out there in the grandstands right now, you can watch on Facebook Live. You can watch Race on Texas Speed Pass on your telephone while we're doing this as well. The other good thing about being here live, and I know, Rodney, you've mentioned this, for whatever reason, people still aren't coming. For those of you that are here tonight and those that are coming in the future, maybe this is an incentive because we got new merchandise, we got new hoodies, we got new hats, we got new long-sleeve T-shirts, we got tank tops, and the proceeds from this are going to be going into a bonus pot for the Oktoberfest coming up at our next race, October 8th and 9th. So certainly while you're here tonight, Rodney was talking about the temperature's going to be dropping. Grab that hoodie because probably in 2 weeks it's going to be a lot cooler. Grab that long sleeve shirt, new hat, go out and advertise for us. Wear that Cotton Bowl Speedway hat anywhere you go. Wear that shirt. Let people know where this track is. But we've got all sorts of things planned tonight. We're going to take a small break, and then we're going to come back with an interview with one of our top drivers in the Sport Compacts. Dylan Kowalek's going to be up next. You're watching Speed Pass on Race on Texas.
Rockdale Fire Department is very thankful for Alpha One, and we appreciate Alpha One for sponsoring a truck for us.
They want to make the city of Rockdale flourish.
On behalf of Milam County and myself, thank you Alpha One Motors for all of your support.
I've been blessed to be here for 33 years, and we want to now.
There ain't nothing that we can't get done here.
Tons of new inventory coming in. We got a little bit of everything new and used.
I am.
They are continuing Miller Starnes' legacy.
And we're going to carry that on forward, investing in Rockdale, investing in Milam County, investing in Lee County, and all of our neighbors.
From the entire Alpha One team, we want to thank you, Rockdale, for welcoming us with open arms, and we look forward to serving this community for the next 60 years. Thank you.
Hey, welcome back to Cotton Bowl Speedway. Milton Hope in here in the pre-race show, brought to you by Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale, Texas. Thank you to Alpha One for all you've done here in the 2021 racing season. As we get ready to get underway, racing tonight here, our final points night of the year. And we got a couple of interviews coming up. Right now, joining me is the points leader in the Sport Compact Division, Dylan Kowalek. Dylan, welcome to the show. How you doing, buddy?
Good, and you?
I am very well. You've had a great year out there. You got this trophy right here that everybody's always shooting for in all the classes. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where do you live? What grade are you in, and how old are you?
I'm from Lavernia, Texas. I'm a senior, and yeah.
Okay. And do you have? I asked you earlier, but I forget the answer. Do you have any jobs that you're doing right now, or is it just strictly racing?
Yes, sir. I work at a powder coating shop out of Seguin, Texas, and I work there all day, every day. So.
All day, every day, and then when you're not working there, you're working on the race car, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, you got a good crew out there. So, how long have you been racing? I mean, I've seen you down at 37 for a couple years. How long have you been racing?
This is my second full year. I raced a few races 3 years ago, so like 2.5 maybe.
What was it that grabbed you and said, I want to race a race car? What got your mindset to say, this is what I want to do?
Well, I started out just helping Tommy Grimes
right.
at I-37 with his late model, just helping around and stuff. And then one race, they offered me to drive a car, so I wasn't going to turn it down.
Sure.
And ever since I started, I couldn't stop. So.
Sure. And Tommy Grimes is a great example to follow. Did he give you any advice about racing?
Oh yeah. If I ever need anything setup-wise, if I have any questions, I always call him. He's always got an answer.
Yeah, he's a legend in the state of Texas for racing. So you've had a pretty good year. Started strong with a lot of sport compacts. It's kind of died off just a little bit, but you've had some pretty good battles out there with some of those drivers. One in particular, Taylor Stewart, your young lady friend. Tell us about racing with friends and having the family involved with this.
I mean, whenever we're racing, I don't care. It's just
the relationship is not existent, right?
You're just another driver, but it's fun having somebody that has the same passion as you and wants to talk about it and all kinds of stuff like that.
And you get to celebrate together. She's had a couple of wins this year. You've had several wins, and
yes,
y'all get to celebrate. Anything special y'all do for a celebration?
We take a picture.
Do you go out to dinner? Do you celebrate it any other way besides that?
No, that's about it.
How close together do y'all live? Are y'all able to go out on dates?
We live an hour and a half away, but okay. I still drive up to see her every weekend and at the track, obviously.
Sure.
But
tell us about your future plans. Okay, you're doing this.
Honestly, I don't really care what I move up to. I want to move up by next year, whether it's factory stock, sport mod. Right now, it's between factory stock and sport mod to...
There's a lot involved in that. It's called money, right? Mm-hmm. Tell us how it is. One final question here. Tell us how it is to have your family so involved. I mean, I got the Kowalik crazies out here making noise every race. Tell us what it's like to have your family so involved with this.
I'm grateful for it because they're always out here supporting me, and I mean, they come out to every race and they're always cheering me on.
I see some cupcakes back there tonight. Milton may have to come back there and grab some cupcakes at the end of the night. But Dylan, you've done a great job. You're the Sport Compact points leader, so congratulations on that. Looking for another trophy tonight and that championship check. But we've got some great racing coming tonight. We've got lots of cars here this evening. The Dwarf cars have joined us tonight here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. So we've got our 6 classes plus the Dwarf car. So there's going to be a lot of great racing tonight. You feel a win inside your bones tonight?
I hope so.
Okay, very good. That's all we can do is hope for that win. But we've got all sorts of great activities here tonight. We've got the concession stand up and running with great food and drinks. We got the souvenirs. The crowd's starting to fill in. That sun's going to go down. It's going to make it very, very comfortable here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. So come on out if you haven't already. If not, tune into a Speed Pass on Race on Texas. Pre-race show brought to you by Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale. We're going to take a quick break, and then Rodney Rodriguez is going to be back with our next driver interview. You're watching Speed Pass on Race on Texas.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the stretch.
Here comes Training Partner.
This is your pre-race show on Race on Texas Speed Pass. Don't forget $39.99. You get all of the racing from all across the state of Texas. Also some good stuff from Louisiana, all of the great racetracks. Speed Pass, raceontexas.com. We are live at Cotton Bowl Speedway Championship night. We've got the hardware sitting right here behind us. We crown the champions tonight. It's going to be a great night of action, and we are looking forward to bringing it to you. Get on Speed Pass if you haven't done it already, $39.99, and be a part of all the exciting racing. Milton Hope, Rodney Rodriguez bringing you all the action. I am now joined as our driver interviews. I'm joined by the lovely Caitlyn Leonard. Caitlyn, always a pleasure to see you. Talk about the drive coming here. I mean, for you guys, this isn't just around the corner to come race here at Cotton Bowl.
It's about 3 hours. The trip wasn't that bad. We took the long way to get away from the towns, but it's not bad. We love coming up here. It just sucks that it's so far away.
Yeah. So Caitlyn, let's talk about the season for you. You're in the ultra-competitive factory stock class, and that so many great drivers, and you get in there and you just go toe-to-toe with so many of these great drivers. Talk about the competition, your season. I mean, you've had some ups and downs, but you continue to just get better each and every time out.
We've had some bad luck and good luck. We like to travel up more to where there's more competitors. I mean, there's a ton down here too. And we just went to TMS and it was really great. We had a lot of competitors that helped us out. Even though they compete with me and don't even know who I am, they help us out to get us what they're running and what they have found out to get them faster.
So Caitlyn, let's talk about that. I mean, that has to be a huge experience for you. I mean, to go race at the dirt track at Texas Motor Speedway. That's, I mean, so many drivers, we talked about drivers from Oregon that were right next to you. Just talk about that entire experience running with that caliber of competition on that track, such a famous racetrack.
It was amazing. It was my dream to go there, and my dad's truck broke, so we didn't. With the expenses from the truck, Alverson Motorsports and Baja Starters helped us pay the entry and everything to get there, so it was a dream come true to race there.
Absolutely. So with these factory stocks, there are so many. And we've got the power rankings with Race on Texas and all of that, but you see, I know I've asked you this before, but do you ever, when you're out there on the track, I mean, there's so many legendary drivers that you race with all of the time, and you get out there, do you ever at one point think, wow, it's so unbelievable to be racing with the caliber of talent that you are at such a young age yourself?
Yes, every time we ride side by side, I like running with the top people, and they race clean side by side, and it's just amazing. And then whenever you pass them, it's like, whoa, you just passed that guy, and it's amazing.
That's awesome. So one of the things that you've really dug into this year, and I'm so impressed with it, because you have actually, this sport, it's not so much about the racing. I mean, racing is ultimately important. It's the ultimate goal there. But you have really dug into the marketing of yourself, whether it be on social media, on Facebook, Instagram, you're really promoting yourself and getting yourself in front of a lot of people. Just talk about that experience for you, because that is so important nowadays.
Yes, Alverson Motorsports helped a lot with the marketing and telling me how to better myself with it. So it helped a lot, because before I'd just make a post or something, but he helped us with everything else.
And so you guys, I mean, we were joking around about the Leonards leave the hometown and the population zero. But just talk about it for you guys. I mean, you guys are such a tight-knit family. And that's really what racing is all about. You guys really do it the right way, and it just makes it even more special.
Yes, our family, we've grown up into it. My dad did it, and then my brother, and then me. So it's amazing. It's amazing to have all three of us here. It sucks whenever my dad works and my brother works, and it's just us. But we know they're watching, and we update them.
So is there, I know one of the questions, I know folks were talking about the racetrack here last week, you know, the conditions. And again, dirt track racing is so different, because with asphalt is asphalt. This is what you get. Is there a track that you prefer, your driving style with your car, that adapts better to you right now, whether it be a hammer down or a dry slick? Is there something that works better for Caitlyn Leonard right now?
Well, we're actually in the middle of stuff. We learned a lot of stuff at TMS. So my car used to love tacky, and we changed a whole lot to make it love dry. So we're not sure what today is like our test dummy, because we haven't got to race it yet. So we'll see.
Absolutely. So your goal coming in tonight, you come in, you're an invader tonight. I mean, you come in, there's championships on the line, there's all of this. You're coming off a TMS, coming off of a cruise, you're coming off of a vacation. Your thoughts tonight? Obviously, are you guys tweaking stuff for moving forward, or are you just here to take some money home?
We're tweaking to move forward, but we're hoping for a dry track to see how it's going to be. We haven't got to figure it out, because usually on the dry track my car is really loose, or we just can't figure it out. So we're hoping that it's dry tonight to figure out some more stuff.
So big time goals for you, Caitlyn. You are so talented. You've come so far in such a quick period of time, and like I say, you're doing it in the most competitive class in Texas. What's your long-term goal as you look out into the horizon with your racing career?
We are thinking after I race factory stocks a little bit and get another win or something. I want to move up to modified with my brother, and maybe he can get a new car and I can get in his car and we get to race together finally.
That'd be awesome. So talk about all the great people. I mean, you talked about Alverson there. There's a lot of folks. I mean, I see with you, you're constantly talking about all the people that help you out. Talk about the folks that are really instrumental in getting you guys to the track and on the racetrack.
CD Electric, Alverson Motorsports, Baja Starters, Leakin Heritage Life Insurance, Tony's Mobile Home Service, Magnum Services, Patriot Racing, Speed Secrets, Swinton's Racing Shocks, B&D Motorsports. There's a ton. I can't remember. Ace Transmission and Flanagan's Muffler Shop.
Absolutely. Good stuff right there. Caitlyn Leonard, good luck tonight. Look forward to talking to you in Victory Lane tonight.
Me too.
I think it'll be fun. She'll be driving the 9C. That is Caitlyn Leonard. Watch that fast-moving race car. This lady knows how to get around the racetrack. Again, $39.99. It is Speed Pass. You watch racing not only here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway, but all these big shows that are coming up, you can get your hands on those as well. And it's super easy. Just jump onto raceontexas.com and be a part of Speed Pass. Coming up, we get you set for championship night. We'll get you points. We'll get you a preview of everything that will happen. We're giving away a lot of hardware tonight. That is coming up. This is Speed Pass on Race on Texas.
Rockdale Fire Department is very thankful for Alpha One, and we appreciate Alpha One
that is
for
very
sponsoring
impressive
the
with your
truck
sponsor
for us.
list.
Yeah.
I was like,
On behalf of Milan County and myself, thank you Alpha One Motors for all of your support.
I've been blessed to be here for 33 years, and we want to continue to do things the way we've done for almost 60 years now.
There ain't nothing that we can't get done here.
Tons of new inventory coming in. We got a little bit of everything new and used.
I am from Rockdale, born and raised here in the good old town.
They are continuing Miller Starnes' legacy.
And we're going to carry that on forward, investing in Rockdale, investing in Milam County, investing in Lee County, and all of our neighbors.
From the entire Alpha One team, we want to thank you, Rockdale, for welcoming us with open arms, and we look forward to serving this community for the next 60 years. Thank you.
Race show on Race on Texas as we get you set for championship night at Cotton Bowl Speedway, presented by Alpha One, Chevy Buick in Rockdale. If you need a brand new Chevy or Buick, check those great folks out. They will hook you up. Milton Hope, Rodney Rodriguez, the rookies on site tonight as we get ready for a tremendous card of action, Milton. And all of the years, man, it's so exciting when we have to thank Dylan Kowalik and Caitlyn Leonard for coming up and being a part of the program here on Race on Texas. It's so exciting where we call races throughout the year, and it all comes down to this. Weather changes, all of this, but now you crown the champion. Everything that you've worked for all year comes to a head tonight, and we're crowning. There's 6 classes tonight, only one of them, Dylan Kowalik, that is the only one that we know of that's going to be a champion. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, the other 5 are pretty close, and some of them are single-digit differences between those. So we're definitely looking forward to a lot of great racing action. As we continue on, Rodney, I forgot to do this earlier, but we want to throw a shout-out to Owen Pittman. Owen's normally here with us sometimes. I mean, Rodney and myself and Owen, we all travel around, and Texana Raceway Park had to cancel their races tonight due to some medical issues in the Pittman family. So we definitely want to throw a heartfelt good luck, God bless from Rodney, myself, Marianne, Aaron, the whole group here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We're thinking about the Pittman family right now and get you back involved.
That's right.
Yeah, it's not just drivers that are affected by different things. He's a promoter, he's an announcer. He makes all these trophies for a lot of the tracks around, but no, man, it's going to be a great night, and you know, you see the cars behind us starting to rev it up, but see if we can't get those points up on the screen here, and let's go ahead and take a look at the points as we head around. Street stocks, this is a battle right here. Tommy Gurrell, 411, Todd Roberts McAvoy, 407, and then 05 Daniel Gaudette, 366. So there's a 4-point lead right there. Gunslinger factory stocks, still doable. Tim Holmeyer, been leading all year. He's at 412. Steve Sims at 390. And then Don Cron at 379. The Design Welding Sport Compacts, Dylan Kowalik, who we just talked to, 392. Girlfriend, Taylor Stewart, 377. Cody Crabb, 304. Here's another one, man. Single digits. Anything can happen. Magnum IMCA Modifieds. Derek Scott Jr., 415 points. Chris Morris, 412. And then Hardy Henderson third at 378. And then another single digit difference. IMCA Southern Sport Mods. G.W. Egbert in the 717 at 402. The 777 of James Honish at 396. And then Joe Maple back at 380. And then here's one about 10-point difference. Browning IMCA stock cars. Marcus Harcrow at 413. George Egbert III at 403. So there'll be some good running out here tonight.
Yeah, and that's really tight stuff. And the thing to think about with that, Milton, is when you have a car count like we have tonight, it's a really good car count tonight. These drivers, they're going to have to be not only they're racing one another, and that point, you put it in the back of your mind. I've been in those point races before, and you put that in the back of your mind, and you try to let that not be forefront and how you're going to race tonight. Because what's going to happen with some of these guys, if you get too cautious, you're going to get yourself in trouble. And that's where these guys are going to have to be cautious yet aggressive. Pick and choose their lines maybe a little more closely than they would have done throughout the season, because one false move and that whole championship goes by the wayside.
You know, when the front runners get out in front of everybody, you start to catch up with the slower traffic. This is where they're really going to have to pay attention. Now, I was just reaching in my phone here, and street stocks, this is unofficial, but we got about 115 registered so far. Street stocks at 10. Gunslinger factory stocks at 26.
Wow.
That's going to be a good class. Design welding sport compacts at 5. Dwarf cars at 25. Magnum IMCA modifieds at 13. The IMCA Southern Sport mods at 21. And the Browning iStocks at 15. So
yep.
This is going to be one heck of a show.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this being tonight, is that a lot of regular racetracks, you know, they're regular points races, you know, they're done. They're done. This one being a little bit later, I mean, and we hate, you mentioned about Owen and Texana. I mean, we hate to talk about the misfortune there of Owen, but what that has done, that has opened up a huge door here for a lot of guys, and like we talked about Caitlyn, invaders that are coming into Cotton Bowl tonight. And you're going to have folks, yeah, they're not a part of the point race, but they're not getting out of the way. They are not getting, absolutely. We talk about it in the NASCAR playoffs, where you've got now 12 guys racing for that championship. The rest of them aren't moving out of the way. That ain't happening tonight. These guys are going for it.
I still need a win. I need to keep my sponsorship money. I need to put money in my back pocket and feed my family. So this is the last points night race of the season. We have a big Oktoberfest coming up on Friday and Saturday night, October 8th and 9th. That's going to be a great 2-day show. And then we have a monster truck show coming up on Halloween Sunday, October the 31st. I'm already in costume, as you can tell here. Mary Ann walked in just a moment ago. She's got to have a smile on her face.
Hey, we're
cars out here.
We're Beauty and the Beast. We'll let everybody decide which is which. Beast and the Beast. Beast and the Beast. But Milton.
Mary Ann, give me a thumbs up. 115 cars out there on the last night of racing. Heck yeah.
You know, Milton, the other.
Not that finger, Mary Ann.
I saw that. I saw that. The other thing to think about with that Oktoberfest, I mean, we've had the factory stock power to a head as well at Oktoberfest, and there's going to be a lot of money on the line right there for, I think it's 50 to 60 drivers that are going to have an opportunity that weekend to really take home some big bucks. And I mean, a lot of that is Milton, yeah, the money's great, trophies are great, and we're handing out a lot of these, by the way, tonight.
Yeah.
Trophies, all of that is great, but to be the factory stock power ranking champion, that's huge. That's massive.
Yeah, that covers the whole state of Texas and then some. So, you know, they've been doing these over the past couple of months, and it's really been fun to watch, to see people go up and down in the rankings depending on whether they raced or whether they had a bad night or not. But this is, you know, the sun's going down earlier than it has, say, a month or two ago. It's a lot more comfortable outside. You and I have already talked about it. I actually walked from here to the pits and back, and I hardly broke a sweat. I mean,
yeah.
That's how big of a difference the weather is tonight. And you're a former driver. I mean, you know the difference between a 105-degree day and an 85-degree
Yeah, absolutely. It'll make a huge difference. It'll make a difference with the performance of the cars. You know, in the past, I mean, with the temperature change, with humidity, all of that, especially with these carbureted cars, that's going to make a difference. It'll lean the fuel systems out in these cars. So that's stuff that we're going to watch. And of course, we're on a dirt track. It's going to impact the surface. The track will be changing throughout the night. So that's one of the things that if you're on Speed Pass, that we'll be talking about throughout the night. You know, with the track slicking up, whatever it may be doing, we'll talk about that because that factors in. And oh, by the way, it's championship night.
And hopefully we don't say the word heavy because we don't want a heavy track tonight.
No. No.
I read some of those comments.
And by the way, people, lay off of that. I mean, here's the whole thing. I've said it time after time, and I said this on my show Monday, if you have a problem with anything at the racetrack, don't jump on this and be a keyboard warrior. Call that promoter, balls up, call the promoter, talk about it, tell them your frustration, and please be somebody that's actively involved. Don't just say it because everybody else is being a bandwagon fan. So lay off the promoters. We need folks like Marianne and H.E. and Owen and Heart of Texas and all these people that are doing this for the love of it, because that's really what it's all about.
You know, whenever I show up at Cotton Bowl, I'm always telling, I see H out on the track, and I think he's trying to lay down asphalt. And I have to tell him, no, water. He wants to get some asphalt out there, but you know, it's true. I mean, we're all keyboard warriors at something, but, you know, when it comes to racing, we just got to leave off that. Now, will that make any difference? No, because everybody's always going to do what they want to do. But we appreciate the feedback, but try to do it in person. Try to do it more constructive. One I read was, I won't race there again if it's like that. And then his next comment was, the track's always in great shape. Hello, racing.
Yeah.
You know, race car drivers are like women that can't make up their minds sometimes.
It's a tough situation, and I do understand the frustration, and we do know that stuff gets tore up and whatever. But again, it's a labor of love for so many people, and that's it's folks like that behind the scenes that do this, and that's why we love this sport so much. And I mean, that's part of it. It's the drama, it's the excitement. But let's lay off of the people that are kind of feeding us this stuff.
And you and I look at it from a different perspective because we travel to different tracks here
Absolutely.
in Texas. And we see different tracks, different promoters, different drivers, different surfaces. So we see it from a different outside, and I may not understand it as much as Rodney does or the drivers do, but you know, it is what it is. Come out and race, do the best that you can. You might have to work on your car for the week, but hey, we're happy to have you here. That's for sure.
That's right. That's right. And one more time, if you haven't, $39.99. If you haven't gotten that Speed Pass subscription somehow after all of these years, especially through everything that we've been through, check in right now, raceontexas.com, subscribe. You can have tonight's action with Milton and I calling that. You'll have the balance of 2021, all the special shows coming up. You'll have 2022, all of that. It's a great package. It's one of the best bargains that you're going to find for racing on a local level and a regional level, so you need to be a part of that. It's raceontexas.com, Speed Pass, $39.99. Check it out right now.
Yeah, Joe Spillman actually is chiming in tonight. He has a special announcement as well. Hey everybody, Oktoberfest, October 8th and 9th. Be sure to be here, okay? And then the Monster Truck Show on the 31st. Milton will be here that night. Thanks a lot for letting me chime in. Appreciate it. Thank you, Joe. We appreciate you chiming in there at the last second, and hope you enjoy your weekend, buddy.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Is that going to do it, Aaron? How much time we got left?
I think we're done.
All right.
I think we've maxed it out.
We're done. Thank you, Alpha One Chevy Buick, for all you do.
Rockdale Fire Department is very thankful for Alpha One, and we appreciate Alpha One for sponsoring a truck for us.
They want to make the city of Rockdale flourish.
On behalf of Milam County and myself, thank you Alpha One Motors for all of your support.
I've been blessed to be here for 33 years, and we want to continue to do things the way we've done for almost 60 years now.
There ain't nothing that we can't get done here.
Tons of new inventory coming in. We got a little bit of everything new and used.
I am from Rockdale, born and raised here in the good old town.
They are continuing Miller Starnes' legacy.
And we're going to carry that on forward, investing in Rockdale, investing in Milam County, investing in Lee County, and all of our neighbors.
From the entire Alpha One team, we want to thank you, Rockdale, for welcoming us with open arms, and we look forward to serving this community for the next 60 years. Thank you.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the middle stretch.
Here comes Katie Frederick.
check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2.
Yeah, we sell the throttle control bars. Yeah, I mean, they're the secret to victory lane. Does the throttle control bar work?
He takes the lead early in the race. He brings home the Southern Sport Mod main event win.
Speed secrets, a throttle control bar on a track like this, that's where it's at.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. Too many checks to count in here. I would say they work pretty good.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that
Test.
perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our
Test.
lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to
Check 1,
bracelets,
2.
earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop and let us help you
Test
and your
1,
family
test 1,
celebrate
test
those
1,
special
test
times.
1. Mic test 1, 2. Mic test 1, 2. A little bit hotter, a little bit hotter, a little bit hotter, a little bit more. Maybe some gain. Check right there. Boom, boom.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the back.
Hey everybody, how you doing tonight? Everybody doing okay? What the hell was that? Everybody doing all right? All right. Who is here for the very first time? Raise your hand. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't believe you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all down there for coming.
Yeah, come on now. I don't buy that right there.
It looks untrustworthy.
We got some tricky people over here. We got some tricky people over here.
Well, we appreciate everybody's come out tonight. We got a great night of racing. We got 6 classes of our local cars, and the Dwarf cars are here tonight.
With just my children and my wife, I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down.
Once again, thank you for coming out tonight. We certainly appreciate it, and an exciting night of racing. Thank you to our drivers who brought the American flags out tonight, all of our workers out there. How about a round of applause for these drivers right here? We want to thank you out tonight, and we've got all sorts of great activities for you. The concession stand is open, more brand new souvenirs for you, so we're going to have a chock full of fun on the final points night of racing. If we would please, we'd like to take a moment of silence for, does anybody, how many people know Owen Pittman? He's Texana Raceway Park. He announces here with me, stuff like that. Some medical issues in the Pittman family with Owen and also with his sister. So we certainly want to have a thought and prayer for the Pittman family as they go through what they're dealing with right now. He is the promoter, race director, announcer, statistician. He runs Texana Raceway Park. They were supposed to be racing tonight. He had to cancel the show because of medical issues. So we want to have a good thought and prayer for Owen and his so under the weather as well. Let's have a moment of silence for all those that need one. Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this gathering on a beautiful evening here in Central Texas. Thank you for bringing together our fans and our workers and the race car drivers and the sponsors out to a wonderful night to participate in the spirit of friendly competition. It's the final night of a long year as we were able to get back to racing in 2021 full time. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come out and enjoy the sport that we love to participate in and we love to spectate in. We ask that you be with the drivers as they compete in the spirit of friendly competition around the track. Lay your mighty hand over them and keep them safe as they compete tonight. At the end of tonight's races, we ask that you lead, guide, and direct all of those that are gathered here at Cotton Bowl Speedway to their final destination safely. Also, please watch over Owen during his medical issues, also Owen's sister as she battles illness as well. Be with our armed forces, men and women, and our first responders spread out across the globe and doing the job that they need to do. In your name we pray. Amen. Please remain standing as we will have the presentation of our national anthem. God bless Texas and God bless the United States.
Hey, y'all, we got a lot of great folks out there. Big round of applause for those folks right there. That's our track safety personnel. They do all the hard work. Give them a lot of love. Give them a lot of love. They're behind the scenes, and they get everything happening for us right here around the racetrack. All right, championship night. We are ready to go right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Y'all ready to go? Y'all ready to crown some champions? Let me hear you right now. Bring it to me right now, because tonight we crown our regular season champions. Good to see. Good to see some faces out in the crowd that I haven't seen in a long, long time. There's a whole bunch of them right here. It's going to be a great night, and we get it started tonight. Our guest class getting ready to head along the front straightaway. It is the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas as they roll around turn number 3, getting set to head right down in front of us. Heat races coming up. Then we'll have our main events. We crown our champions. All of that happened tonight. Glad you're with us right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway and on Speed Pass.
Hey, race fans, we are ready to kick it into gear. The final night of racing, the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas, getting ready to kick it off. Street stocks will be on deck. They'll be ready to go right up next. Man, it looks like a good-looking surface out there as the sun's starting to set out between turn 3 and 4. We are ready to go. Take a look at the lineup. 88, Brandon Spreen, Dylan Coyne, 12T. As we get underway, Roger Peel, Danielle Long, second row, and Dylan Spreen and Dylan Butnick on the third row. Off and running, here we go. Off and running. Look at him running down the racetrack at 25.
Dwarf cars here at the racetrack tonight. It's a great showing by the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. 4 heat races. Heat race number 1 is underway right now as Brandon Spreen in the 88 trying to lead the way around. He's got the hard charging Dylan Spreen right behind him in the 81. Dylan trying to pull right up next to him, backs off in turn 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway they go. Brandon, Dylan, the Spreens running 1-2. Here comes Dylan on the inside of turn 4, trying to make his way by Brandon down the front straightaway. Can't do it that time by. Into turn 1 and 2 they go. One more time. Brandon on the low side. Dylan trying to make a pass on the outside. Dylan goes up along the wall. Keep an eye on them as they come out of turn 4. They're neck and neck, door to door, window to window. Little wobble back there. Dylan got a little loose coming out of turn 4 in the 81, and Brandon holds on to the lead in the 88. Rodney, we got the Spreen guys up there leading this one. Down the back straightaway they go. Here comes the 28 of Roger Peel. Spreen's trying to check out, though, as Brandon down the front straightaway takes that lead one more time. He's had it ever since the beginning. Race on Texas, you got a great look at it right now on your TV screen or your laptop or your telephone. Great side-by-side racing out with some of those cars. Brandon checks up in turn 4. He gives up the lead to Dylan. Man, I am not sure what happened right there, but Brandon checked up in turn 4, went up along the outside wall in the turn. He gave up the lead he's had the entire race. Dylan Spreen now with the lead in the 81.
Here they come diving out of corner number 4, now going down to the bottom. White flag in the air, 3/8 of a mile to go. This time by Brandon Spreen holding on to the point. Or pardon me, Dylan Spreen. Here's Brandon right behind him. It's going to be about a 4-car length advantage as they head down the back straightaway. Milton down into turn number 3. The Spreen boys setting the pace right here, and they'll bring it around. They're going to definitely go 1 and 2 here in heat race number 1.
And Brandon checked out early, but gives it up to Dylan. There's your first crossed flags of the night. Dylan Spreen with the win. Brandon Spreen finishes up in second. Looks like the 25 of Dylan Butnick may have finished up in third, but the Spreens up front. As those of you watching on TV at home on the live stream, that's a beautiful shot right there of Central Texas weather. The sky is turning a aqua pink and getting a little darker. It is so comfortable out there.
Beautiful time of the year indeed. We'll start feeling those temperatures start to cool off this week coming up. We will have cooler temperatures, kind of nice waking up to 60 degrees in the morning. I got no problem with that. Rolling onto the back straightaway, Dwarf Car Race Series of Texas, heat race number 2.
Jerry Book on the front row, got Ty Paxton in the 15 right next to him. 5, Gary White on the inside of row 2. 121, Brian Falkenberg outside of row 2. 19R, Ashlyn Newton, third row inside. 2A, Alan Brown, and 626, Jason Rivas rounds out the second of 4 heat races for the Dwarf cars.
On to the back straightaway they go. They will stack them 2 by 2. Jerry Book up on the point. Ty Paxton on the outside. That is your first 2 cars in line. Gary White, Falkenberg. That is row number 2. We are set to go right here for heat race number 2. You got 7 cars, 8 laps. Dwarf Car Racing Series at Texas. They make their way out of turn number 4. Green flag. We're racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Down into turn 1 and 2 they go. The ever hard charging Ty Paxton had a bounty on his head a couple of years ago, and everybody trying to chase him down. Ty Paxton jumps out quickly in that black and green 15 Dwarf car. He's setting the pace early with Jerry Book backing up quickly in that lime green number 2. That's a good 8-9 car length lead as Ty Paxton jumps out to the lead.
Big time move up to the top of the racetrack right there. You see exploring that third groove, making that move. That is Gary White. Gary White will, or pardon me, yeah, Gary, or no. Oops, I don't know who that is.
I missed the number on that car.
Have to check it out this time by. But all the way to the top of the racetrack and vaulting into second, now setting the sights there on Paxton as that race rolls in. That is Rivas.
Yes.
Yeah, Rivas in pursuit right there. Let's see if Rivas can chase down the 15 car. Jerry Book trying to hold off the rest of the pack there, but it is Paxton in complete control right now of heat race number 2.
I see a lot of paint and a lot of colors on that Rivas car, but I can't spot that 626 on top of that car. But it is Rivas as he goes down into down the front straightaway into turn 2 and 3, trying to give chase to Ty Paxton. Paxton on easy street going down the back straightaway. But the 626 and Jason Rivas trying to reel him in as these laps start to disappear. Nathan Lavender up in the flag stand, keeping an eye on him with that good-looking safety helmet up there. Whoa, Paxton goes up on 2 wheels right about midway between turn 1 and 2. He almost flipped over up about halfway in turn 1 and 2, but held it together.
Paxton continuing to hold on as you check in on Speed Pass out of corner number 4. Speed shot right there. Here they come across, but here comes Rivas in the 626 going up to the top side. Jerry Book off the racetrack on the back straightaway. Meanwhile, your leaders flashing it down out of turn number 2 onto the back straightaway. Rivas is right there. He trails by 3.5 car lengths, now cuts it down to 2. Down into corner number 3. Here comes Rivas cutting it in even closer. This time by Milton. It is 2 to go, and Rivas is on the march.
Man, we thought Ty Paxton was on easy street in that black and green 15, but Rivas has reeled him in lap after lap after lap. Now starting to catch up with slower traffic. Paxton got to work his way gingerly. Look at Rivas. He's going to go to the outside. Paxton goes low. Who's going to benefit from that crucial move? Down the front straightaway, Paxton with the lead. Here comes Rivas. He goes high in turn 2. Paxton holds it in the middle of the track. Got to watch out for slower traffic. Door to door. Here they come. Mad dash coming out of turn 3 and 4. Rodney, who's it going to be?
Here they come. Paxton on the bottom. Rivas on the top side. Little bubble right there from Paxton. Here's Rivas. Going to punch it on the top side. Give it to Paxton. Half a car length. Car number 15 and almost a photo finish at the line. Ty Paxton over Rivas. That's close.
Man, you can't get much closer than that. And Ty Paxton jumped out quickly in that black and green 15. He was on easy street, and then Rivas kicks it into gear. He comes from behind and just loses by about a half car length lead. Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas, heat race number 3, getting ready to come our way. All right, let's take a look at the 8-lap heat race. Mikey Land in the 48 outside row 1, pole spot. 44M Thomas Mock. 1K on the inside, Kagan Moore of row 2. 93 Adam Stelly. 09 James Williams, and 717. This is G.W. Egbert doing double duty tonight.
This ought to be a good one right here. We'll watch Egbert start at the back of the pack. We'll see if he'll be able to chase his way up to the front right there. He's got some good cars in front of him as the track safety crew works over at turn number 3 down at the bottom of the racetrack. You've got Jerry Book in car number 2 as they get him on the hook and get ready to get that car off of the racetrack there. A little trouble there. Book with a really good run in that heat race, sitting right around the 3rd spot at one point. Does get into trouble, but now he'll go off on the hook. Hopefully something they can get remedied here before the end of the night as heat race number 3 gets ready to roll right here in front of a great crowd tonight here on Championship Night at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Man, thank you to all the first-timers that are here tonight. We appreciate y'all coming out. We got more racing action coming up in a couple of weeks, October 8th and 9th. We've got a 2-night race event, Oktoberfest. Friday night, October the 8th. Saturday night, October the 9th. And then our final event of the year looks like it's going to be the Monster Truck Show on Sunday afternoon, Halloween, October the 31st. We'll give you more information on that as we get more of it. But right now, if you don't have any plans early on Halloween afternoon, make sure you're here for the big Monster Truck Show. We had a good time about 2 months ago with our Monster Truck Show. Hopefully it's even bigger and better this time around.
Action-packed night tonight, as we talked about. You got your Dwarf cars now, street stocks, sport mods, stock cars, sport compacts, factory stocks, and your Browning IMCA modifieds. We'll cap it off here tonight on Championship Night as we get set to go. 5 cars, 8 laps, Milton, as they roll onto the back straightaway. It'll be Land setting the pace as they get set. Remember, you go at the pink tire. Out of corner number 4, that is the start zone and restart zone here at Cotton Bowl Speedway as Land paces him down the backstretch, getting set for a start.
Mikey Land just taking his time going down there into turn 4, getting towards the pick chick tire. He gets closer as Nathan Lavender, the flag man, keeps it on him. Here we go, 3rd heat race, Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Mikey Land, 48, leads him down into turn 1 and 2. Thomas Mock right next to him in the 44M. They start to separate fairly quickly coming out of turn 1. Let's see who's going to start to dominate this race.
It is Land up at the front of the pack. He'll go down to the bottom of the racetrack and pace him around out of corner number 4, trying to work up on the top side. Is Mock as they complete the first lap. 1 lap in the books here as we got a side-by-side battle happening right here at the line for the 3rd position. 31 car down on the inside, now slipping and sliding. A little bit of contact there with the tractor tire down on the bottom side, as you see right there sitting on the bottom. It looks like that 31 car will go down to the inside. We stay clean and green, we race.
That's one of the things I like about the Dwarf cars is when they spin, they get right back into the action. Mikey Land leading them around. Here comes a 1K of Keegan Moore coming up on the inside, coming out of turn 2, roars up right next to him. Mikey Land puts the pedal to the metal. He stays out front going into turn 3. Keegan Moore staying right there with him, not letting Land get too far ahead. 1.5 car length lead. Land is going to go low. Keegan Moore going to go up in the middle as we have another spin down there in turn 1.
That 48 car awful tight as he goes into the corner. Watch him drive in right there. You'll see him push up the racetrack, cranking the wheels down to the bottom. He goes into protection mode, trying to get to the bottom of the racetrack. Slams the door that time by on Moore. Moore's going to go to the top side, down to the bottom. Goes to 48 once again. Land is working a awful tight condition down to the bottom. He'll crank it down to the bottom, trying to keep it down on the bottom. Let's see if Keegan Moore can go to the top side and push it around on the top shelf.
Man, that move that Mike Land just did. I had somebody do that to me on I-35 the other day. They just cut me right off. Didn't give me any room to go. Dadgummit, that makes me mad. All right, here we go. Mikey Land, he's back to second now as Keegan Moore has moved up to the lead. There's just been a little bit of an issue with the 48 over the past couple of laps. He's wiggled and got a little bit loose. And the 1K, Keegan Moore wasted a little time. He stayed right there with him the whole time. And Moore has now inherited the lead, pushed Mikey Land back to second. It's a 2-car Dwarf race right now. You've got your also-rans coming up, but it's a good race. This is going to be setting up for a great main event coming up later tonight.
Setting up for 2 laps to go, and you watch Moore in the 1K as he starts to motor away. Mike Land still fighting that tight condition. He goes right up to the pyramid, right up to the apex. Now he spins out, trying to get down to the bottom of the racetrack, Milton. He's overcorrecting, but he's going to hold on to second. They're so far ahead. Keegan Moore on the back straightaway. The next time around, he'll take the checkered flag. Really good fortune right there for Mikey Land that he's going to be able to hold on to second.
And the good news about that, too, is he probably knows what's wrong with the car. He'll go back there and get it fixed up. He'll either handle it himself or he's got crew members to help him out, but he's just having a hard time controlling that car. He gave up the lead, and like you said, it's a good thing he had a huge lead to go ahead and come home second place. But good heat race number 3 as Keegan Moore holds on with the win. He reeled in Mikey Land, and he comes across with that win.
Great run for these Dwarf cars. Again, these cars, about 1,000 pounds without the driver in it. They're running motorcycle engines, whether it be a ZX-10, one of those Suzuki GX engines. There's a couple of Hondas out there, but it is all horsepower. The horsepower to wheelbase ratio, these are very narrow race cars. They're twitchy, they're fast, and they're fun to drive. But I'll tell you one thing, they are awful scary when you get behind the wheel at times.
Here comes heat race number 4, Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Dustin Rude on the pole, 41T. Next to him, 64, James Fitzgerald. The 03 of Drew Stark. Next to him on the outside of row 2, 54, Brandon Cloud. And then the 555 of Brian Benedict on the inside of row 3. And outside, right next to him, 117, Billy White. Billy White, 6 cars, last heat race for the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Thank you to these drivers coming out tonight, 20-plus Dwarf cars.
Attention here at the racetrack. Kiddos along the front walkway right there. If you're along that front guardrail or along that front fence line right there, we need you away from that. Not just kiddos, adults. That's a very dangerous spot right there. You get dirt, you get stuff coming up off the racetrack that can get in your eye and cause all kinds of problems. We don't want your night at Cotton Bowl Speedway to be your memory getting hurt. So stay away from that fence as we get set to go. Milton, here they are on the back straightaway. Lights are out. It's time to go in heat race number 4.
Dustin Rude leads him down the back straightaway. He's got his eye on that pink tire at the bottom side of turn number 4, ready to kick it into gear. James Fitzgerald's going to do everything he can to stay with them on the start. Here they come, revving up the engines. Man, everybody got loose on that one. Got straight, lead him into turn 1 and 2, and Dustin Rude leads him on the low side, and the yellow comes out immediately. Somebody did not like the start of that race, and that person is normally the flagman.
Little bit of a jump start right there, so that can be one of those situations where you got to remember, Milton, the car on the point, the car on the pole is setting that point, setting that pace. Car on the outside has to stay with that pace. Car on the outside can't jump ahead of him. So that's always a tricky part right there. Rude maybe a little quick on the draw, maybe Fitzgerald not so quick on the draw. Doesn't matter, we re-rack, restack, we do it again.
Name another famous Rude that you know of.
Rick Rude.
Woo!
Love Rick Rude. Ravishing Rick Rude. We love that name. All right, they'll line it back up. Dustin Rude on the pole, no relation, I'm pretty sure. Justin Fitzgerald next to him. Drew Stark, second row inside. Brandon Cloud, second row outside. Brian Benedict, 555, outside row 3. Billy White, outside row 3 in the 117. Let's try it again. Coming out of turn 4. Got to stay with the pace sitter. That's the pole. Here he comes one more time. Down into turn 1 and 2, 41T. Dustin Rude leads him, and he holds it low one more time, just like he did last time. Brings up that front left wheel up off the ground.
Dustin Rude, one of the perennial contenders here in DCRST. You watch this guy, Texana, in the mod lights. He's got a whole lot, and here they come. Out of the corner, but Drew Stark in the 0-3, running about a car length and a half behind him. They'll go down into turn number 1. They both go to the middle of the racetrack. Here comes Stark down on the bottom. Stark trying to get the drive. He will now stair-step it probably up to the top as they go down into turn number 3. Stark will go to the top. Rude goes to the middle of the racetrack. Here they come out of 4. Another lap complete. Watch Stark. He's going to try something on the top side. Once again going into corner number 1.
Man, Stark is staying right there on his back bumper. He is not letting Rude get ahead of him in any form or fashion. We saw this in the last race where the front 2 cars just pulled away from everybody. Yellow, bottom of 4. Right there by the pink tire, we got one spun out. Hey, Rodney, we got a great crowd here tonight. We got some great merchandise downstairs for them to grab. We talked about the hoodies earlier. You're going to need the hoodies coming up here in a couple of weeks. They got the Cotton Bowl logo on them. We got the long sleeve shirts. We got the tank tops, which maybe you can use next year. We got some great hats down there. We got blankets. So be sure to head downstairs to the souvenir stand. Pick yourself up a hat, a shirt, a koozie. Man, whatever they got, load it up because, Christmas just around the corner.
Lights are out around the racetrack. Here we go. It is Dustin Rude up on the point. Drew Stark, James Fitzgerald as they get set to go here with 2 laps complete. 6 remaining here in heat race number 4. Green and Corn. We're racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Down they go one more time into turn 1. Dustin Rude has gone low every single time he's gone down there. He does it one more time. Coming out of 1 and 2, he held it as low as he could. The 0-3 and Drew Stark staying right there with him. The other 2 Dwarf car drivers trying to stay in that lead pack. But these front 2 drivers, watch out, 2 together up in turn 4. 2 cars on the high side come together.
Those 2 Milton running side by side all the way down the back straightaway. You had the 14T there of Fitzgerald getting tied up as those 2, they were so close going down into the corner. And that's the thing with these cars, no fenders on them. You get those tires on top of each other, you're going to have the contact there. Billy White and Fitzgerald go to the top. Luckily, they stay off the fence. We do not get another lap complete in. Still 6 to go in heat race number 4.
Sometimes the best events that we have out here with the Dwarf cars, they can spin and keep on going, but every once in a while they're going to come together out there and slow things down. So we appreciate. Looky here, Rodney. We got. Let me show you this right here, Rodney. We got Brandy Torres grabbing a screenshot of those 2 hunks right there. How about that? Thank you, Brandy, for watching. We appreciate you. Hope you had a good time in Las Vegas and came back with some money anyway. Johnny Torres and Brandy were out in Las Vegas last week. And then, Rodney, Johnny was supposed to come back and do some sort of drawing, and he said, our flight's delayed in Vegas. Yeah.
I saw that. Green flag, here we go. We're racing once again. 6 to go. Dustin Rude, whole shot, move down into turn number 1. He carries 1 car length. Drew Stark is right there. Billy White down on the bottom, side by side. It is Fitzgerald up on the top side once again. Billy White will carry that whole shot into corner number 3, but Drew Stark once again, he'll stair-step it up to the top of the racetrack out of turn number 4. Here is Rude, but Drew Stark is a-coming, and he is coming quick.
Man, these 2 guys are just trying to check out from the rest of the group, and they got a great battle amongst themselves. Here comes Drew Stark. He slingshots out of turn 2. He goes right down the middle of the track, going by Dustin Rude. Now they're side by side going into turn 3 and 4. Start, watch out! There goes your leader. He spins out into the infield. That opens the door for Drew Stark as the 41 of Dustin Rude goes from first to last. Just like that.
What a move by Drew Stark. That's the old bait and switch right there. He kept flirting up on the high side, and then when he least expected it, the bottom opened up just a little bit. He goes right down to the inside, just jumps inside of Rude, and now he is driving off with this one as they have 3 laps to go this time by, and the race is behind him. Let's see if Dustin Rude, that's a man on a mission right now, Milton. Here he is with Fitzgerald up on the top side. He'll drive it down to the bottom of the racetrack, but he's got a straightaway to go around this massive 3/8 a mile Cotton Bowl Speedway to chase down the leader. 2 to go this time.
Yeah, and I don't even know it's about chasing down the leaders, trying to get these guys in front of him to get a better starting spot in that main event as he spins out again. Same. No, that's 55. Okay. 54 spinning out there, Brandon Cloud. But, yeah, he's got an easy street right now. Drew Stark leading it all the way around. He's breaking away from the pack, and he's on easy street last lap.
Off they go onto the back straightaway. Drew Stark leads by about a straightaway right now as he dives it down into turn number 3. What a nice drive all the way from that 3rd position. Makes the pass on Dustin Rude. Checkered flags in the air. It will be Drew Stark winning it. Dustin Rude will get back to the 2nd spot. And James Fitzgerald able to hold on to 3rd, followed by Billy White. That is the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas Heat Race number 4. They will be back. We'll put all of those cars on the racetrack. Main event action coming up a little bit later on tonight. It will be the first main event here on Championship Night as we crown the champions here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
All sorts of great racing action out here tonight. The sun's gone down. Beautiful night here compared to a couple of weeks ago when it was still 100 degrees at this time. And I know the drivers appreciate it. I know the fans appreciate it. So thank you for coming out tonight, getting your favorite spot. It's good to see a loaded field out there tonight in the cars and loaded grandstands here at the racetrack. Man, we appreciate it. Who we got coming up next? Street Stocks? Street Stocks it is. 1 heat race for the Street Stocks. Good group. I see some good names in here. Street Stock Division. Coming into the Street Stocks tonight, Tommy Gurrell's got the lead with 411 points. Todd Roberts McAvoy at 407. So your first and second place only divided by 4 points coming into tonight. It's a big night in points.
All right, we get set to go. Here is your starting lineup, and this is a star-studded one right here. On the point in the 591, it'll be Johnny Murner. That's an old Longhorn Speedway name right there. You'll remember that one. On the outside, the 61L is Shane Lander. Row 2 down on the inside, the 05 of Daniel Gadet. On the outside, your point leader, Tommy Gurrell. Second place man, Todd Roberts McAvoy, inside of row number 3. On the outside, it's Dwayne Toyn in car number 5. Next row down on the inside, Darrell Rhodes in the potent 3D. On the outside, the just as potent 7A of Will Arnold. Final row, Invader out of Texana Raceway Park. It is Joe Boop, a Boop in the 67, and Joe Garcia on the outside in the Deuce.
Darrell Rhodes, your main event winner here last week at Cotton Bowl Speedway, and he's got his work cut out with this big group of street stock drivers. Like we talked about, Tommy Gurrell in the 9, your points leader, and right behind him, just 4 points back, the 75 of Todd Roberts McAvoy. 1 heat race only to try to set up what the feature lineup is going to be later tonight, and this is going to be very important, Rodney.
Indeed it will. All about that finishing spot. So let's watch Johnny Murner as he takes the field down into turn number 3. Shane Lander on the, or Tommy Gurrell up on the outside. Gurrell, how does he race this field tonight? Get a good jump right here, win this heat race, and you are punching yourself halfway to that championship. Here they come, green flag in the air. We're racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Top 2 point guys, Milton, side by side. Here comes a challenger, McAvoy on the bottom, champion Gurrell on the top side. They drag race down the back straightaway.
You know, that was pretty close to a jump start right there. They're talking about it right now. Nathan just waved it off. H asked him if he wanted one. He said no. Watch out, turn 3. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Listen to me now. Keep going. We got one all tore up, that right side all tore up as the 7A of Will Arnold got involved with that one going into turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's Gaudet's car all wrinkled up. Meanwhile, back on the racetrack now, the caution flag. Now the caution flag comes out as you've got stuff laying on the racetrack right there. But that's coming off of Gaudet's car, but that's Will Arnold involved right there. But we have to go back to that start, Milton. What a job. Todd Roberts McAvoy, he's close in that championship. He is here to race tonight. He wants to knock the king off.
And the interesting part about that was our flag man and our technical director were talking about that start, and should we throw a yellow flag and start it, and they waved it off and said, nope, we're just going to stay with what we brought. But then all that action happened out there in turn 3. We got car parts falling off there in turn 1. So we'll line them up, set them up, and put it back together.
And there you get a good look at Gaudette's car sitting over on the inside right there. As you see the inner workings, as you check in on Speed Pass, you can see right there the roll cage, everything very hollow inside of that race car, where you get metal just ripping off of that car. He'll head over to the pits, and we'll hopefully see him back in action here a little bit later on tonight, but that is Gaudette. First caution flag of the night, so we'll get set. We re-rack, restack, get him back in line once again. It is Darrell Rhodes up on the point in the 3D, followed by Tommy Garral, Todd Roberts McAvoy, and Dwayne Toyne. That is your top four. Here they come rolling their way around once again. Texas two-step restart coming up as Darrell Rhodes will be out at the front of the pack. We will stack them up. Lights are out around the racetrack. Darrell Rhodes can go whenever he wants. He goes right now. Here they come into turn number 3. Green flag in the air. We're racing with your street stocks here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Darrell Rhodes down into turn number 1. Side-by-side battle. Your point leader, Tommy Garral. Second place, Todd Roberts McAvoy down at the bottom of the racetrack. These points are so crucial. 4:11 to 4:07 for Garral as he leads the challenger right there. Here's Dwayne Toyne as he rides about 2.5 car lengths behind. Toyne's going to go to the top side. McAvoy trying to dig down to the bottom of the hill. Another lap in the books right there for Darrell Rhodes. Here is Garral coming once again. 1 car length down into the corner. McAvoy is there following him. Is Dwayne Toyne. They go straight up the racetrack. Tommy Garral cuts it right down the corner. Back straightaway. You got Garral, you got McAvoy, and you got Dwayne Toyne. Championship implications on the line right here. Let's watch how they race, Milton. This is what it's all about on championship night.
Darrell Rhodes, your main event winner last week in the 3D, having problems up there in turn 1 and 2 at the very back of the pack. But Tommy Garral, Todd Roberts McAvoy doing a great job. 1 and 2 in points, 1 and 2 on the track right now in this heat race. I apologize. Rhodes is winning, checking out just like he did last week. He's doing a great job. Garral and McAvoy running second and third, and they're setting up for a great main event coming up later tonight as Darrell Rhodes set the standard last Saturday night here and took that main event win. He's checking out from the rest of the group right now. But Tommy Garral and Todd Roberts McAvoy staying right there together coming out of turn 4.
We are past that halfway point right now, and remember, points are awarded for the heat races right here. Not only that, setting that starting lineup in that race. Yep, we're only going to have 1 heat race, so these are all your street stocks, but that's going to make the intensity even that much harder. And you watch Dwayne Toyne sitting right behind him in that 5 car. Toyne trying to be cautiously optimistic right there, staying off the back bumpers. We got 2 sticks in the air, 2 more to go this time by, and this is going to be a heated battle tonight as they race for the championship.
Last time down the front straightaway, Dwayne didn't stay off his bumper. He actually let him know he was right there with him. Now he's sneaking back on him. He's going to go on the inside. Toyne going to go low in turn 3. Had to check up there as Todd Roberts McAvoy stays right there in front of him. Dwayne Toyne had nowhere to go to move up that 1 spot past Todd Roberts McAvoy. They are watching everybody. They're hollering at the yellow number 2 to stay out of the way. You got your leaders coming up. 2, get out of the way. Got to watch the debris. Also, we have a reported debris up in turn 3 and 4. Also trying to keep that Joe Garcia yellow car out of the way. And that's going to wrap up that heat race. And that's it. So we may see what could be the main event later tonight.
Going to be a great battle right there as those continue to race, but it could be, Milton, they're going to be chasing Darrell Rhodes because Darrell Rhodes checking out from the pack in that race. And then you've got Dwayne Toyne sitting back there behind him as well. So the focus is on those top 2 guys. But again, like we talked about, nobody's going to get out of anybody's way. They're here to win races.
Well, the good news, too, is that they don't necessarily have to win the race because Darrell Rhodes is not in the top 3. But Tommy and Todd Roberts McAvoy got to be careful and have that highest possible finish. 10 cars here tonight. 4-point difference between Garral and Roberts McAvoy. Anything can happen in a main event. You get taken out, a tire goes down, engine blows up, anything can happen, and that's a 4-point swing right there. All right, let's take a look at the first heat race for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods 38, Jackie Davis is going to be on the pole. 7, Kevin Parker right next to him. 55, Rusty Head. H14, Heath Stewart. 23, Joel Garcia, third row inside. He's going to have to hop out of this car and jump in this one real quick. 777, James Honish. And the back part, 15, Tracy Denby Jr.
Good field right here, stacked with some really good drivers. You've got Head, Stewart there, Honish, Garcia, Denby, and Davis. And these are going to be some massive contenders right here as we come into tonight here with your points here in the Sport Mods. You've got Honish sitting in that second spot, 402 to 396. So Honish in this race, very advantageous for him if he can get up, get those extra points, take care of his business, and then see what happens with G.W. Egbert here in his heat race.
Yeah, 21-22 Sport Mods here tonight, splitting them up into 3 features. This is going to be a fantastic race tonight in that main event. There is not going to be a B main for the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas, so we will take off on this one. Here we go. Green flag, green light is a blast off down the front straightaway into turn 1 and 2. Trying to set the pace early. Here come your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Jackie Davis in the 38 going down the back straightaway with the initial lead. Here comes Heath Stewart in the 14. He's got a lot of experience on this track, but so do a lot of these other drivers as they set the pace down the front.
Rusty Head down at the bottom of the racetrack is not going to give anything to Stewart as now they go down to the bottom of the racetrack. Honish off the point. Rusty Head from the bottom of the racetrack will get his way down by Davis, and he's going to bring Stewart with him now as they go down into turn number 3. Rusty Head in the Sport Mod. Stewart a little bit of a bobble right there, but he gathers it back in. Rusty Head will lead lap number 2. Davis up on the top side. Stewart, the pack coming up behind him as Denby has made his way up to the 4th spot. Look at Stewart coming down to the bottom, Milton. Here we go. Back straightaway action.
That Rusty Head 55 car, he won the main event here about a month and a half ago, got DQ'd, figured out what the problem was, fixed it, came out the next race, and has won, I think, each feature race since then. He is a guy to be reckoned with right now as Rusty Head takes off into 55. Heath Stewart 14 now being challenged on the inside. Heath Stewart, hometown local driver on this track as a yellow comes out. Debris somewhere between 3 and 4 as they talk to the drivers and their receivers. They'll slow it down, and yeah, this is setting up to be a pretty good race. And Denby has really moved up into that 3rd spot after starting last.
This one right here, you've got them stacked. They were nose to tail right there as they were making their way down the back straightaway with Rusty Head holding the point.
All right, Nathan Lavender, flag man in the flag stand. Working with the technical director up here, H.E. Nauman, getting things lined up the way they need to be. The drivers always think they know where they go. Sometimes we have to remind them, no, you have to go back to this spot, not the spot you're in right now. But Rusty Head knows where he goes, and Heath Stewart looks like he's going to choose the outside line and line up behind him. Trying to figure out if a fuel cell is exposed on one of the race cars or not. That's always a dangerous issue. Hey, it looks like it's good though, Rodney, as they're going to go lights out on the back straightaway. Rusty Head in the 55, a multi-feature race winner here at Cotton Bowl. He picks up the speed. He just sets the pace, and he doesn't have to wait for the pink tire. Here they come down the front straightaway. Rusty Head with the lead.
5 laps to go as they hit the start-finish line, and it is Rusty Head up on the point, side by side. Denby down on the bottom, back straightaway. They go Stewart up on the top side. Back straightaway is the action. Here comes Garcia. Garcia running right there behind him, and now they go single file. Big push. Here's Denby up to the top of the racetrack in the 3rd groove. He'll motor off of corner number 4. 2.5 car lengths down into turn number 1. Rusty Head trying to hold on. Denby's going to look down to the bottom. Milton now he's going to stair step up to the top of the racetrack. Back straightaway they go. Denby is on the hunt as he chases down the 55 of Rusty Head.
Man, he's not letting Rusty get ahead. Now he dives in, has to back off, hit the brake real quick before he went right into the back quarter panel of Rusty Head. He backs off, he lines it back up again going into turn 1 and 2. Heath Stewart holding it in 3rd as a 23, I believe, Joel Garcia in 4th, staying right there with Heath Stewart. Nobody really on a breakaway in this race like we've seen in the other races. Denby getting challenged. Denby trying to set the pace on Rusty Head. gets on that back left tire, has to back off one more time.
This is how you race it right here. Your leaders, as you check in on Speed Pass, you've got a half a car length in between them. Denby's going to dive down to the bottom of the racetrack. This time around, it'll be the white. 2 sticks in the air, 2 sticks in the air. 2 more laps to go this time by. Now Rusty Head able to extend that lead just a little bit. Heath Stewart into the loving arms, Denby of Heath Stewart, as they hit the back straightaway. Down to the bottom is Garcia. Side by side, wheel to wheel down into turn number 3. This is your battle for third. This time by, it'll be the white flag. 3/8 of a mile to go. And the hot spot on the racetrack is for third as Garcia noses ahead.
Heath Stewart went way up on turn 3 and gave up a lot of ground to Garcia. Garcia grabbed him. Now Garcia goes high up on turn 1. Heath Stewart comes up the inside, door to door, window to window, down the back straightaway, racing for third. Coming out of the turn, here comes your race winner, Rusty Head with the win. Denby in second. Garcia gets ahead of Heath Stewart for third.
Milton, and in that battle, where did James Honish come from? Honish was mired back. He had trouble at the beginning of the race, fell all the way to the back, and then he asserts himself right there, is able to get back into the top 5. That's going to help his starting spot in the feature race tonight. Great drive to make the way back for Honish, but how about that battle up at the front? Rusty Head able to hold off the pack and wins heat race number 1 in your sport mods.
He needed as good a finish as he could get because he's second in points, James Honish, in the 777. He is only 6 points behind G.W. Egbert in the 717. GW's got 402 points. James Honish has 396. So he needed to fight back for a good starting position in that main event. All right, who we got? Heat race number 2, IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Rowdy Chenard on the pole, 28, 21S, Rookie Smith. Number 11, second row inside, Tom Grothuse, 231, Joe Maple right next to him. 778, Jason Hubert Sr., 99, Johnny Torres. Good to see him back from Vegas and back out on the track. 21D, Dustin Mooney rounds out this 7-car shootout.
You know, every time I'm here, Milton, I talk about when Tommy Grothuse shows up, I talk about, you want to talk about a veteran. I think you are one guy that can really attest to Tom Grothuse. That guy has been around. You called a lot of his races on the pavement.
At San Antonio Speedway, he would show up, always put on a good show. Did he always have the best races? No, but he's one of the most dedicated drivers. This goes back to 1996 when I started announcing at San Antonio Speedway. And now he's transitioned to dirt. He started coming out to I-37. Now he's making the trip up here. So, yeah, Tom Grothuse, he really enjoys this hobby. Lights are out. Rodney, get us started on this one. Oh, it's going to be a good one.
Here we go, Chenard and Smith as they make their way to the start zone. Green and gold, we're racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Off they roll down into turn number 1. Joe Maple, steady Joe Maple, your third place point contender. He will slice his way through. Fall wide there for a minute. Now here comes Joe Maple. Sets his sights on Rowdy Chenard. How about that 99? That's Johnny Torres and the Alan Alexander, AA Alan Alexander special right there. A little bit of contact. Getting drove up the hill right there, but it is Chenard up on the top side, but here comes Maple down on the bottom. That is your battle for first.
Man, Johnny Torres is wheeling that Alan Alexander 99 like he's had it all of his life. Look at him work his way up to third of that blue 99, now trying to give chase to your race leaders. Doing a great job there, and Joe Maple, third in points, as we talked about, 16 points separate third and second, but he's doing a great job. Rowdy Chenard in the 28. Fast track champion here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, but Joe Maple setting the pace, trying to check out, but we've seen that earlier tonight where the race leader set the pace, broke away from the pack, and then it turned out to be a close race.
Steady Joe Maple up at the front of the pack, but the battle is right behind him. Chenard holding on right there. Here is the 99 car, Torres. He's going to slice it right down to the bottom. Chenard goes up the racetrack and now trying to open up that bottom groove once again. Hubert up on the top side. The 21 of Smith as they run right behind Chenard. Chenard might need to get that car down because here comes Hubert. Hubert's goes around. He gets some punted from the backside as Rookie Smith making the contact there. Pardon me, that's not Rookie Smith with the contact there. Smith was behind them. That was Mooney. And the contact happening there, but we stay clean and green. Still Joe Maple up at the front of the pack.
Down the back straightaway they go, and man, Joe Maple's putting on a good show. Brandy Torres got to be jumping up and down as her man Johnny Torres and the Alexander 99. He's steady in second right now, not really being challenged. He's got a lot of work to do to try to close that gap on Joe Maple, though. but stay ahead of your third place car. Single file all the way around now. 2 flags, 2 laps to go this time by. Nathan Lavender showing him out there. Rowdy Chenard still running strong. 21S Rookie Smith. But right now it is Joe Maple, third in points, but first in the heat race.
They did a nice job getting that 99 car back together. I think it took a beating the last time out at I-37, not with Torres behind the wheel, but he jumps in. This is a totally different racetrack right here. Big, wide, fast, high bank. Not that 37 isn't, but it's a very different from the quarter mile here to the 3/8, and that car is hooked up, running on a rail. Checkered flag in the air this time by. It will be Joe Maple as he wins heat race number 2 for your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Johnny Torres comes home second. Rookie Smith rounding out the top 4 will be Rowdy Chenard in car number 28.
Joe Maple set the pace early in that race, and he's letting everybody know that he's a contender tonight. He's going to be fighting for that top spot. He may not be able to overtake second or first, but he's going to let them know that he's here tonight, and he's here to battle for the winner's check and try to get up into that second spot. 16 points is a lot to make up, but anything can happen on a race night. What is heat race number 3? IMCA Southern Sport Mods front row, 12D Dwayne Owens. Next to him, HI5 High Five Joseph Ponton Jr. 21T Taylor Florio. 32 Robert Stewart outside row 2. 717 GW Egbert inside row 3. 19 Jared Barber. You're talking about an outlaw coming into this race tonight. He's a good one. And number 8 rounds out the group, Doug Ripple.
So to be GW Egbert tonight, your point leader, he comes in. He just wants to take care of business. Keep that nose clean, get as many points as he can here in this heat race, solidify himself a really good starting spot in the main event, and just take care of business. Very methodical. It is all business tonight for GW Egbert in the 717 as he starts on the inside of row number 3 as we get set to go. Dwayne Owens and Joseph Ponton Jr. will set the pace as we get set to go into the start zone. Pink tire, green and going. We are racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Down they go into turn 1 and 2. Owens and Ponton lead it in. Watch out, going sideways. Your pole sitter, right from the very beginning, your pole sitter turned sideways and caused all sorts of issues. Uh-oh. Not the way you want to start the heat race. Dwayne Owens went hard into turn 1. He went sideways, and everybody else did a great job of getting around him without any heavy contact.
And I got to tell you, Milton, there must be a rabbit's foot in the pocket of Egbert because he managed to get through that. You can look on the right side there, right along the bottom door skirting of the 717. He's got a little bit of damage right there, but that could have been a heck of a lot worse if he'd have taken that on the front snout. So a lucky break right there for the 717 of Egbert.
Those of you watching Race on Texas, there it is right there on your screen as your race leader, pole sitter Dwayne Owens, just went absolutely sideways, and everybody was able to make their way by. 8, Doug Ripple was the only one that really came to a stop, but nothing he could do about that as your pole sitter Owens spun out, going sideways. Here it is one more time for those of you at home, and he just drove it in hard, Rodney, and just lost control of it.
And there you see Egbert just making his way through. Contact with the 12 and the 8, but just a little bit of damage. Everything looks fine. Keep that suspension good. A little bit of body damage, he's going to be just fine. Let's watch 717 as he starts on the inside of row number 3.
Don't count out Jared Barber, though. He is a top gun in South Texas and Central Texas. He's going to be one to deal with here. He's driving the 19, third row outside. We kick it into gear one more time. Will our pole sitter safely make it through turn 1? He does. Through turn 2, he does, and he brings everybody else with him down the back straightaway. That's Dwayne Owens, 12D, being challenged early.
You got a helmet dash happening right here. Here they come around. Owens skates up the racetrack up on the outside. It is Ponton will go to the point, followed by Owens. Side-by-side battle. Taylor Florio down on the bottom. Robert Stewart skating up on the top side. Little wiggle right there. 3 right out of turn number 2. Here they go, splitting, threading the needle. Robert Stewart will take the second spot. Owens falls back into third. Here is Taylor Florio. Egbert trailing right behind them. That is your top 5. What a move.
Man, you cannot get any better driving than that with 3 wide coming out of turn 2. Robert Stewart says, I'm in the middle, let me get out of here. And he's shot down the back straightaway. He jumps up into second, now chasing your race leader. What a great heat race number 3 for your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. As your leader comes down the front straightaway, but Robert Stewart quickly closing in on him.
50-50 move right there for Stewart. 50% chance you're going to make it, 50% chance you're going off on the hook. He gets the good 50. He sits in second, but right now it's Joseph Ponton Jr. up at the front of the pack. Doug Ripple having some problems here on the front stretch, but here's Ponton coming off of corner number 4 as he continues to hold that point. He now leads by about 7 car lengths going down into corner number 1. They are both working up on the top part of the racetrack, Milton. We'll watch that tonight. We'll watch the racetrack continue to roll itself in. They're coming out. They're rolling the top part of the track in. By the end of the night, we're going to have 3 grooves on this bad boy.
It's good to see Robert Stewart making a good move here over the past several weeks. He got his first main event win back in the middle of summer, and then all of a sudden, the Gremlins jumped inside that 32 Southern Sport Modified. He had all sorts of problems, and now over the past couple of races, he's really started dialing back in what was a winning car in that 32 Southern Sport Modified. He's showing it right there as he's staying right there with your race leader, Joseph Ponton. Stewart, as they go high, like you said, rolling it in. We're going to have a great racetrack later tonight.
Identical lines. Let's watch them into turn number 3. Ponton's going to go up to the top side as well. They both stair-stepping way up there. They drop the backside out this time by. We will have white flag one more time around, 3/8 of a mile. Stewart, let's see, he's going up to the top side. Ponton's going up there as well. May have kissed the wall, Stewart. He'll drive it down off of the hill, working down to the bottom of the racetrack. Milton, here they come into corner number 3. Stewart is at the door. Down into the corner they go. Ponton up on the top side. It's a drag race coming off of turn number 4. Ponton on the top side. Stewart on the bottom. Give it to Ponton. He'll take heat race number 3.
I'm sure Robert Stewart's going to be happy with that finish. I know he would want to win, but he knows he's got that 32 Southern Sport Modified back in the winning condition that he had back in the summer when he took that first main event win. He's happy to hang right there with Joseph Ponton.
Who? Oh, Brown.
Man, hope you guys and girls out here at the racetrack live tonight enjoying the early races as it's starting to set things up for the main event. This is championship night, and we've got about 4 or 5 classes of cars that it could come down to tonight's race on where they finish, so anything could happen. Let's take a look at the Browning Ice Stocks heat race number 1. 704 Nate Robbins on the pole, Bryce Burden outside row 1, M5 Dustin Mooney, 4K Ken Plonsky outside row 2. Row 3 inside 21 Chris Florio. Outside row 3 is the ever dangerous 33M Mason Doherty. 1H on the last row, Chad Herring, and the 48R of Raymond McSpadden. All right, race director talking to the drivers, telling them where they need to get lined up, do it right, do it straight. We're going to show them one more time around, and they're going to get the green flag next time by. The first of 2 heat races for the Browning IMCA stock cars. Points leader Marcus Harcrow at 413 points. George Egbert III, 10 points back at 403. And then the 9 car of Jason Batt, third at 359. So this will be a tight one later on tonight.
Here they come down into the corner. We get set to go. IMCA stock cars, Joe Spillman's favorite class. Take a shot. Here we go. Green flag. We're racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway. It is Robbins up on the top side. Into the corner they go, side by side. Stocks. Look at that move. Mooney down on the bottom. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Dustin Mooney. Big time move right there. And Mooney will lead the field down into turn number 3. They race side by side. Up on the top side. Burton. Hold on. Here they come.
Man, they had 3 wide. The third car had to back off and says, let me out of this spot here for just a moment. He'll line it back up and try to set up for a pass. There goes your race leaders into turn 2 and 3. Watch out. We had almost to the outside wall with that spin. Not quite a spin, but they're going down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. Coming out of 4 down the front straightaway, lining it up. There's your race leader. Dustin Mooney in the M5. He's had some pretty good runs here over the past couple of months. Down the back straightaway they go. 17, Bryce Burden setting up into second. 21, Chris Florio moves up to third, being challenged coming out of turn 4 as the 1H Chad Herring moves up on him. Anybody's ball game, 2nd through 6th. Right now, your race leader trying to pull away.
They chase around single file here around Cotton Bowl Speedway. Mooney setting the pace after that massive move. Here's Herring down to the bottom. Herring going to try to find a way around Florio, but he's not able to do it out at corner number 4 as Burton continues to hold on to that runner-up spot. Now you got a 3-car breakaway right there for second. Here's Florio going to drive it down the hill. He will go door to door, wheel to wheel right there at the quarter panel. Into the corner they go. Burton holding on. Here's Florio. Florio's going to mash the gas right here. He'll try to crank it down to the bottom of the racetrack. Here is the battle at the line. It continues to be Burton holding on to that second spot.
Man, Florio's doing everything they can to move by. Here we go on the inside. Low side of turn 1 and 2 as Florio goes by the 17 of Burton, grabs second, pushes Burton back to third. As your first place car, the M5 of Dustin Mooney, trying to check out from the rest of these cars. 2 laps to go, this time by the flag stand. 2 to go. Mooney doing a great job of that M5, checking out. Goes high up on turn 1 and 2, coasts down the middle of the track, goes up along the outside wall. 21, Chris Florio settling into second, opened up about a 2-car length lead over the 17 of Bryce Burton. Last lap, one more time around the Cotton Bowl Speedway track.
We have some kind of battle happening back there behind him. Herring in the 1 right there. A couple of shots to the bumper from Doherty, but up at the front it continues to be Dustin Mooney. The battle right there between Burton, Herring, and Doherty. Front of the pack, it's about 12 car lengths, double checkered flags in the air. It's Dustin Mooney, big time move at lap number 1. He takes the win, followed by Florio and Burton. They go 1, 2, 3 here in heat race number 1 in your iStocks.
Man, Dustin Mooney really setting a good pace out there. Florio doing a good job, able to work from the third row outside. Setting up to be a good feature race as we get ready to head into heat race number 2 for the Browning iStocks. All right, starting lineup. They're getting ready to come out on the back straightaway. Heat race number 2, IMCA stock cars. 21E, Alan Essenberg will be on the pole. Next to him, the 01T of Tracy Scherner. Second row inside, 23 CJ Gray. Outside row 2, Joe O'Brien in the 144, the 94A of Allison Morris. George Egbert in the 70, and the 29 of Marcus Harcrow. Now, Rodney, I'm seeing something interesting. Who we got? The Browning IMCA stock cars.
Yeah, they are shotgun on the field, Milton. Your point leaders right there at the back. You've got a little bit of separation between them. I'm not a good arithmeticker, but that's 10 points. And they are starting side by side.
That's going to be a good one. I don't see third place car Jason Batt not here tonight, so somebody may move up in front of him. But this is setting up to be a good heat race, but also an extra special main event. All right, setting the pace down the back straightaway. They'll get the green flag and green light at the pink tire down there in turn number 4, the Pick Chick tire. Rachel Plant, our picture taker here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. You see her out there in front of the white truck down between turn 3 and 4. Takes fantastic pictures here at the track. Lights are out. Lavender flag stand keeps it on and picking up speed. Here we go. Green flag, green light as the 21 of Essenberg leads them down the front.
Essenberg, one of the invaders out of Heart of Texas Speedway in Waco, and he asserts his presence with that hole shot, and he darts down the back straightaway. He'll take about a 7-car length advantage down to the bottom of the racetrack. It is J.O.B. Joe O'Brien down at the bottom of the racetrack. C.J. Gray right behind him. Here they come. Let's watch those point leaders at the back. Morris hanging on into that second spot, but O'Brien all over the back bumper there is C.J. Gray now going down to the bottom of the racetrack. C.J. Gray lifting that left front off the ground side by side. Here's Allison Morris trying to put the heat on Essenberg. They dive it into corner number 3.
Allison Morrison has had some great runs this year in this class, and now she's starting to challenge the 21 of Alan Essenberg, like you said, out of Heart of Texas Speedway, and she is not giving up right there. Watch Allison Morris. She crosses over coming out of turn 2. She grabs the lead. Yellow flag, yellow flag. Turn 3 and 4. 23, C.J. Gray bringing out the yellow early in this Browning IMCA stock car heat race number 2. I tell you, man, you got to keep an eye on Allison Morris. She does a great job in whichever car she's driving in. Right now it's an I-stock, and she's going to give Essenberg the ride of his life.
Milton, you're right. She's just gotten better and better and better as the year has gone. And we've watched her progress. I mean, it was tough at the start. This I-stock class, so competitive. Some of the best drivers in the country race in this class. You can race these cars anywhere.
Okay, some of the officials on the infield going to be talking to the race director, making sure that we have that spin attributed to the right person. We thought it might have been a solo, but Scherner may have been assisted on that spin in the 01. They're going to talk it over. Technical director and the infield folks are talking it out right now, but hey, mark your calendars in 2 weeks, August 8th and 9th, Oktoberfest. Should be a 7 o'clock start on Friday night and Saturday night. So if you don't have any plans, whether there's high school football or band or track, make sure you make plans to be here Friday and Saturday night, October 8th and 9th for Oktoberfest. It's a 2-night show. The drivers, to make it worth their while, they got to be here both nights to win the big bucks.
Texas two-step restart as they get back in line once again. Morris on the point. Essenberg, Joe O'Brien, Scherner, Harcrow, and Papa George Egbert right there at the back of the pack. So here we go, getting set. Milton, we got to talk about it. You got Harcrow and Papa George right there at the back. Those are the guys battling for this championship, and a great year for both of these guys. Harcrow, really good with that brand new car, and then Papa George, he's just Papa George. He's just damn good.
Well, what do you think with them starting at the back right here? They're the front runners as far as points go. Do you really try to battle in this heat race, or do you just hang back with the guy who's in second place and don't try to do anything and go into the main event where you go into the main event?
What I see happening, Papa George is going to stay with the 29. Make the 29 make a mistake. That will be the MO happening here tonight, in my opinion. But what do I know? Here we go, green flag.
Off and running down the front straightaway one more time. Allison Morris up front, holds the lead into turn 1 and 2. Going to be chased by a couple of drivers. Alan Essenberg, who she took the lead from right before that yellow flag came out. He gets pushed back to third. As they come around, watch out. A little bit of contact up there in turn 3. No harm, no foul. Coming one more time in front of you. Is that the 144 Joe O'Brien out there? O'Brien in second, but he doesn't have anything right now for Allison Morris, as she's checking out to about a 6-car length lead. Easy coast into turn 3 and 4. Couple of cars side by side battling for third and fourth. We got contact there. Watch out, the 70 of Egbert into the 21 of Essenberg, as Essenberg started fast, now dropping back in the pack.
And Marcus Harcrow goes down to the bottom of the racetrack, and he gets by his sole competitor right there for the championship, and now he opens up about a 2.5 car length advantage there over Egbert. Egbert's car as well. That car has a massive push as you watch him drive into the corner. Saw him lock up the brake a couple of laps ago. That car goes straight up to the top of the racetrack, and he's having to crank it back down to get back on the gas. Meanwhile, check out J.O.B. Joe O'Brien trying to hold on to the second spot. Knocking on that back door. Here comes Marcus Harcrow. Up the hill goes O'Brien. Down to the bottom feed him, and it's Marcus Harcrow. He will battle for the second spot. He'll take it into corner number 1.
You know, we were talking about what are they going to do. We talked about Egbert trying to stay with Harcrow, but the way that car's handling right now, he's not going to be able to stay with him as Harcrow jumps out there quickly, now trying to chase down Allison Morris in these remaining laps. We've got 1 lap to go this time by. Allison Morris with the lead. Marcus Harcrow, points leader in second. 144 Joe O'Brien back to third. Got to watch out, though. Here comes Egbert. Egbert trying to steal third from him down the back straightaway, and he does. Egbert trying to stay that one spot behind Harcrow. Now here comes a crossover move coming out of turn 4. Morris with the win. Harcrow second. Egbert in third as he pushes Joe O'Brien all the way back to 4th. Wow. Lots of shifting of positions over those final few laps, Rodney.
This is where we need that point ticker like they have on NASCAR, to see how the points change. But very impressive right there, as you saw Papa George with a little bit of problem there. Harcrow's car just pivoting a little bit better right now as they're racing. Harcrow, you watch him go into the corner, and that right front just dives right down. He powers right off. But it's just a setup. Egbert's going to go back in. This track will be completely different by the time they come back out. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Papa George Egbert, Marcus Harcrow will battle as onto the backstretch. Here come the Sport Compacts.
Taking a look at that race, Rodney, it looks like Marcus may not have a lot of work to do on that car the way it was running. Papa Joe Egbert, he's got some work that he's going to have to do in that downtime. All right, here comes our one and only Design Welding Sport Compact Heat Race. As they come around, a group of 5, Taylor Stewart on the pole in the T14. The 00 of Cody Crabb. The 29K with his Kowalik crazies out there. Dylan Kowalik in the 29K. 81, Michael Burris, and good to see the 8 of Casey Kraus coming up here. Where's that Kowalik crew out there? Let me hear you. There you are, right there. Okay, that's one cupcake for me. Thank you. All right, lights are out. Race director letting them know. Lights are out side by side. Coming up to the pink tire in turn 4. Taylor Stewart running real strong late in the season. Picks up the speed, brings him down the front straightaway. Cody Crabb in that red and white Sport Compact. He got a main event win as well, but he was disqualified. He came back out the next race after fixing it and grabbed the main event win. So we got a lot of action going on. Cody Crabb's going to be a player in this one.
Mr. Crabb down at the bottom. He's going to go inside the tractor tire now off of the corner. Up on the top side, how about that 81 car going to the point? Crabb holding on to the second spot. Kowalik, remember, this is the only class where we've already crowned our champion. It's Kowalik is your champion here in 2021, but they're all chasing the 81 of Michael Burris Jr. down into corner number 3. Here's Kowalik as they battle for second.
Yeah, Dylan Kowalik came in with 392 points tonight. Taylor Stewart second at 377. Cody Crabb kind of got a late start this year. He's at 304, third in points. Meanwhile, Michael Burris, talked about him at I-37 for several years, and he's up here now racing in this Design Welding Sport Compact Heat Race, trying to get himself a main event win. Cody Crabb got real loose in about turn 3.5, kind of wobbled all over the place. Held it together, stays in front of Dylan Kowalik, stays in front of Kraus. Taylor Stewart started on the pole, and she's way back in the back. Not a good showing right now for the second in points car.
Crabb has that second spot. The battle happening behind him. Here is Kraus down to the bottom, Kowalik up to the top. Kowalik wants to win tonight on championship night as he's already won the title. Side-by-side battle. Here is Kraus down on the inside, Crabb up on the top side. But they are all in hot pursuit of that famous number 81 of Burris. Burris setting a nice pace right here as we are past the halfway point. They'll get ready to make their way around once again. Battle happening right now for position number 2.
Michael Burris has always done a great job wherever he's raced at, and he's showing why he does a great job as he jumped out quickly in that 81, started on the second row outside, got out to the front quickly in this race, and is now just absolutely dominating it as they come around. Show him 2 laps to go, this time by the flag stand. Burris with an easy drive right now. Casey Kraus has moved up to second. Dylan Kowalik, points leader and champion, in third in the 29. Cody Crabb in the 00 in fourth, but he's had some good runs late in the season. Good run around, last lap, last half lap, down the back straightaway they go. Burris in the 81. Easy win tonight here as he comes around in the heat race. Double cross flags. Nathan Lavender shows him you got the heat race win. Casey Kraus crossing in second. Dylan Kowalik, points leader and champion in third.
Good race for the factories. Again, remember, race fans, if you were here or checking in on Speed Pass, this is your entry-level class right here. Go to cottonbowlspeedway.com. Check out the rules if you want to get on the racetrack. This is a great alternative right here to get a more economical way. I mean, it's not a cheap car. It's a cheaper than others, but it's a whole lot of fun. Get out there and see what it's like to be on the racetrack. They're a lot of fun and even more challenging on dirt. You can't modify them at all.
All right. Rodney, this is the class we got to keep an eye on tonight, man. We got 26 Gunslinger factory stocks. We got 4 big heat races with some of the biggest names in South and Central Texas doing battle tonight. Front row, inside, pole 17M, Chris Mercer. 35, next to him, Ray Glaze. Second row inside, 9C, Caitlyn Leonard. 15K, Kevin Batterby. Outside row 2. Row 3 on the inside, the 58 of Steve Sims. The 99A of Alan Alexander in the factory stock. And 174, this is a name that's been racing since Moses. Mickey Helms. Still out there doing battle on the track. Mickey is one of the proverbial great guys at the racetrack. He's raced just about everything you can. And it's good to see him up here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
And how about that job by Caitlyn Leonard jumping on our pre-race show? Did a really good job there. She has done a really good job with her marketing herself, and we saw it today. Just a great job.
Yeah, she's really coming along, and she's learning more and more about the racing industry and getting better and better. And a lot of people like to jump on and help as well, like she said up at Texas Motor Speedway when they had problems. A lot of folks jumped on. All right, lights are out. 8 times around. Chris Mercer, Ray Glaze setting the pace up on the front row. Get to the pink tire, pick up the speed, hit the gas. Here we go. Green flag, green light. Caitlyn Leonard wasting little time. Just as she got to the flag stand, she went to the inside.
Here they go, back straightaway. Up at the top, it is Mercer. Caitlyn Leonard right there. They're stacked 3 wide behind him. Storm and Steve Sims, middle of the pack. They will ease it down into turn number 3. Alexander right there. A little bit of contact. No, everybody free and clear. And pardon me, up at the top, it's Batterby. Batterby leading lap number 1. Caitlyn Leonard hanging on to second, followed by Mickey Helms, Steve Sims, and Alexander. My goodness, not a lot of room for error right there, Milton. But it continues to be Batterby up at the front of the pack. But here comes the 9C.
Caitlyn has been racing at down in Corpus, I-37, Texana, Texas Motor Speedway. Oh, there goes your race leader out of the race, and Caitlyn Leonard inherits the lead in the 9C. Oh, no. Batterby. Not sure what happened coming out of turn 4, but he quickly cut it between the pink and white tire. He's sitting still, and Caitlyn Leonard, she inherits that lead and now has clear space in front of her. But like I was about to say, she's raced at so many racetracks, Rodney. You have to be good at what you do to be able to adapt to so many different track surfaces.
Especially in this class, there's so many great drivers. She talked about that earlier. There are so many really good drivers. She is now one of them. She is one of the great factory stock drivers here in Texas, and she is hoping that that Batterby car does not draw a caution because she has a nice advantage right now. Mickey Helms holding on to the second spot and doing a good job as they're working up at the top of the racetrack. We continue to watch them work at the top side. Alexander holding on to the third spot, followed by the 58 of Sims.
35, Ray Glaze pulls to the inside as well. They're trying to get the Batterby car to a little bit safer area. Like you said, Caitlyn doesn't want to see that gap close with a yellow flag, but she throws it into turn 1. That back side of the 9C car just goes right in there nicely. She pushes it into turn 2 the same way. Coast down the back straightaway, same thing, right into turn 3 and 4. Slams that backside into the corners, holds that steering wheel straight. Look at her go as she's beginning to open up a little bit of a bigger lead on Mickey Helms in the 174.
She talked about some of the work and tweaks and modifications that they made on this 9C, and it looks like it worked. It was going to be a prototype night for her, and it's going to be a heat race win at the pace that she's going right now. White flag in the air, 3/8 of a mile to go as your leader makes her way out of corner number 4. Caitlyn Leonard down into turn number 1. Can the 174 of Helms or Alexander chase her down? Good cushion right there. Onto the back straightaway they go, Milton. The 9C holding the point. She'll lead the field down into turn number 3.
Look at her coming around, coming out of turn 3 and 4. She's going to be real happy to see those double checkered flags. Caitlyn Leonard with the win. Good win for that young lady. Mickey Helms, the aged veteran, coming across in second. Alan Alexander, coming from asphalt a couple of years ago to now dirt, he finishes up third in the 99A. Wow, good run. Caitlyn Leonard doing a good job in the 9C. She'll go back and talk to her dad, let her know how that car felt to her. And, you know, Rodney, we were talking about tacky track, heavy track, slick track, muddy track, bumpy track. You just never know what you're going to get, and you have to be able to adapt to all of it.
That's exactly right, and the thing is, the track, as we talked about, as it is right now, it's not going to be like this at feature race time. But I'll tell you what, that 9C, that thing is hooked up. She is hooked up, and not only that, Milton, she has drawn herself a really good starting spot in that main event.
And she's just getting more and more confidence every time she races somewhere.
Here they are out onto the racetrack. Here is your starting lineup. Gunslinger Factory Stock Heat Race number 2. On the point in the exit is Gage Fuller. Fuller on the point on the outside. Kevin Natek in car number 7. Row 2 on the inside, the 45 of Seth Davis. On the outside, the 33M of Mason Doherty. Row 3 on the inside, third place point man is Don Cron. On the outside, another invader, and this guy can get it moving. Over from Texana, South Texas Speedway, the 741 is young Cameron Starry. And rounding out the pack in the 49K, it is Michael Kalick.
That's another invader right there. He's a really good factory stock driver down at I-37 Speedway. He's been in this class for a number of years, getting more and more experience. He's had some great wins down at 37. They're racing next weekend. He said, you know what, let me go ahead and come on up tonight. And he's going to maybe feel this car out and get it ready for next Saturday down at I-37. But Gage Fuller and Kevin Najek, they are up front, and those are the hombres everybody's got to catch. Najak's been working on this car. This guy's had more body damage than a lot of Hollywood stars out there, and getting a lot of remakes and redos and plaster. But Najek, he's had a tough year, but he's a gamer, and he keeps coming out every Saturday night that we race.
He's a past champion right here in this class, but here's Seth Davis down on the bottom. A little bit of bumper tag right there as Doherty into the backside. They will go 3 wide down into the corner. Don Cron into the back of the 45. Hang on, here they come. Top shelf, Doherty up on the top side. Natek middle of the racetrack, Seth Davis right in the middle. Cameron Starry going to the top side. Don Cron rim riding around the bottom. Here they go to the back straightaway. My goodness, how much closer can you get than this? Throw a piece of paper in between them and it gets stuck. Here they are, Doherty up on the top side, Natek down on the bottom. Doherty going to try to get the drive right there, working those front wheels. Top shelf, here they come. Brand new leader at the line. It is Mason Doherty in car number 33.
And if they get any closer, you got a paper cut coming up on your hand there, but look at him as Mason Doherty in the 33M. He's been a gamer the past couple of months, running a couple of different classes of cars, and now he's worked his way up to the front. Kevin Najek, a really good race car driver, so that shows you how good of a car Doherty has to be able to go right past him as we have a spin out. Michael Keelick, turn 3. He did it all by himself. Nobody was in the way. He's all good. Keelick will have a lot of ground to catch up. Meanwhile, Mason Doherty trying to separate himself from Cameron Starry in that 741.
Watch that 741, though. That's Cameron Starry. That's another one of those young lions right there. He's got his first win over at Texana Raceway Park here about a month ago, but the battle happening behind him. Natek up on the top side. Don Cron is right there. Don Cron's one of those guys as well, where Cron, he's either really, really good, and then sometimes he's really, really good and then destroys that car. It's one of the two, but he is a gamer himself, and they go side by side. Natek down on the bottom, nose is ahead as they chase Starry. That is 3rd and 4th as you check in on Speed Pass. RaceOnTexas.com. Mason Doherty is your leader, followed by Cameron Starry. Now, Don Cron eases ahead. Kevin Natek, Seth Davis, that is your top 5. Next time around, we'll have 3 laps to go. We are past the halfway point.
Najek all over the backside of Don Cron. Every time he tries to get past him, Cron shuts the door. Najek thought he had him in turn 1 and 2, but couldn't get by him. As Doherty just absolutely dominating right now. As Starry staying right there, steady. Freddie trying to settle in for a good starting position in our main event, as we've got a bunch of cars in this main event coming up later tonight. But Starry running solid, all white 741. 17, Don Cron in 3rd. One lap to go this time by. Nathan Lavender throws that flag. Cron in 3rd. Najek 4th. Michael Keelick's getting his feet wet here at Cotton Bowl. Way back in the back, but he's having a good run. And here comes the checkered flag. 33M, Mason Doherty going to cross with the double checkered flags for the win. Cameron Starry 2nd. Don Cron 3rd. Hey, we have a gray Chevy Traverse. Gray Chevy Traverse, license plate KFR 9689. I'm guessing your lights are on? No? What? Oh, man. Anytime somebody brings me a license plate, it's lights are on. Okay, where do you want them to come? Flag stand. Okay, come back. Aaron. Chevy Traverse, KFR 9689. Please come to the flag stand. You are our winner tonight. Speed Pass and October Fast tickets. KFR 9689, Chevy Traverse. Get down to the flag stand right now. We'll get you hooked up with your prizes. And your lights are not on, by the way.
You are not in trouble. You're not getting towed. Your battery's not dead.
Well, I don't know about that.
You have actually done okay. Heat race number 3, Gunslinger Factory Stocks. Out on the racetrack, starting lineup on the point, 21E, Jason Bogart on the outside. It'll be Alan Torres. Row 2 on the outside, the 24, Brady Ricks on the outside. Cody Tankersley in car number 99. Johnny Torres on the inside, double-duty driver in the 8S. And rounding out the pack, car number 48, it's Dash Dashnaw. 6 cars, 8 laps. Heat race number 3.
And I think I see our winner down there. Yes. Aaron's like, is that your license plate? What if 10 people showed up and said, yes, that's my license plate? Aaron Brungott doing a great job giving away some tickets to that winner right there. He had a sticker on his car, and he gets 2 tickets to Oktoberfest coming up October 8th and 9th. Congratulations to our spectator there. Thank you for being here.
Here they come out of corner number 4. We are set. Green flag in the air. We are racing down into turn number 1. They go side by side up on the top side. It is Torres. Boy, they are slinging it down off of corner number 2. Back straight away they go. Alan Torres, a little bit of a hole shot right there. He will take about 1/2 of a car length way up to the top of the racetrack. I love watching this track work in, man. What a job they have done tonight with track prep. Don't be talking to me about hammer down racetrack, because we ain't got that tonight, my friends.
Man, we are setting up for a good racing surface tonight. Good to see Alan Torres out here, one of the top drivers and one of the hardest working tow truck drivers in San Antonio. He is all over the place, but he does find time to get inside of a race car, and when he does get in a race car, he does a great job. Alan Torres down the front straightaway with the lead, 3 wide going into turn 1. Watch these cars go in. 3 cars together. Who's going to shoot the gap? Who's brave? Who's not?
Boy, Johnny Torres down at the bottom right there. That car wiggled. I thought it was going to jerk back to the right, but he does a good job to keep it down to the bottom. Bogard racing way up at the top of the racetrack. Here's JT, Texas Sweet Tea, right there behind him, as he will go down into corner number 1 as they chase Alan Torres, down to the bottom. 99 car getting up close and personal right there. That is Tankersley. Now side by side, it is Johnny Torres up on the top side. The 21 car, Jason Bogart, 21E. You got a helmet dash happening right there. Here comes Tankersley down on the bottom. Oh, a little bit of contact. And the 21 will pay the dividend there after the contact with Brady Ricks.
Brady Ricks, he got the brunt end of that one as that 21 car came right down on top of him. And Brady Ricks was just minding his own business, driving in turn 4. And he just shot down off the top of turn 4 and went right into him. Now, the interesting part on the restart is going to be Torres, and Torres up front. Big brother chasing little brother. Congratulations to Amanda Browning here tonight, as she was the winner of those tickets that Aaron just delivered. Congratulations, Amanda Browning. We appreciate you being here tonight live at the racetrack.
So that caution flag right there for, as they say in Formula One, a little bit of debris on the racetrack.
We'll have you back out. Just pull the infield so there front straightaway. There you go.
So there you see on Speed Pass, there is the contact right there, debris coming off of the race car. As that is Bogard. You take a look once again on Speed Pass.
That's the thing about being on Race on Texas and Speed Pass. You can watch these replays over and over when we do take the opportunity to look at them and see exactly what happened. Here we go, down into turn 4. Here he comes. Goes high up, swings that tail out, comes right down on the 24 car.
Yeah, definitely looks like pieces off of the Rick's car that laid right down in the racing groove right there in corner number 4. That does cause the caution flag. And we're halfway home, and it is the TNT show right here. Tankersley running right nice as they get set here on the Texas two-step restart. Alan Torres up on the point, Tankersley on the inside of row number 2, Johnny Torres up on the outside. Next row, it's Brady Ricks there in the 24, so we'll see, hopefully that car not damaged too bad. And then Dashno on the outside. That is your first 3 rows as they get set. Lights are out, Milton. We can go at any time. Torres on the gas. Here we go.
Look at Allen blast off down the back straightaway. Green light comes on. Johnny Torres knows he's got his work cut out for him to stay up there with his brother, but the other one to keep an eye on. Here they go. Cody Tankersley in the 99. Not to be counted out of this race. Tankersley goes low. Torres brothers come together. Allen gets the worst of it. Tankersley jumps to the lead.
Tankersley says, you Torres boys can have right at it. I'm going to go to the lead. Now he works up at the top of the racetrack. Alan Torres goes down into the infield. Here we go, down the front straightaway. Johnny Torres, take a look at that right front as he's got some fender damage right there. Hopefully it stays off of the tire here in this heat race. Onto the back straightaway they go. He'll have to chase down Cody Tankersley. They race down into turn number 3. It's 2.5 car lengths. Brady Ricks holding on. Dashnaw is there. That is for the 4 spot out of turn number 4. 2 sticks in the air, 2 more times around. Tankersley, can he hold off the advances of Johnny Torres?
That was going to be a great 3-car race before that incident happened up in turn 2, and Alan Alexander kind of clipped his, Alan Torres clipped his brother Johnny a little bit, knocked Alan out of the race. Johnny stays out there. Tankersley checks up, goes way high up on turn 4. That's going to let Torres kind of close the gap there one more time. Does Torres have the power? Does he have the speed? Can he get up next to Tankersley and go by for the pass? Down the back straightaway. Torres sets up behind him. He may just be satisfied with what he's got. Going to go low. Tankersley goes high. Here they come for the start-finish line. Tankersley with the win. Johnny Torres second. Sometimes we might say that's it for the factory stocks, but oh no, there's more. One more heat race for the Gunslinger factory stocks as they got about 26 of them out here tonight, and this is going to be setting up for a great, great main event. Starting lineup, Gunslinger factory stock heat race number 4, 12X Daniel Ralston on the inside of row 1, 68E Cody Edlin outside row 1, 133 Megan Dotson inside row 2. Points leader 8-star Tim Holmeyer outside of row 2. Brian Harbison outside row 3 in 11X, and 38 Josh Sewell put on Facebook that he was coming up here today, and there he is in the 38. Sounds like one of the drivers was telling us that he lost a part out on the track. Is this a lawnmower or a race car? What is it? Lost a pulley of some kind out there on the racetrack. They're going to drive around while they put the track in shape. Rodney, you ever feel like when we're up here in the announcer's booth, we're really in the principal's office as well for some of the things that we hear? I mean, these guys, man, they probably can't remember when somebody spoke to them this strongly.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, it's a pretty simple concept most of the time what he's telling them. But,
you know. Do an impersonation.
Yeah.
I said roll in the top of the track. That's what he said. How simple is that? That's pretty easy to understand.
And they go to the bottom.
I said. H.E. Nauman doing a great job conducting this symphony of race cars out here tonight. Sometimes they listen, sometimes you got to put them in timeout. We always have fun up here, Rodney. You never know what you're going to hear, you never know what you're going to see out there, and it just makes racing that much more interesting. Daniel Ralston leads him around. He's on the pole. Cody Edlin next to him. Lights are out. Let's go 8 times around in this final heat race. Here they come. Green flag, green light. Let's go. Down the back straightaway. Tim Homeyer, your points leader in the Gunslinger Factory stock. He leads this main event. He only has a 20-point lead, 22-point lead over Steve Sims in the factory stocks coming into tonight.
There's that battle happening behind him, Milton. It is Ralston holding on, but here comes Sewell down to the bottom. Josh Sewell darts down to the bottom of the racetrack, and they drag race into corner number 3. Dotson rolling right behind him, along with Harbison in the 11X out of corner number 2 down to the bottom. Here is Sewell trying to make the move there, but Ralston able to hold on up on the top side. Good dogfight happening right there. But as that happens, that's allowing Tim Homeyer. He's got about 3/4 of a straightaway advantage over the rest of the pack. Checking in on Speed Zone. Here's Sewell down on the bottom. Ralston up on the top side trying to get the grip. Both cars wiggling a little bit. That's a big wiggle by Ralston. Sewell's going to get the drive, and he'll take the second spot. Megan Dotson will dive into the bottom spot.
Man, they are all grouped up back there racing for those final spots as Tim Homeyer just checking out of this race right now. He rolled that car last month out there on the back straightaway where it says Cotton Bowl Speedway. Walked away from it, got that car fixed up, had a big enough points lead that it really didn't hurt him. And he's out there right now driving it like he stole it. Another 4 cars all the way back behind him. This is a good 15, nearly 20 car length lead over the rest of the group. Josh Sewell, 38. Thank you for coming up to the racetrack tonight. We appreciate that. Harbison, Dodson, Edlin, Ralston doing a great job out there. 133 Megan Dotson running in 3rd right now. Steady Freddie down the back straightaway out of turn 2.
That time by Homeyer, 5.049 seconds is the advantage. So it's over 5 seconds and growing each and every lap. That time by 2 to go for your race leader, which is Homeyer. Here is Sewell hanging on to that second spot. That time it grows by 0.2, 5.35 seconds. 5.35 seconds. Tim Homeyer into corner number 3. He's about to ride it home. White flag, 3/8 of a mile. One more time around.
And 5 seconds is huge in dirt track racing. That could almost be you're on the turn 1 and everybody else is in turn 3. White flag comes out one more time around. Man, this has been a good race for Tim Homeyer. He's setting the pace and he's showing why he is your points leader, and he wants to hold on to that and take that track championship home with him in that 8-star. He takes a win right there as he passes the flag stand. Sewell finishing up in 2nd. 133 Megan Dotson finishing in 3rd. All right, should be the Magnum IMCA Modifieds. All right, let's take a look at the starting lineup. Magnum IMCA Modified Heat Race number 1. Cody Duke in the 26D, 163 Hardy Henderson outside row 1. 48R Raymond McSpadden and Chris Morris, 94. That's row 2. Here comes an outlaw. He is ready to try to steal something from somebody. Number 12, Cody Leonard, up here with his sister Caitlyn. She did a great job in the factory stock. Cody does a great job no matter what track he goes to. Gage Fuller in the 07. 00, Alan Dean rounds out heat race number 1.
Yeah, this will be good indeed. How about that? Cody Leonard back on the racetrack. Had a little off-track incident, but now he is back and ready to go. Here we go. Cody Duke, Hard Time, Hardy Henderson up on the outside as we get set to go for 8 laps. In the Magnum Custom Trailer, IMCA Modifieds, green and going. We are off and racing. Down on the bottom side, it is Duke, whole shot move. Up on the top side, Hard Time, Hardy Henderson, way up high. Raymond McSpadden, but look at that drive. Onto the back straightaway they go. Chris Morris in car number 94. Morris up on the top side. He will push it down into corner number 3. Sparks from the back of the 94. Still working down at the bottom of the racetrack is Duke. Duke trying to hold on right there. He will take the spot, or the spot will be taken away by Chris Morris in the 94. Back straightaway they go. Way up the track goes McSpadden and Hard Time Hardy Henderson right there behind him. Cody Leonard able to get up into that podium spot. He rides in third. It's side by side behind him. Henderson and McSpadden.
Chris Morris got high on the wheels up there, up in turn 3 and 4. Looked like he went up on 2 wheels coming out of turn 3. He kept it on the ground, though. He stays out front. One of the great drivers that I've seen over the past few years. Got his first main event win ever at I-37. I got to do the first ever interview with him, and very humble young man doing a great job. Here comes Cody Leonard in the 12 trying to give chase, but once Chris Morris gets out in front, he is a tough guy to catch.
Good battle happening there a little bit further back. You check in right there on Race on Texas Speed Pass. You got Cody Duke in that 26D car. Here is Hardy Henderson up on the top side. Raymond McSpadden trying to wheel it down to the bottom in the speed shot right there. Side by side, McSpadden on the bottom. Hard Time up on the top side. Hard Time going to try to crank it down to the bottom of the racetrack. A little bit of contact right there. Here's Henderson at the quarter panel. Back straight away they go. At the door, down into the corner. You watch both of those cars just slam down to the ground as they hit the brakes, getting off. Oh, look out. McSpadden into the fence right there. Able to gather it back in, and they race. Up at the front, it continues to be just checking out from the pack. Chris Morris, but here comes Cody Leonard. 2 sticks in the air this time by.
2 laps to go as Nathan Lavender holds him up in the air, and Chris Morris comes around. He's seen that a lot of times. The first one past, Cody Leonard staying right there with him, not able to make any improvement on that lead. 26D, Cody Duke settling into third, but Duke goes way up high in between turn 1 and 2, and that may cost him a spot going into 3 and 4. 1 lap to go, Chris Morris. Cody Leonard.
Battle happening right there behind him. Hardy Henderson able to make the pass free and clear in third for the moment. But up at the front, big time move at the beginning of the race, and he will coast to a win out of turn number 4 at the hometown racetrack. Out of Taylor, car number 94, Chris Morris wins heat race number 1. Second place car, Cody Leonard. Here is your battle for third. It will be Hard Time Hardy Henderson, followed by the 26D of Cody Duke and Raymond McSpadden in the 48R.
Chris Morris is just, sensational at what he does. Now, back in the summer, Chris had just a slight points lead over Derek Scott. And then 1 week, Chris had just a little bit of an off night. They swapped spots first and second, and Derek Scott Jr. has been leading in the points ever since about, I want to say, early July. So this has been a 1-2 battle between them. Morris comes in tonight only 3 points behind Derek Scott for the points lead. Now, don't think you're seeing double, okay? Chris Morris, he did leave the track in the in his race car. We got one that looks identical. Brenda Kirby in the 94B. Jamie Campbell in the 29, outside row number 1. 01, points leader, Derek Scott Jr. Outside of him on row 2, 148, Garrett Higgins. The 082 of Earl Sinibaldi. And the 95, the most fun name to say, Lightning McGreen.
Lights are out around the racetrack as we get set to go. They stack them double stack, 6 cars, 8 laps. Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds, Magnum Custom Trailers, 3 locations, Austin, Georgetown, San Antonio. Green and going, we're off and rolling. Here they come. Whole shot move up at the front of the pack. How about that? Brenda Kirby taking the field down into corner number 1. Onto the back straightaway they go. Kirby up to the top of the racetrack. Point leader Derek Scott down on the bottom. Derek Scott says, I'm getting away from all the mess behind me, but Garrett Higgins is coming. Higgins down to the inside. Jamie Campbell up to the top of the racetrack, crossing it down to the bottom. Here is the point leader. Derek Scott trying to make the move right there, Milton. He'll follow Brenda into turn number 1. Let's watch him crank it down. Not the drive he needs that time off of turn 2.
Man, Brenda Kirby does a great job of that 94B, and Derek Scott Jr. thought he saw an opening a couple of times as Kirby goes high up on turn 3 and 4. Scott thought he saw that gap to shoot by, not able to take advantage of it, stays in second. 148, Garrett Higgins staying around in third, but now he's being challenged from the 4th spot. But look at Brenda Kirby, 94B. She drives that car like she's been driving it all her life. Derek Scott Jr. staying right with her. This is setting up to be a great main event coming up later tonight. Jamie Campbell running 4th in the 129.
Opening up the bottom, though, and here's Derek Scott pouncing on that advantage as Derek Scott takes that lead. And now your point leader, 1 car length into turn number 3. They skate to the top of the racetrack. That top working in so nicely. Not quite up on the cushion, but they're definitely top shelf as Lightning McGreen goes off of the racetrack. Jamie Lightning McGreen down at the bottom of the racetrack, and now to the back straightaway they go. Derek Scott hanging on. Here comes Garrett Higgins. Garrett Higgins is an invader. Garrett Higgins is fast. Higgins is going to the bottom. Let's see if he can drive by Kirby on the front stretch.
And Derek Scott doing a masterful job of staying right there with Brenda Kirby, looking for that opening. Once he saw it, he pounced on it. Kirby now all the way back to 3rd as the 148 of Garrett Higgins now moving up to 2nd. Higgins in 2nd, now chasing, and now your race leader Scott crossing right there in front of you. 2 laps to go that time by. Easy drive right now for Scott, setting himself up for a good main event run coming up later tonight.
This right here, Milton, is what Derek Scott wants to see all night. He doesn't want to see anybody around him. He doesn't want to see anybody on either elbow. He just wants to cruise. 3/8 of a mile to go right now. And as we go into the main event tonight, what better table do we have set than 1st and 2nd, separated by 3 points, and the dominant cars on the racetrack right now are those 2 very contenders right now. Here comes out of corner number 4. Derek Scott Jr., double checkered flag. Scott wins heat race number 2 in the Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds. Garrett Higgins comes home 2nd, followed by the 48 or the 94B of Brenda Kirby.
I think Brenda held out as long as she could, and then those other 2 cars just became too dominant for her, and she backs up from 1st to 3rd after leading early in the race, but don't count her out in the main events. Now, that's going to wrap up our regular night of classes for the heat races, but if you've never been here before, you are about to see some of the best racing ever out on the front straightaway. So if you need to, run and get some food and drink, hustle back up, because we're about to have some of the best racing you've ever seen. And for those of you that come every Saturday night, you know what I'm talking about. But those who are here the first night, you are about to have a whole lot of fun.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Vanjie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Rockdale Fire Department is very thankful for Alpha One, and we appreciate Alpha One for sponsoring a truck for us.
They want to make the city of Rockdale flourish.
On behalf of Milam County and myself, thank you Alpha One Motors for all of your support.
I've been blessed to be here for 33 years, and we want to continue to do things the way we've done for almost 60 years now.
There ain't nothing that we can't get done here.
Tons of new inventory coming in. We got a little bit of everything new and used.
I am from Rockdale, born and raised here in the good old town.
They are continuing Miller Starnes' legacy.
And we're going to carry that on forward, investing in Rockdale, investing in Milam County, investing in Lee County, and all of our neighbors.
From the entire Alpha One team, we want to thank you, Rockdale, for welcoming us with open arms, and we look forward to serving this community for the next 60 years. Thank you.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the back stretch.
Here comes Training Perfect. Yeah, we sell the throttle control bars. Yeah, I mean, they're the secret to victory lane. Does the throttle control bar work?
He takes the lead early in the race. He brings home the Southern Sport Mod main event win.
Speed secrets, a throttle control bar on a track like this, that's where it's at.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. Too many checks to count in here. I would say they work pretty good.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're gonna drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Tom Patrick with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and threat.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Bonchai move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Leading us off tonight, 20-lap main event. Some guy named Ricardo Paez watching from the grandstands here at Cotton Bowl. Nathan Lavender taking the time to message me from the flag stand that he's got the best seat at the track. Hey, turn around and do your job, Nathan. Hey, folks, how about a round of applause for our great flag man up there, Nathan Lavender, keeping things under control. Race location at yahoo.com. Go ahead and send it on in. Who's watching with you and where are you watching from? We'll get a few of these thrown out when we can.
And y'all don't forget to tell people that Speed Pass, raceontexas.com, you seriously can. We are into big race season right now.
Shout out to Marianne, Judd, and Glenn. They're here at the track tonight enjoying some green light racing. Thank you, Marianne, Judd, and Glenn. Starting lineup for your Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas feature race, 20 laps. Pole is 88, Brandon Spreen, Kagan Moore next to him in 1K. 121, Brian Falkenberg, 03, Drew Stark. 44M, Thomas Mock, 12T, Dylan Coyne. 626, Jason Rivas, and 15, Ty Paxton. Fifth row back, 81, Dylan Spreen. 41T, Dustin Rude. 48, Mikey Land. 64, James Fitzgerald. Row 7, 25, Dylan Budnick, and 5, Gary White. Row 8, 93, Adam Stelly, and 717, G.W. Egbert. Row 9, 28, Roger Peel, 2A, Alan Brown. Row 10, James Williams in the 09, Danielle Long in the 08. Row 11, inside, 19R, Ashlyn Newton, and 2, Jerry Book. And row 12, back by himself, to 54 of Brandon Cloud. Hey, here's a shout out to Heather Southard. They're here for Wyatt's 7th birthday, picking up speed. Here they come. Green flag, green light. Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas.
Up they go into turn number 1. Spreen up on the point in the 88. Back straightaway they go. This will be imperative right here. Got to get everybody through turns 1 and 2. Back straightaway they go. These guys are humming around the racetrack. Spreen up at the front of the pack. Right behind him is Keegan Moore. They are 3 and 4 wide behind him. A little bit of contact there behind him. Everybody stays clean and green. Spreen will lead lap number 1, but here comes Drew Stark. Drew Stark so strong in that heat race. Caution flag on the racetrack.
Yellow comes out early in this main event 20-lap race as we got 2 cars out there, one facing one way, one facing the other out in turn 4. We'll see if they can start those engines up and turn them around. Off to a good start, Spreen was right from the very beginning. But hey, happy 7th birthday going out to Wyatt Southard. Yes, you got your shout out. Thank you for being here tonight. James Hammock is back home in Lorena after breaking down halfway there. Oh, James was on his way to the racetrack from Lorena, breaks down halfway here, had to turn around and go back.
Man, so that must have happened from Lorena to here. That's past Round Rock, so that must have been probably somewhere out around the tollway, somewhere off 290, I bet you. Man, because that's a pretty good haul from Lorena.
Noah Crosswhite celebrating an 18th birthday here today at the racetrack, and it's his first time here. Happy birthday, Noah Crosswhite, 18 years old.
Caution flag waving right here over the Dwarf Car Racing Series at Texas. They did manage to get one lap in, so it won't be a complete restart. So we'll get everybody back in line. We'll have to figure out the race lineup. But we got the best scorer in the business here. We got Miss Ann Weir. She's working up here on the top side. We'll figure out, we'll tell the guys where they need to be, and we'll go green flag racing. Actually, we will go to a restart, pardon me. So they did not get around for a complete lap.
20 lap, big time around the track. Callan Katkowski, hope I said that right. Callan Katkowski in the grandstands. First time here at the race with Callan and Kinley. Thank you for being here. Sheila Feist and Michael Feist from the grandstands on the pit side came here to watch some friends race. Joel and Joe Garcia. Thank you to the Sheila and Michael for being here tonight. Frank Sell and Evelyn Brock watching from the box right next to me. Left side or right side? Welcome, Frank Sell and Evelyn. We appreciate it.
All right, so one car down on the inside as the yellow flag waves over us once again. We've got one on the hook down there. Track safety crew working. These Dwarf cars can be a little hard, a little tougher to get them off of the racetrack right here, because not your standard-looking car right there. It looks like that's Jerry Book in the 2 car. So he had some problems in the main event. His second time off on the hook tonight. So not a good night for one of the best dudes in this group. That is Jerry Book, the driver of car number 2.
Yeah, you hate to see that happen. You make this trip up here and you take that hook in the first race, and then you get into the main event. You're hooked up the second race. It just makes for an unproductive weekend. But he's been doing this for a long time, so he's had his highs, he's had his lows. This just happens to be one of those low nights tonight. Ricardo Paez with his in-laws here at the grandstands tonight.
Complete restart coming up. We'll stack them 2 by 2. Stacking them 2 by 2 as they make their way around corner number 3. Rolled up white flag in the air. We are showing them one this time by. Showing them one right here as we get set to go.
Man, it's a good-looking group of the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Always putting on a good show wherever they are at all the racetracks around South Texas. Always happy to see them show up. Hey, shout out to Lenny Fleury with the Crazy Koala Group. Somewhere right there in front of me, Lenny Fleury. There you are, right there. Good deal.
Here we go. DCRST lights are out around the racetrack. Front of the pack, it is Spreen and Moore as we get set. Making their way down into corner number 3. They will get ready to hit the gas, drop it into gear, and we will be racing. Here we go. Main event time at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Green flag.
Brandon Spreen starting on the pole. Takes off quickly down into turn 1 and 2. Holds the low line, trying to make a quick breakaway in that Dwarf Car 88. Down the back into turn 3. Long single file line as they all stay together. Brandon Spreen trying to pull away and set the pace. Not really doing a breakaway right now. Some of them going high, some of them going low, some of them going right in the middle, trying to work it out right at the beginning of the race. Some of them trying to get it in gear right there on the front straight.
You got Jason Rivas up to the top of the racetrack. Dylan Coyne in between them. A little bit of contact there. Spreen all the way across the racetrack, and now it's Dylan Spreen up to the front of the pack, down at the bottom of the racetrack. Let's watch them go. That is Dustin Rude. You got the Spreen side by side. Rivas right behind him. 1, 2, 3, followed by Rude. Coyne is there. Here comes Dylan Budnick, followed by the 0-3 of Stark. Oh, my goodness. Hang on right there. Dylan Spreen continues to hold on. Here comes Dustin Rude, but Rivas is going to the top side, Milton. Rivas is going to be a factor here before it's all said and done. Dustin Rude so good down at the bottom of the racetrack. A good push down into the corner once again, and here they come out of the corner. Dylan Spreen leads on the bottom side. Here comes Dustin Rude.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of room there as Dylan Spreen does have the lead, but he's got some gamers right behind him as they go low. Dylan goes high up on turn 1 and 2. No movement there. You got a group of about 5 cars back there, 3rd through 7th. Nobody really trying to get in a breakaway right now. Watch out. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. There you go. Uh-oh, got one up in the middle of turn 3 and 4. He started going towards the outside wall and nearly took out a car behind him.
And that looks like an unfortunate break right there. That is Dylan Coyne. Dylan Coyne goes around. Coyne was running in the top 5, but something happens right there. It's so hard with these cars. I've driven these cars for a while, or drove them for a while. Man, you have to, they're so twitchy. I said that earlier. They're so twitchy. If you lose the grip on them, you can overcorrect so easily. And, of course, there's no fenders. They're running open-wheel cars. They get together, and, man, it can be Katie bar the door just that quick. Coyne, unfortunate break right there, as he will have to go to the back of the pack.
Dylan Spreen started on the inside of row 5, the 9th position, worked his way up to the front, holding it right now, but he's going to have some hard-charging competitors right behind him. The last thing you want to see when you got the lead and any sort of gap between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd is a yellow flag come out and bring everybody back together. Good news is Dylan Spreen has a great car. 41T, Dustin Rude, has worked his way up right behind him as they get ready for that Delaware restart. Looks like the 41T Rude is going to go on the inside of that 2nd row of cars.
This is going to be a fast pack up here at the front. Milton, you got Spreen that's going to pull this Texas two-step restart in. You got Rude sitting in the 2nd spot. Rivas is flirting on that top side. The top side is working in nicely. Green flag in the air. Here we go. We got 15 laps to go on the gas. Spreen down into turn number 1. Here's Rude down at the bottom. Rivas up on the top side. Brandon Spreen down at the bottom, followed by Budnick. Drew Stark up to the top. Look at that drive. Drew Stark with a big power move up on the top side. He will work into 5th. Here comes Budnick back down. That's a hot spot on the racetrack. They are side by side. Dylan Spreen continues to hold on to that advantage. Here comes Dustin Rude, followed by Rivas into corner number 1. Way up to the top goes Spreen. Down to the bottom goes Rude. Here comes Spreen back up on the top side. Throws a block, does Rude. And now they'll go into turn number 3. Rude, your leader, as they make their way out of corner number 3.
Well, Dylan Spreen did everything he could possibly do to hold on to that lead. Now he's gone from 1st to 3rd just like that as Rivas has jumped up into that 2nd spot. Rude first. Rivas going high up on turn 1 and 2. Rude keeps it low, as close to the tires as he can to hold that lead. Now Dylan Spreen, who looks strong and early. Uh-oh, yellow, bottom of 4.
54 car Brandon Cloud goes around, sits down on the apron right there as the caution waves for the 2nd time here in the Dwarf Car Racing Series, at Texas main event. And the battle shaping up right there. It looked like Spreen had himself a pretty nice jump once again on the whole shot restart. However, he loses the grip right there. Dustin Rude goes down to the bottom of the racetrack, so we see a lot of guys that are really working up in that 2nd and 3rd groove. Rude working down at the bottom, but he gets to the front, and now he's working in the middle of the racetrack. So 7 laps complete, 13 to go here for DCRST.
Getting them lined up, race director giving them the words on where they need to go. 7 laps complete in this 20-lap main event, 13 to go as Rude was able to make that move and get by Dylan Spreen, who quickly was pushed back to 3rd as Rivas came up. Now we're going to start it all over again. We got Spreen, Dylan Spreen on the inside of that 1st row of 2 cars, and you got Brandon Spreen right behind him in the 88 on the inside of that 2nd row of 2 cars. Jessica Billings, thank you for being here tonight with Calvin, Bobby, and Scarlett. Appreciate you, Jess, and Calvin and Bobby Scarlett.
All right, Milton, here we go. It is Dustin Rude pulling a big old field of DCRST Dwarf cars through the corner into the start zone. Green flag, we're racing once again. Spreen down to the bottom. It is Dylan, Brandon right behind him. Up to the top, watch that Rivas car. Spreen side by side running in 2nd. They go 3 wide out of turn number 2. Rivas up on the top side. Here's Dylan Spreen down on the bottom. Big push down into the corner. Rivas up on the top side. Brandon Spreen, the middle of the sandwich, the meat of the sandwich. They make their way out of corner number 4. Dustin Rude continues to work down at the bottom of the racetrack in the corners. He flashes down. He goes straight to the bottom. Now Spreen's going with him. Budnick's going with him. Up on the top side, it is Rivas. Rivas power move out of turn number 2. He'll try to dive up to the top. and nothing doing right there. Caution flag on the racetrack once again.
Brandon Spreen thought he had a shot of moving up into the 3rd position, and now he's got shuffled all the way back to 5th as we got the 2 cars right there coming out of turn 1. Kind of a little T-bone, doesn't look like it's too serious there, but Brandon Spreen thought he had that 3rd place spot and got shuffled all the way back to 3rd. Kinley Crawl in the grandstands tonight, your first ever dirt race. Kinley and Callan, thank you for being here at Cotton Bowl Speedway and your very first ever dirt race. We hope to see you again. Eric Cheney also watching, it looks like, from the grandstands. All right, Texas two-step on the restart. Line them up. Leader out front, 2x2, all the way the rest of the way back. Some of these drivers that I see towards the back and in the middle, normally I see them up front, but right now it's Rude and Dylan Spreen running 1-2. Paxton all the way back in, it looks like 7th. So normally he's running up front in that green and black 15. Lights are out, ready to kick it back into gear at the pink tire on the restart. Rude brings him around out of turn 4. Green, green, green. Here we go one more time. 12 laps to go as they fire down into turn 1 and 2.
Rivas once again up to the top of the racetrack. This time Spreen gets by on the inside. Side by side behind him, Dylan Budnick is right there. Brandon Spreen up on the top side. Drew Stark followed by Ty Paxton. Here they come around, spin at turn number 3. You got 2 of them around. Looks like Mikey Land and one other car sitting in the middle of the racetrack. So we'll have to take a look. It looks like Land is rolling. It looks like the white car is still sitting down at the bottom trying to get that fired. And it will not fire. 31 car sitting down at the bottom. 31 car will not go. So the caution flag waves once again.
Highly unusual for the Dwarf cars to have this many yellow flags in a main event, much less this many yellow flags in a night. They're just having a rough start at it right now and trying to get through this, but one thing leads to another. Hey, Mac Lee here in the grandstands. We got Big Mac, your older brother Josh the boss, Ty the judge law, and Miss Katie the captain. Welcome to all those folks out in the grandstands. Cam and Boo Alvarado watching from the grandstands tonight. Thank you for being here. Boo. Happy early birthday to Alex, Ricardo Paez's father-in-law, watching here in the grandstands. First time at the racetrack. Thank you to the Paez group from coming up from San Antonio. Jonathan McElveen doing some fishing and watching some racing down in Port O'Connor. Thank you, Jonathan, doing the double duty tonight, watching the races and fishing at the same time. Hunter Lansford here at the racetrack tonight with Uncle, his dad, and a buddy of his, and the wife. Thank you, Hunter, and that group that's here tonight as well. Wow, that's a good group of folks that responded fairly quickly, and thank you all for watching from Port O'Connor or from the grandstands. We appreciate you. Or if you break down halfway here and have to make your way back home, thank you for at least tuning in.
Caution flag out once again. 8 laps complete, still showing 12 markers to go. Here with the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Got one on the backstretch over there getting the hook. So we will get that car up and out of the way. Still lots of racing coming up tonight. Championship night, you've got your street stocks, your IMCA sport mods, your stock cars, your sport compacts, your Gunslinger factory stocks, your Magnum custom trailer modifieds. All of that still happening here tonight on championship night here at Cotton Bowl Speedway after the Dwarf Car Racing Series at Texas.
Hey, you know, you're talking about championship night. We've talked all night long about how close some of these classes are. Just as a reminder, when the street stocks come out, there's a 4-point difference between first and second place. When the Magnum IMCA Modifieds come out, there's a 3-point difference between first and second. And when the IMCA Southern Sport Mods come out, there's a 6-point difference between first and second. So those three right there, single-digit difference in those groups. And, of course, Round Ball Rodney watching and running this show for Race on Texas, sitting right behind us here, running the cameras and running the screen. I think Round Ball pretty much explains your girth, yes? Technical director here at the racetrack. Really talking them up out there in the race receivers around the track. Round Ball Rodney giving me a hassle up here. I think it's the first time I've ever been in the room with two people named Rodney.
Yeah, that used to not be a very common name. And I know growing up when I was a kid, nobody ever called me. They'd always call me Ronnie, or Butthole, one of the two. That's when I got older.
We don't see too many Miltons in the same room, but yeah, two Rodneys in the same room. Yeah, not many. All right, let's see if we can knock out this Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Big green lights all the way around. Here we go, picking up speed one more time, leading them down the front straightaway. Nathan Lavender holds that flag up in the air. Dylan Spreen going as low as he can without hitting the tire. Dylan trying to grab that lead. He cannot do it that time out of turn 2.
Oh, Daddy, look at that race right there. Rude throwing the block down on the bottom. You got a spin. You got Brandon Spreen involved. You got Rivas, Ty Paxson all involved right there. The Rivas car goes around. He takes Spreen with him. Paxson nowhere to go, getting right in the middle of that. And the caution still has not come out if we can get the 15 car rolling. And the caution flag comes out once again. Caution flag number 5.
Well, it's kind of odd to see those numbers that we talked about, Paxton and those others that were caught up in that. Normally they're out in clean air, free and clear of all the hectic activities that happen during a race. And Paxton was winning so many races a couple of years ago that they started putting a bounty on him. Some of them have now started to catch up to him, but one of the Spreen guys got caught up in that as well. Just a tough night for the Dwarf cars. That's the 5th yellow flag for the Dwarf cars.
Checking out on Speed Pass, here is the replay. Dustin Root bringing the field around. You just see Rivas, a little bit of contact with Brandon Spreen. Nowhere to go as Paxson as he comes into it. And it's just a very slow spin for Rivas. They're on the gas and no time to react.
Yeah, Brandon Spreen, he saw it coming and he just hit the brakes and spun to avoid just a little bit of contact on the Rivas car as he spun in front of him. Watch him hit that back left tire. Brandon Spreen does, but Rivas was already in the spin right there, and Paxson just got caught up in it. Those front two cars are staying right down there on the low side. Meanwhile, here comes Budnick up on the outside. Along the outside wall, Dylan Spreen is just following Dustin Rude all the way around, inch for inch, spot for spot. Spreen, if he goes low, Spreen follows him. Meanwhile, Budnick's trying to find something on the top side.
And here they go. Big battle happening right there as Rivas is there Onto the back straightaway they go. Rivas trying to find the move right there. Budnick hanging on. Here comes Stark. You see Stark jam the brake right there. He's going to set it down to the bottom. He lets the car rotate, and he will drive out. You got a spinner down on the bottom of turn number 2. Caution flag. Caution flag. Great job right there. However, all for naught. It's Paxton once again in the 15.
Highly unusual for the 15 of Ty Paxton to not only get caught up in an accident like he did out in turn 3 and 4, but actually have that spin by himself out there in turn 1 and 2. Just an unusual night for the 15 Ty Paxton, but you know, things happen at racetracks like you said. Sometimes you have a good night, sometimes you have a bad night. Right now, Ty Paxton crawling out of that green and black 15, gets out, takes his gloves off. He's explaining to an official his side of the story, and the official looks at him like, yeah, okay. All right, Hook comes out. Going to pick up the 15 Ty Paxton car, unceremoniously remove him from the track, and that's it for Paxton.
There he is out there talking to Rivas.
Yeah, he was.
Gets hard though, man. These cars are so close on the racetrack right there.
This is just like open wheel racing with Indy, and all you got to do is just touch it just a little bit, and you're going sideways or going up the hill or down the hill.
That was the biggest change for me, Milton, when I started driving these cars. Driving the big cars, I was used to like going into a corner and you'd lean on somebody and whatever happened. I did that once in the Dwarf car, like my second race, and I went right up over his tire. I never did it again intentionally. Never did it again intentionally. It's tough.
Uh-oh, there's Cotton Bowl Speedway quarterback Marianne Nauman throwing things up into the grandstands. Her arm looks just like Dak Prescott's, like a wet noodle. Actually, Prescott's having a really good year so far this year. Doing real well. Rodney Rodriguez says the Cowboys are back.
Well,
they're back
last week.
Last week they were.
They're back playing again. They're back playing again. We'll leave it at that.
I got Ezekiel Elliott as my first pick in the fantasy draft, and he's been a bust for me so far.
Well, I've got your quarterback as mine, and he has been exceptional for me.
Here we go, picking up speed as Patrick Mahomes leads him down the front straightaway. Here comes your race leader down the front into the turns.
But right on his tail, Josh Allen right there. Derek Carr on the outside in the black car. All right.
Dylan Spreen moving right up into the second spot, staying. He's shadowing right there with your race leader, not letting Rude get too far away. Dylan Spreen having a good run tonight. There goes, is that Budnick back high up on turn 1 again. Everybody giving chase, but right now, Rude's got a really good run tonight. Dylan Spreen, as good as his car is, can't catch him.
Yeah, he really can't. There's just too much drive down at the bottom right there. You watch Rude, he goes up to the top of the speedway and then he just drops it right down to the bottom. Nobody else has been able to do that. I saw Spreen a couple of laps ago. He was trying to follow in that same groove, but he just doesn't have the corner speed right now that the 41 does. The 41 is just reacting perfectly to the racetrack down at the bottom, and now he separates himself. That time by, he leads by 0.6 of a second, and the action happening behind him. Here comes a 12 car of Budnick and Stark as they race right there, and that is getting awful racy right there.
Dylan Spreen was following Rude space for space, gravel to gravel, and all of a sudden he can't stay low like you said anymore. Now he's going to try it again. He's trying to stay low. He went high a couple of times there, but really got nothing for Rude right now, Dylan Spreen. But we got some really good races going on further back in the pack as these guys are racing for as good a finishing spot as they can. All right, all right. off and running. They start that race whether the officials were ready or not. Down the back straightaway they go. Coming out of turn 2. They are looking strong, hammered down as we call it up here. 41T, Dustin Rude running a great race. Spreen trying to stay with them low one more time. Down the front straightaway. Spreen now back to taking that low line, staying with Rude, but he's running out of time and he may not have the horsepower to make the pass on the 41T, Dustin Rude, for the win. 25, Dylan Budnick now trying to move up. He's in third. And that's how they're going to finish as the cross checkered flags go. Rude with the win. .41T, Dustin Rude is going to be in the winner's circle tonight of the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. He's the feature winner of the 20-lap main event. He'll pull it on down there. Rodney Rodriguez walking down there for that winner's interview. And next up, we're going to have 6 classes of fast-moving cars. The street stocks will be up next, followed by the sport mods, I-stocks, sport compacts, factory stocks, and the modifieds will wrap it up for the night.
4th place car tonight, there is a 25. That is Dylan Budnick. 3rd place car, it is Dylan Coyne. 2nd place, Dylan Spreen, your winner. In the 41T up on top, it is Dustin Rude, your winner here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway as he works at the beginning of the race, gets the whole shot move right there, takes off, and does not look back. Dustin, great run, man. Talk us through that one.
That was a long race. I thought the cautions were never going to end there. I got a little tired, but, man, it was a good run. We fought the car for, I didn't even know what to do after hot laps. I was throwing wrenches everywhere. My buddies in the pits. Randy Jackson, we just got the motor put in yesterday, so that came through. I can't thank everybody enough. My wife at home, my kids, Popcorn, my stepdad that helps week in, week out, especially without all my sponsors in a place like this to race. It might be a 5-hour drive, but it's worth it.
So, Dustin, let's talk about that. I think one of the things that you'll notice when you go back and watch this, you would come up to the top of the racetrack, you'd go straight, you would be at the bottom in the corners. Guys would try to do that, but this car was rotating way too well. Nobody else could do that. Talk about that setup, man, because you had something nobody else did.
Well, just racing, you know, I raced another class, IMCA Mod Lights. We just went up to Iowa and running with those top guys up there. You don't just run a normal line with them. You got to make your own line, and that's what I figured out. Just make my own line, make it work until they can show me their nose or something, which he almost got me on the bottom right there, but that just told me I needed to keep it a little tighter. So,
absolutely. Great job. Big round of applause. It is Dustin Rude, your winner here tonight in the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. He will autograph this right here. It's going up into the crowd, so you guys don't hurt each other. Don't hurt each other. If you want a Frisbee that bad, I'll give you one. Oh, nice touch right there. Well done, well done. Dustin Rude, the winner here tonight with the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Coming up onto the backstretch, championship night. These are your street stocks.
And now this is where the championship night starts for the local classes here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, as we're going to have the feature race for the street stocks leading us off. 10 of them are out there. We're going to set it at 20, but if they have a couple of yellow flags, we may have to cut them back. But let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineup. On the pole, your points leader, number 9, Tommy Gurrell. Second in points, outside row 1, Todd Roberts McAvoy. In the 5, Dwayne Toyin. Outside row 2, 3D. Main event winner last week, Darrell Rhodes. Inside row 3, the 2 car of Joe Garcia. 67, Joe Boop, outside row 3. Row 4, the 7A of Will Arnold. Next to him, the 05 of Daniel Gaudet. And the back row, row 5, 64L, Shane Lander. And next to him on the outside of row 5, the 591 of Johnny Murner. The drivers have been informed that we're going to start it off as a 20-lap main event, but if it starts to get crazy and we start to have multiple yellow flags, we will cut it back. Tommy Gurrell on the pole, your points leader. Todd Roberts McAvoy next to him, 75, second in points. Street stocks only separated by 4 points for the win. Here we go. Championship night. Race number 1 in the street stocks. Tommy Gurrell with the lead. Roberts McAvoy setting up behind him. 4 points is going to be tough to make up if they finish 1-2.
How much better than this, Milton? You let the top guys get up to the front. Not let them, but they get up to the front. Oh, a little wiggle right there. McAvoy trying to crossover move right there, but he loses a grip in Gurrell. What Gurrell is going to do right now, he's going to run that asphalt line. We've watched him do it so many times. He's going to point that Camaro, watch him dive down right here. It's going to be hard to pass. McAvoy's got his work set up for him here tonight.
Dwayne Toyin hanging right up there with your leaders, as is last week's feature race winner, Darrell Rhodes. McAvoy getting pushed from second to third now as the Toyin car cuts him off down the front straightaway. Makes the pass to second. Now Todd Roberts McAvoy trying to make that pass down the back straightaway. He wants to get second place. Staying right there, Toyin on the high side, McAvoy on the low side, but Tommy Gurrell, that's who everybody's chasing. Championship race number 1.
And as this happens right now, that's just allowing Tommy Gurrell to get away. Now here's Roberts McAvoy down to the bottom once again, but Toyin's going to get back on the gas. Gurrell's not really getting the separation that he wants, because check out Toyin. Toyin closes up to the back right there. Just a great diamond off of the corner there by Tommy Gurrell, but here we go down the front stretch once again. It's 2.5 car lengths into corner number 1. Toyin's going up to the top side. You watch McAvoy. McAvoy staying in that same bottom line that Tommy Gurrell is running. Dwayne Toyin could be the sleeper in this whole situation, Milton.
But if he jumps up front and Tommy Gurrell stays there, I mean, it's a done deal with Gurrell as the win. But, oh, watch out. Toyin got up along the outside wall. Thought he saw an opening he was going to go by, but Tommy shut that down quickly. Gurrell holding that low line, Rodney, just like he said he would. Now here comes Toyin down the back straightaway, down along the back straightaway wall, into turn 3. Takes that middle high groove. Gurrell stays low. That could be the death of him right there as Toyin passes for the lead.
This is going to be the situation. Can the 75 figure out a way to get his car work? He just watched Dwayne Toyin make that move. Can he duplicate that? We'll watch him. He goes a little high right there coming out of corner number 2, but the backside just slips up just a little bit. Now Gurrell's going up to the top of the track as well. They exit out of corner number 4. It's Dwayne Toyin. Tommy Gurrell right now is not worried about Dwayne Toyin. He just wants to hold on to where he is at right now. He's moved up to the middle of the track, but here comes Roberts McAvoy down on the bottom. But behind him, Will Arnold putting the heat on the 75 of Roberts McAvoy.
These drivers are having to constantly adjust in the race, as we were talking about Tommy Gurrell driving the low line for that first part of the race. Now he's had to adjust to the middle to upper groove as he goes into turn 1 and 2. Look how high he's going now compared to what he did in the first 3 or 4 laps. But right now, Dylan Toyin trying to check out. He's got the lead. Tommy Gurrell, points leader. Todd Roberts McAvoy second. No change right now, so if they finish as is, Tommy Gurrell is going to have that championship win.
Working towards the halfway point right here. Next time by, they'll see the cross flags from Nathan Lavender up in the birdcage, but here is the battle right here as you check in on Speed Pass. Up the track goes Roberts McAvoy. Here's Will Arnold down on the inside in the 7A down into turn number 3. So now the point lead increases just a tad bit more. There's a spot in between the first and second contenders. You see the speed shot right there. Will Arnold into the 3rd spot, and now knocking on the back door, here comes Darrell Rhodes. Darrell Rhodes is going to put the heat. Tommy Gurrell is just cruising right now, holding on to that 2nd spot.
Got one at the bottom of 4. They're telling him to stay green, green. Up there comes the yellow. Yellow comes out, and this will bring that group back together and kind of give them a moment or two to think about what they need to do. Dwayne Toyin's got to be the most upset about that one, as he had opened up such a good lead. And the 64L, Shane Lander, brought out that yellow flag, but now Toyin, all that hard work he has done, now he's going to bring that group right up behind him. the rest of the drivers really racing for the bigger cash tonight as tonight's winner, not racing for the championship points and the check that'll come with that, but they're racing for the winner's check tonight.
And that's the thing, that is going to be the fine line right here, because now, like we said, there's a little bit of separation right there because you've got Gural leading the points, Will Arnold sitting right there between them. Now this is where that veteran experience of Tommy Gural's going to have to figure out a way to stay ahead of the 7A. Roberts McAvoy is going to watch those laps start to count down, and it's going to get down to go time. He's going to have to do something to try to get up to the back bumper of Gural.
Yeah, Daniel Gaudette, third in points. He's driving the 05 street stock out there, right? But he's 41 points out of second place, so it's a non-factor in moving up into second. So Todd Roberts McAvoy and Tommy Gural, they are racing for first and second, and unless McAvoy can figure out a way to move up there and put Gural like 3 or 4 spots back, I just don't see any change here in first and second place.
Here we go, Texas two-step restart set to happen. It is Dwayne Toyne. Lights are out around the racetrack. He can go whenever he wants. Here's Tommy Gural getting aggressive down on the bottom. The 9 car will work on that bottom groove. Let's take a look and see when Toyne hits the gas. He will do it right now as he diamonds it up. Green and going. Here we go. Gural down on the bottom. He's got Roberts McAvoy right behind him. Will Arnold up to the top side. Oh, my goodness. Now it gets tight, Milton. Here we go. Look at McAvoy as they hit the back straightaway.
McAvoy trying to make that inside move coming out of turn 2. He thought he had it for a moment. Will Arnold got a good jump on the restart, but got shuffled all the way back to 4th. McAvoy now on the inside of Gural. Gural on the outside, McAvoy on the inside. Here they come on the inside going into turn 1 and 2. McAvoy turning that steering wheel as hard as he can. Doesn't work though as Gural jumps back into second. Here comes Will Arnold moving back up side by side with Roberts McAvoy. Contact into turn 3. And McAvoy may get shuffled back one more spot by Will Arnold if he's not careful.
Here they go side by side into the corner. Down at the bottom, it's Will Arnold. Daryl Rhodes right there behind him. Tommy Gural leading that 4-car freight train onto the back straightaway. Now side by side, Arnold into 7. Here's Roberts McAvoy up on the top side. Will Arnold, oh my goodness, McAvoy way up on the binders, but he's able to hold on as Dwayne Toyne leads another lap. 3 wide down into turn number 1. Daryl Rhodes down on the bottom. Will Arnold in the middle. Roberts McAvoy up on the top side. You don't want to see that when you're racing for a championship. Somehow McAvoy up on the top side pushes by all of that mess and continues to hold on to 3rd.
That's a great group of driving back there as the laps clicking away. It looks like we're going to get all 20 laps in here on championship night. 3 wide driving all the way around. Great racing out here tonight in the street stocks, the Cotton Bowl Speedway street stocks. But right now, your leader easily doing it. Coming out of turn 4, no challenge from Tommy Gural. This is your race leader, Dwayne Toyne, going into turn 1. He's got about a 10, 12 car length lead or more. And it looks like this is how they're really going to wrap up with 5 laps to go this time by. Roberts McAvoy, unless something happens, Tommy Gural is going to be your track champion this year as McAvoy still fighting for the best finishing spot possible. He gets by Will Arnold back into 3rd. Even though he may not win the championship, he still wants tonight's check, and he wants that to be as high as it can be. So he went from 4th to 3rd, coming out of turn 4, closing back in on Tommy Gural. Love to get that 2nd place check tonight, as well as 2nd in points.
Here they come out of turn number 4. That time by for Dwayne Toyne. That lead 3.229 seconds as we check in on My Race Pass. You can do that as well. Download the My Race Pass app. You can check into live timing and scoring. Follow along with Milton and I, just as we are doing right now. This time 2 sticks in the air, 2 more times around. This is lap number 18 for Dwayne Toyne as he leads. It is a battle happening behind him. Roberts McAvoy getting shuffled back. Those 2 veterans, Milton, Will Arnold and Daryl Rhodes, those guys are just causing havoc back there in this points race.
Not sure what's going on with that Roberts McAvoy car. He got shuffled from 3rd to 5th right there in turn 2, and he's having a hard time staying up with the race leaders. 1 lap to go as they go by the flag stand. Nathan Lavender showing it out there to Dwayne Toyne. Toyne running an excellent race tonight. Nobody had anything for him on this championship night tonight. He's not in the championship chase, but he will call himself the main event winner in the Cotton Bowl Speedway Street Stocks. Dwayne Toyne with the win. Tommy Gurrell crossing in second, McAvoy in third. Will Arnold getting shuffled up and spun around right there coming out of turn 4.
Factory stock 48 to the rear, it says.
And Rodney Rodriguez is going to go down there and interview our race winner tonight, Darrell Rhodes. You've seen the 3D. He won the main event last week, but tonight it's Dwayne Toyin.
All right, in Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, here we go. Fourth place car tonight, car number 75, Todd Roberts McAvoy. Third place tonight, unofficially your track champion here tonight, it's Tommy Gurrell. Runner-up is Darrell Rhodes in the 3D. All of that pending tech, so they have tech inspection before we actually know the final standing. So hopefully tonight we will have officially Edward Tommy as the champion. But we're in Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, and we are getting set to talk to the man. No championship, no care anything about that. He just wanted to get to Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, getting set to jump out of the car. He will be out here in just a second. The Frontline Delivery Special, Terry's Body Shop, car number 5, making his presence known tonight. Getting set to jump out, veteran driver. Is back in style. Here we go. Out of the car, Dwayne Toyin, your winner. In car number 5. Here's Dwayne Toyin, your winner, man. You mentioned it, dude. Been a little bit, my brother. Been a little bit.
I'm tired. That was one of them kind of races that I thought they were all over the back of me. I was hearing them, and I know all them guys are fast in this class, and I just think it's a treat to be able to come out to Cotton Bowl Speedway. Not only, I guess, just have a lot of fun doing what we love to do, but also with all the fans and all the friends I've got here over the years.
So Dwayne, talk about it. You've been in that spot. You see those guys, you know they're racing for a championship, and you say, I'll just drive around you. I'll just drive around you. How cool was that?
Well, it's cool, yes, but I know Tommy and Todd were really, really close in the points for the championship this year. I just didn't want to get in their way. Right. I didn't get this car until about mid-season out of the Kansas City area, and so I just wanted to come out here and race and have a good time. So if I finish first, great. If I finish last, great. I was just out here to have fun. Yep.
There he is, Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane. My man, Dwayne Toyin, back in Victory Lane here tonight as he wins it in car number 5 in your Outlaw, or in your Street Stock. Sorry, I got my tracks mixed up. All right, this is going up into the crowd. Remember, don't hurt yourselves. Don't hurt yourselves. Coming up on the backstretch, there they are. Championship night rolls on. IMCA Southern Sport Mods on the back straightaway.
All right, championship night continues here at Cotton Bowl Speedway as the IMCA Southern Sport Mods come out for their 20-lap main event. Front row is going to be 28, Rowdy Chenard. Next to him, high 5, Joseph Ponton Jr. Second row inside, 55, Rusty Head with 21T, Taylor Florio next to him. H14, Heath Stewart, row 3 inside with Joe Maple next to him. Inside row 4, Robert Stewart, 32. Joel Garcia next to him. 717, G.W. Egbert, row 5. Johnny Torres, 99, next to him. Row 6, Dustin Mooney on the outside. Tracy Denby inside in the 15. Row 7, 777, James Honish inside. Row 7, outside, 11, Tom Grothhughes. 19, Jared Barber on the inside of row 8 with Kevin Parker next to him in the 7. Row 9, inside 21S, Rookie Smith. 12D, Dwayne Owens next to him. Row 10 on the inside, 38, Jackie Davis. Jason Hubert Sr. on the outside of row 10 in the 778. And Doug Ripple, last man out, number 8, Sport Mod. Oh, man. Rodney Rodriguez, IMCA, Southern Sport Mods. Got some great names out there. Lights are out. Former track champion Rowdy Chenard leading him around turn 4, coming up to the pink tire. Nathan Lavender keeping an eye on him. Here we go. Green flag, green light. It's championship night. This main event racing, Chenard and Pont lead him down the front.
Oh, my God, Milton, they are side by side, 3 wide behind them, almost stacked 4 wide. Here we go down the back straightaway. Everybody free and clear through all of that somehow. Up at the front of the pack, it's Joseph Ponton Jr., Rowdy Chenard right there. Here comes Rusty Head, Robert Stewart down at the bottom of the racetrack. He's Stewart kind of bouncing around just a little bit right there. 4 wide out of the corner. Up on the top side, it is steady Joe Maple. Here comes G.W. Egbert down at the bottom. G-Dub in the 717 trying to win this championship here tonight, working down to the inside. He's got Joel Garcia right there. Darting down to the inside, Milton. This is a gaggle of race cars out of corner number 4.
Look at that 32 of Robert Stewart really making some moves up front as he's really got the confidence after that heat race. Ripple in the back, no harm, no foul, keep it on going. But 32, Robert Stewart doing a great job in that pink and purple car, staying up there with the front runners. Look at him. Oh, watch out. Just as I say that, Robert gets loose. I jinxed him.
He's able to hold on, though. Joel Garcia gets on the binders right there, goes down to the inside, front of the pack. It is Rusty Head, your brand new leader, car number 55, making the pass on Joseph Ponton Jr. Now Robert Stewart right there. G.W. Egbert, look at the battle behind him. Taylor Florio right in the middle of all of that mess. Here comes the 15 car down to the inside. What a battle. Watch Denby. Denby has made some major moves down at the bottom of the racetrack. Here we go side by side as all of that begins to happen. Look at the push off at turn number 2. It's Robert Stewart up to the top of the racetrack on the outside of Joseph Ponton Jr.
Who is this maniac driving the 32? He's doing a great job, Robert Stewart is tonight. He went way high up on turn 1 and 2 and then shot it down the back straightaway to try to make up ground. There he goes one more time. Front straight, just out of turn 4. Rowdy Chenard coming out of the exit at turn number 4, and that'll bring out the yellow of the IMCA Southern Sport Modified. This is another one, Rodney, that we have this is another one where we have a very close points race. The 717 of G.W. Egbert comes into tonight first in points, 402 points. But then the 777 of James Honish is only 6 points behind at 396. So that's another championship race where it's a single-digit lead, and every position is going to count with a big race like this. And anybody that gets in front of you or next to you, you're going to have to be nervous. As Egbert, 6-point lead, and let's see where everybody lines up on the restart. But the guy to watch, 32, Robert Stewart, doing a fantastic job on the restart.
And Egbert at the moment with a nice cushion between himself and Honish, because you'll have Egbert on the inside of row number 3 on this Texas 2-step restart, and you've got about 3 rows further back on the inside. It'll be Honish in the 777. So we'll watch those two.
You know what was crazy on that restart? We had 2 rows of 3x3 on that start of the race. These guys are really doing a great job. They know what they're doing, but You know, the dark horse to win this main event tonight, maybe not the championship, but watch Robert Stewart in that pink and purple and white 32. He's got a lot of confidence coming off that heat race win earlier tonight.
So here we go. We've got them lined up. Texas two-step restart. Rusty Head up on the point. In car number 55, Joseph Ponton Jr., Robert Stewart on the outside, G.W. Egbert on the outside, the 15 car of Denby on the outside. Next row down on the inside, it's Garcia, Taylor Florio, followed by the 99 of Johnny Torres, Heath Stewart, James Honish. We are ready to roll. Here we go. Lights are off around the racetrack. Rusty Head setting the pace. He'll go when he wants. He eases up to the top of the corner, slams it down to the bottom on the gas. Green flag. We're racing with the Sport Mods. 15 laps to go on championship night.
Yeah, when Rusty Head started that race, he brought the nose down on that car that was on the row right behind him. That could be very dangerous on the restart, but Rusty Head doing a great job. He's got multiple wins over the past month and a half, but he's about to be passed in turn 4. Here comes a new race leader. Now Rusty Head trying to fight back down the front straightaway. New race leader going into turn 1.
And that's what happens on championship night. The champions get ready. And here we go. It is G.W. Egbert up to the top of the racetrack, now slashing down to the bottom. Denby up on the top side. Here is Ponton right there. Joel Garcia down on the bottom. Your championship leader is the 717 of G.W. Egbert. Now putting the heat on your race leader, Rusty Head. Further back in the pack, the 777. James Honish can only watch this with packs of cars in front of him. Back straightaway they go. Rusty Head down into the corner. They now go single file around the racetrack. Out of corner number 4 this time. It's 12 laps to go for your race leader, Rusty Head. G.W. Egbert in the 717 rides in second.
How quickly these things can change. Egbert got the lead for just a moment, about a half lap. Got up front, then he got shuffled back to third, and then he put it back in the gas and got back up to second to give Rusty Head a chase here. As they come around, laps are clicking away. Egbert, like you said, has that nice cushion over the second place car of James Honish in the championship points race, not the race that you're watching, but the championship points. And here comes Egbert one more time, coming out of turn 2, trying to get right up next to Rusty Head. Multiple time winner, Rusty Head over the past month and a half. Egbert, championship points leader, pushing it out of turn 4, door-to-door racing. They're looking at each other through the windows, waving at each other. Who's it going to be coming out of turn 2? Egbert. Egbert could have it. There he goes. He just inches ahead, like they say on TV, just inches ahead.
Here they are onto the front straightaway. 1 car length advantage right there. Egbert working down at the bottom. Let's see what Rusty Head does right here. Is he going to try to cross it going down to the bottom? Not able to do it as Egbert slams the door right there. But here comes Denby. Denby is right there in the 15. Rusty Head almost to the back bumper once again. We are in single-digit laps to go, this time by 8 to go. Now everybody bottom feeding down at the bottom of the racetrack. The 717 of G-Dub drags the field down into the corner. Rusty Head slams it in as well. Here comes Denby. Rusty Head down to the bottom. A little bit of contact right there. Denby up to the top side. Maybe contact there with Rusty Head. Here comes the 99 of Johnny Torres into the 4th position. It's another lap in the books right here. It's 7 to go for your race leader, G.W. Egbert.
Rusty Head's got nothing in the championship points race tonight, but he wants that winner's check here at Cotton Bowl Speedway and get another one. This will be like his 3rd in the last month, and he's trying to get by G-Dub to get that win. But like you said, Johnny Torres trying to come up into the mix as G.W. Egbert cruising down the front straightaway into turn 1 and 2 and holds it low. Rusty Head, nothing for him right there. Johnny Torres moving up right on the inside, pushes him up a little bit high. Watch turn 4, turn 4. Looks like Rowdy Chenard one more time on the high side of turn 4 brings out the yellow. As Johnny Torres had started to make a move on Rusty Head. This will bring everybody back together. Got about 5 laps to go when we have this restart. G.W. Egbert, Rusty Head, Johnny Torres, your front 3 right there. And, you know, like we said, G.W. Egbert racing for the winner's trophy tonight and the championship points trophy. Meanwhile, Rusty Head, he's trying to get another winner's trophy and winner's check tonight, not part of the championship race. Johnny Torres, he's the visitor. He'd like to come up here and steal the money from everybody in the winner's check tonight.
So this caution flag right here, G.W. Egbert, and this is where you talk about Champions Night. The cream rises to the top. G.W. Egbert really wanting to silence anything. How do I win the championship? I just go win the race. And that's what Egbert has done. He's gone to the front of the pack early, and he's held on right there. He had a little bit of trouble. He had some good luck in that heat race, able to miss a little bit of a fracas over there at turn number 1. But he's been able to get to the front, but now he's got Tracy Denby Jr. right behind him. Rusty Head is there, Johnny Torres, and you've got the Heath Stewart car, Garcia, and then James Honish. Now, for Egbert, keep your nose clean, keep all 4 wheels on the ground, and go win this championship.
We could say it's still anybody's race, and they're racing for pride. They're racing for the winner's check tonight. Of course, GW's racing for a little bit more than that. But, yeah, Rowdy Chenard, former track champion, just having a rough night of it. He gets it started. He'll get to the back of the pack and continue on with this race. He's had some good races here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Rowdy Chenard in that 28. October 8th and 9th. Be sure to mark that on your calendar. We want you back here on Friday night and Saturday night for a big 2-day showdown. Oktoberfest, October 8th and 9th.
All right, here we go. Texas two-step restart coming up. 6 circuits to go here for your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. G.W. Egbert, your race leader, your point leader. Lights are out around the racetrack. Nathan Lavender in the birdcage in control. G.W. Egbert can go whenever he wants. Rusty Head, Tracy Denby Jr. right behind him. Up to the top of the track we go. Here is Egbert. He's going to hit the gas right there. Drop that rag. Green flag. We're racing in your sport mods.
There they go. GW leading them down the front straightaway. Holds that line as low as he can. Into turn number 1 and 2. Johnny Torres looks like he's kind of going high. Oh, Rusty Head nearly ran him over. Something's wrong with GW Egbert. Egbert dropping off the pace quickly. Goes from 1st to 6th. No yellows. Now we got problems. They're all getting ganked. Egbert off the track.
Yeah, big time damage right there. He gets hit from the backside. I think he had an electrical problem or something, Milton, because the car just quit running. And now he's sitting down at the bottom. Contact to the back, but your championship leader down at the bottom of the racetrack with 4 laps to go that time by.
4 laps to go this time by. Your points leader sitting in the infield. He only had a 6-point lead coming tonight. This is one of the craziest endings you're ever going to see. Yellow, yellow, yellow comes out on the track. Rodney, can you believe that? Your championship night of racing, your points leader is leading the race. Something happens to his car, brakes, gets hit from behind, he's out of the race, and only a 6-point lead, which is going to set up nicely for James Honish.
That had to be something electrical, Milton. It had to be something that didn't see any smoke, didn't see anything out of there. I don't know if the car lost a spark or what had happened, but it just did not go on the start. Well, actually, it did go on the start, but then it just petered out. No other way to put it. The car just quits running, gets damage on the backside, 5 laps from the championship, and by the wayside. James Honish, early Christmas present, if he can keep his nose clean.
This is absolutely crazy. You never want to, how do you say it, back into a championship. You'll take the championship, but man, you love to win it in a racing situation. And the other person who's got to just be feeling it, G.W. Egbert, coming into tonight, just had to have a clean run. And you never know what's going to happen with a race car. You just never know.
Yep, that's why I say there's no way to fix a race. You cannot rig a race because it's not up to you. It's up to the machine. You have to guide the machine, but you need the machine to finish. Denby on the gas. Green flag, 4 laps to go. Here we go with the sport mods once again. Look at that move down to the bottom side. Here is Torres up on the top side. Rusty Head, a little bit of a wiggle. He's Stewart down on the bottom. Joel Garcia is right there. Back straight away they go. And it is cruise control for Tracy Denby Jr. This time by 3 more times around for car number 15 as he leads. Johnny Torres hanging on in second. Heath Stewart right there. Rusty Head up on the top side. Milton, here we go. The battle right now is for 3rd all the way back to about 7th. 3 wide out of corner number 2.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Denby inherits that lead. Johnny Torres coming up here trying to steal money from the local drivers as he's the outsider. Running second right now, coming down the front straightaway in the bird's nest. Going to take some money back home to San Antonio. Here comes the 14 of Heath Stewart, sneaking up on the backside of Torres in third. Torres second, Heath Stewart third, as they come around with 1 lap to go this time by. Tracy Denby with the lead. Grabs the lead after Egbert goes out. Johnny Torres moves up to second in 99. Here comes your race leader. 2 more turns for him. The 15 started in the 11th spot, 6th row inside. Tracy Denby brings home the winner's trophy tonight. Johnny Torres second. Heath Stewart looks like he's going to cross in third place in this IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. A good race and just a heartbreaking race for your points leader, G.W. Egbert, as he had an issue going down the back straightaway and had to go off the track. Rodney Rodriguez, he's going to head on down to the track side, and he is going to be talking to our main event winner tonight. He gets the winner's trophy tonight and the first place check, Tracy Denby. They'll go tech the other cars, figure out the points, and we'll be talking to the championship winners here in just a bit.
IMCA Southern Sport Modified feature race, 4th place, car number 55. It is Rusty Head. Nice run as he led a good part of that race. 3rd place, Heath Stewart, car number 14. Car number 99, 2nd place tonight, Tech Sweet Tea, Johnny Torres with a nice run. And in Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, put your hands together. Car number 15, it's Tracy Denby, your winner here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Man, so take us through that one. That was a mad field of race cars right there, but you methodically just kind of worked your way. Saw you working down on the bottom and then up to the top. It gets pretty hard to kind of pick a lane when you have that many cars on the track.
Yeah, it really does. Man, the track was really awesome tonight. We had a good group of cars. Just had to move around and pick through them. Man, this Ovato car was rolling tonight.
Absolutely. So talk about it. I mean, you come into a night like this, and yeah, championship implications for guys, but when you see Egbert just kind of lock up right there, man, it's like you got to be on the binders. You just never know what's going to happen from the backside.
Yeah, you never know. It's a heartbreaker for him. Me and him good friends, and we race really good and hard and clean together, and I hate to see that happen, but I'm glad we can get this win.
Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, Tracy is your winner here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
And Rodney, we're going to leave you down there because we're going to move up James Honish as our championship winner in this division. So we're going to let you talk to James Honish as well.
What a drive for James Honish. Honish does what he needs to do. Just keeps that nose clean, and what a pack of cars. I mean, that's the thing that we were going to talk about tonight. It's one thing when you come into championship night and you have, I don't know, 10 cars, 8 cars or something like that. But in these sport mods, what a pack we had tonight. And you had invaders from all around the region right here. And they put on one hell of a show in the sport mods. It's Denby parking it in Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane. And we got 2 champions.
That's right, Rodney. We're going to leave you down there. We're going to let you talk to James Honish. And then Tommy Gurrell, our champion for the 2021 racing season. So James Honish, 777, Tommy Gurrell in the 9.
So here he is jumping out of the car. Tech is done. Everything is done. Trophy is here once again. Another time. 2021 Street Stock Champion at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Put your hands together. It's Tommy Gurrell, the driver of car number 9. And he's got 2 trophy queens down here. Great run for Tommy. And Tommy, let's talk about it, man. The championships, I mean, you're a veteran. I mean, you keep winning these things, but tonight it's you and Todd. And I mean, what a better way to do it. I mean, you guys are running together the whole night. Just talk about the whole night.
I'll take second.
Absolutely, and the championship even better than that. So what is it about this class, man? I love to watch these cars. It's a challenge. I mean, you've got the modifieds, you've got all of the factory stocks, but these right here, it's on you. It's on the drivers, man. This is a driver's class.
It is a driver's class. The cars are kind of sophisticated. Been running these cars pretty much for about 30 years, and, you know, they just get faster and faster and faster.
How cool is it that all the years on asphalt, everything that you've accomplished, and like you talk about these street stocks, outlaw street stocks, all this other stuff, this right here, this is a homegrown race car. That's got to be even cooler for you.
This is a homegrown race car. It started with me and Steve Sims in my shop. We put it together about 13 years ago. This car's been running 13 years. It's crazy, and it's one of the last leaf spring cars out there. It's definitely outdated, but it's still hanging in there.
Absolutely. Winning championships, 2021 Street Stock Championship. Put your hands together, my friend Tommy Gurrell.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well done, man. Well done. Absolutely. So championship trophy coming, or championship frisbee coming as well right here. So Tommy will sign that, toss it up into the crowd. All right, there he is, and that is a total for Tommy Gurrell. That is 8 total championships for Tommy Gurrell. How about that? 8 titles for Tommy. Gotta love that he does it in this car right here. All right, there we go. Tommy Gurrell is your champion in the street stocks. We get set to roll over our next official champion, IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds in the 777. Here he is. He does it tonight out of the race car. Your champion, James Honish, in the 777 champion of the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds 2021 here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. As he makes his way around, you got 2 guys right here. Man, I mean, it's one thing to win a championship, but me as a driver for so many years, when the good dudes win the championships, I love it. And that's 2 good dudes right here that are champions. James, how sweet is it, my man, to put the 777 in championship form right here at CBS?
I mean, I'm lost for words, honestly. When I chased GW the whole entire year, he led the points from day one. I came in tonight with 6 points behind him, and I knew that I just had to have, you know, for him to have a bad night and for me to have a good night, and that's exactly what happened. Is I seen him veer off into the infield, and I was like, oh my God, you know, that just happened. So, you know, for the rest of the race, the last 5 laps or whatever, I just tried to, you know, finish in, you know, a good position and not lose any spots because I didn't know how many cars were behind me. But, I mean, man, I won the track championship last year, too, and by 7 points to Joe Maple. So this is 2 years in a row that I just, I barely skinned by, but I mean, it feels amazing. I got to appreciate all the fans that come out every week. I mean, there's some of you that come out every week and cheer on us drivers, and we really appreciate it. We couldn't do it without y'all. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be no fun doing it without y'all. And then I got to thank my dad and my uncle. They work on this car for me while I'm at work during the week. My girlfriend Tiffany, she supports me I've been doing this 9 years now, and she supports me 100%, and I appreciate that. And Keith White, Champ Race Fuels, and Nate Mayer Wraps, Aaron Beard with Flying Bee Fab, Brian Walker with Hellion Race Cars, and Jason Ingalls with IRP Race Cars. I mean, I just couldn't do it without all of them. It takes everybody, and like I said, it takes you guys too. So it was awesome.
2021 IMCA Southern Sport Mod Champion, my man James Honus in the 777 as he wins here tonight, and he's got a Frisbee coming up as well. 2 champs crowned. We still got races to go. Hang around. It's championship night here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
All right, we got race cars on the back straightaway as we're about ready for championship race for the Browning IMCA stock cars. Coming into this race tonight, Marcus Harcrow in the 29 is your points leader with 413 points. Second in points, the 70 of George Egbert III at 403. So 10 points separating first and second Harcrow and Egbert III. Lineup looks like this. 21E Alan Essenberg on the pole, Bryce Burden 17 next to him. Row 2, M5 Dustin Mooney, 144 Joe O'Brien. Row 3 inside 21 Chris Florio, 94A Allison Morris. Row 4 inside Mason Doherty, 33M, 70 George Egbert III. Row 5 inside 1H Chad Herring. Row 5 outside points leader Marcus Harcrow in the 29. Row 6 inside 48R Raymond McSpadden with Ken Plonsky next to him in the 4K. Row 7 inside 23 CJ Gray, Nate Robbins next to him, 704. Here we go, picking up speed, green flag, green light. Another championship race underway. And they are taking off quickly and hard. Alan Essenberg, just like he did in the heat race earlier tonight, rushing out to that early lead. He goes on that high line. Goes up along the outside wall between 3 and 4 goes Essenberg. Spin out there between turn 3 and 4. We can back him up out of the way, not going to do it. Total restart on that one right there as the spin out there in turn number 3.5, let's call it. Tracy Scherner with the spin out there. No complete laps, so we'll put them all back together and restart the race. Looks like James Honus was pretty happy down there.
Oh, man, what a happy guy. Just a great season for him. Tommy Corral, just, man, what a class act right there. So cool.
A lot of good racing for him on asphalt in the past, and now he's doing a great job on dirt. All right, let's try it. Trying to get the 17 to move up. Yeah, they're motioning him, move up, move up. There you go. Thank you to the 14, to Joe O'Brien, 144. He got up there and waved out the window. Move up, please. That was the 17 of Bryce Burden who was holding that thing up. Alan Essenberg back on the pole. Had a great run during the heat races earlier tonight before he faded a little bit. But the Browning IMCA stock cars, 20 laps, ready to rapid fire around the track.
All right, we got them double stacked. Milton Hope, we are ready to go. Alan Essenberg on the point. He will lead them to the start once again. On the outside, Bryce Burton. Here we go, 20 laps to go. Nathan Lavender drops the green flag. We're racing once again here at CBS. Essenberg on the gas, takes the field down into turn number 1. Watch Dustin Mooney. Mooney with a good start. He's down on the bottom once again. Mooney will squeeze down to the bottom of the racetrack. Side by side, back straightaway they go. Dustin Mooney, J.O.B. Joe O'Brien right behind him. Mooney down to the bottom. Out of corner number 4, Essenberg mired way up on the top of the racetrack. Here's O'Brien coming down to the bottom. Dead heat at the line that time by. Mooney able to hold on. He stabs the brake just a second. And now they'll drag race it down the back straightaway, Milton. But it's Mooney with the advantage.
Dustin Mooney doing a great job of shutting the door on Joe O'Brien. O'Brien thought he had a couple of opportunities there in the corners, but Mooney holding it right there. Oh, look at O'Brien letting him know he's right there. Spin out up there in turn 3, throwing a bunch of the cotton bowl dust up in the air. But Joe O'Brien may be getting frustrated early in this race as he's not able to make a move and advance past the cars in front of him. Here comes the 21 of Alan Essenberg one more time. He's on the outside of turn number 3 and 4. He's taking the high line. He's going to come along the wall as Mooney stays low, dragging Joe O'Brien right there with him.
Joe O'Brien down on the bottom. He got the 21 car off the pace right here is Raymond McSpadden on the front straightaway. McSpadden in the 48. 33 car of Doherty spins out in turn number 4. Right in front of the pack. Caution flag. Caution flag on the racetrack for Doherty.
Man, Mason Doherty rolling down the track from the top side of the turn 3 and 4. He rolled all the way down. That could have been bad out there, but everybody was paying attention. The race director jumped in their headsets and let them know to go high or go low, and everybody avoided contact or major contact. But, you know, Joe O'Brien in the 144 thought he saw an opening a couple of times, and he made contact with the car in front of him just a little bit to let him know he was there. But O'Brien is looking for any small hole to get the nose of that 144 in there and move up an extra spot. He's not in the top 3 in the iStocks here. 29 Harcrow and George Egbert III are the only 2 cars in the top 3 out here tonight on the track. Looks like there might be a little oil out there in the dirt. The race officials in the infield were telling them they're going to run him through it a little bit. That's going to be, Rodney, exciting to hear. You're going to be running through oil on championship night.
Yeah, nothing to it, luckily at a slower speed. Although it is much easier to absorb it here than on the asphalt.
Oh, yeah. Remember at San Antonio Speedway when we'd have an engine blow up and we'd have an hour delay with 80 bags of kitty litter and trying to soak it up and scrape it up and sweep it off. Those are some long nights and long cleanups on asphalt. You're right. It soaks up a lot quicker here on the dirt.
So we'll watch this pan out right here. We'll chase Harcrow and Papa George Egbert there, and they are running right together.
Going to show them 1 to go, this time by the flag stand. 20-lap main event, got a couple of laps in. Mooney with the lead, Essenberg second. Essenberg, like we said, was running pretty good in that heat race and then faded late in the race. We'll see if he was able to correct whatever the issue is and have a front run up here during this main event. Joe O'Brien in the 144. Marcus Harcrow about midway back. He just has to have a pretty good finishing position. But like we saw in that last race, your points leader, anything can happen on a given night. Something goes wrong with the car, tire gets cut down. Next thing you know, you're in the infield, you're losing the championship.
Looks like we are set. Lights are out around the racetrack. It is Mooney up on the point, followed by O'Brien and Essenberg. Here we go. 18 laps remaining, and we are green and going. We are off and racing IMCA stock cars. Down into turn number 1, it is Mooney. Here comes O'Brien. A little bit of contact right there. Papa George Egbert now rides in the 3rd spot, almost 3 wide down the back straightaway, but backing off just a little bit. Now they gather it back in once again. 21 car down on the bottom. That is Chris Florio out of turn 4, flashing by. Mooney will lead by 3 car lengths, diving down into turn number 1.
Yeah, Mooney's just looking really good right now as Joe O'Brien, before that yellow came out, was right on his back bumper, and now he's kind of backed off. Looks like 4 or 5 car lengths, and now he's battling to hold on to second as he's being challenged for that spot coming out of turn 4. 21 Essenberg slowly dropping back in the pack one more time like in the heat race. He goes high up on turn 1 and 2. He drops back to 4th, going back to 5th as things start to pan out, stretch out around the track.
Out of corner number 4, here comes the field once again. Dustin Mooney getting racy there for second. Joe O'Brien holding on. Papa George Egbert now going to cross, go up to the top side. Egbert going to try to do it that way, take the long way around, but he'll cross it and go back down to the bottom of the racetrack once again. Chris Florio right there. There is Marcus Harcrow and Alan Essenberg, single file racing as they make their way out of turn number 4. Bottom feeding, working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody working down at the bottom. Trouble, turn number 3. You got 2 cars in a mess over there. It looks like Ken Plonsky along with another car in the mess there, but they'll go down to the bottom, and we stay clean and green, Milton. Good job by those 2 cars to get out of the way.
Yeah, Allison Morris got tied up out there in turn number 3 as they'll pull into the infield. I don't think they're going to be able to continue. Morris, she goes into the infield right there, but right now your race leader is just kind of pulling away from everybody else. Joe O'Brien in second, Egbert second in points, 3rd in the race. And Marcus Harcrow is only 2 spots back, so that's not helping any right there in this points race lead.
Papa George's going to need to get on the gas right there. He's got to get around O'Brien. O'Brien not doing anything radical right now. He's just running right at the bottom of the racetrack. But if you look right now, all of these stock cars running down at the bottom. Mooney, he'll dive it down to the bottom of the racetrack. O'Brien and Egbert will do it as well. Florio and Harcrow. Harcrow just sitting right there. At this point, Harcrow, he's doing arithmetic in his head. He's counting those points. It's a 10-point difference right now. If they stay as they are and they get through Tech, Harcrow will be your champion.
Yeah, I think, like you said, Marcus is just kind of looking to see where everybody is right now with that 10-point lead coming into tonight. And Papa George is not able to get by O'Brien right now, even though he's trying to squeeze that nose in there. I'm not even sure a 2nd and 5th place for Harcrow would be 10 points. So we just got to be on the lookout here. Harcrow, like you said, doing the math, knowing where Papa George is right now. Joe O'Brien kind of setting a blockade, though it's not meant to be, but he's not letting Egbert get by because Joe O'Brien would still like to get a 2nd place winner's check tonight, and he's not concerned whether George Egbert wins the championship or not. But, yeah, Joe O'Brien would like to get a much larger check.
Joe O'Brien is doing right now, Milton. He has the line that George Egbert needs, and Egbert can't go anywhere around him. Egbert wants to go down to the bottom, but the 114 is there, or the 144 is right there. Can't do anything with it, and now they race, but here comes Florio. Let's watch how Harcrow is going to try to get around Florio. A little bit of contact right there, using that old chrome horn right there under the back of that 144.
Egbert's riding him all the way down. Maybe he's sending him a text saying, get out of my way and I'll split my paycheck with you. I don't know. Here comes Egbert, though, as he pushed O'Brien down that back straightaway. Now he's got that inside position on O'Brien. Egbert goes low, taps him as he goes by. No harm, no foul. They keep going. But that pushes Joe O'Brien back to 3rd and Marcus Harcrow in 5th. And now he's looking at the 21 car and say, hey, sorry, bud, but I'm going to have to get around you right now.
So let's watch Florio. What will Florio do right here? So those 2 running nose to tail. We've got 6 laps to go that time by. Up at the front, it's Mooney. He's checked out from the pack. He's in his own zip code. Here's Florio hanging on. Harcrow's going to go down to the bottom. Marcus Harcrow, he's going to run it in deep, dive into the corner. Florio keeping him nice and honest right there. Going to pinch him down just a little bit right there, but Harcrow's going to be free and clear down on the bottom. He will make the pass. 5 to go this time by Milton, and it is coming down to the wire.
Harcrow is doing that math again and say, you know what, just to be safe, let me go ahead and get by you, Florio, to put that little spot between me and Papa George. But Joe O'Brien now in front of Marcus Harcrow and behind Papa George as the laps are clicking away. I think Marcus Harcrow is in a good spot right now because there's only one car between him and Papa George, a 10-point lead coming into tonight. So as long as everything stays running for these final 3 laps, champion should be Marcus Harcrow, but let's let it play out all the way through.
Absolutely, got to finish it. Here's Harcrow looking down to the inside of Joe O'Brien. Let's see if he's going to stay packed right there or if he's going to try to make the pass on J.O.B. Here they go down into the corner. Harcrow's going to dive deep. Now he steps it back just a moment, but Florio is well enough behind that there's not any contact right here. You got 2 to go this time by for Dustin Mooney. He's just checking out from everybody.
You know, the rest of the drivers, even though they may not be in the championship pace, they are looking for that higher paycheck. And Marcus Harcrow, even though he could win the championship tonight, he'd love to move up an additional spot, not only get the championship trophy, but tonight's trophy and a larger paycheck as the laps click away. 1 lap to go. Dustin Mooney just absolutely checking out tonight in that M5 Browning IMCA stock car. Mooney running a great race. Car was in good shape. Tires held up. Engine held up. And nobody had anything for Dustin Mooney as he goes into turn 3. Comes out of turn 4. Here comes your nightly winner tonight, Dustin Mooney, with the nightly win. Papa George Egbert going to finish up in second. Probably going to finish there in points. Joe O'Brien third. Marcus Harcrow fourth. And that should be enough for Harcrow to take the 2021 championship in the Browning IMCA stock cars.
Here we are, 4th car tonight, car number 29. It is Marcus Harcrow. Harcrow in the 29. 3rd place in the 144. It is J.O.B. Joe O'Brien. Your runner-up in the 70. It is Papa George Egbert. In Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, the winner, car number 5. It is Dustin Mooney. Your race winner here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway in the iStocks. Man, I got to tell you, Dustin, and I know these guys are racing for championships and all that. That was just a tail whooping that you just put on these guys. Talk about it, man. You were low and proud, man. You just took care of it.
Yeah, it's hard whenever you're out front like that. You don't know where anybody is, so you're just trying to make no mistakes and just pulling with the flow. And the less mistakes, the farther you pull, you think.
So talk about this car. I mean, you show up. I mean, you're always right there. I mean, but tonight, this car was on a rail. How was the racetrack? I know that last time maybe there was a little whatever, but track looked pretty good tonight, and this car stuck like a magnet.
Yeah, last time, everybody has their nights, racetracks. We're just thankful we got a racetrack to race on every Saturday night. Thanks, Mary and H. This thing here it felt good tonight. Jason Batt actually helped me out with the setup tonight, so big props to him, man. I mean, I can't thank him enough. Chris Florio, we didn't put this thing back together till 1:30 today, and I had to order all kinds of parts this week. It was an expensive week for me. Florio Racing Chassis helps me out. Dirt Defender, Midtex Motorsports, Encore Solutions Group, Mooney's Racing Engines, Robbins Performance Engines, just everybody. And thanks to y'all fans for coming out.
Hey, why weren't your brakes glowing? Or were they? I couldn't tell. There he is, Dustin Mooney, your winner in the iStocks here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane.
Oh, man, time to throw another Frisbee up into the grandstands as the Design Welding Sport Compacts get ready for their 12-lap main event. Tell him where to throw it, Rachel. Right up there over the fence. That's not too bad. Rachel, our picture taker out there, doing a great job as usual. Thank you, Rachel, for all you do. All right, Design Welding Sport Compacts ready for their 12-lap main event. We got 5 of them out there. Michael Burris had a good run in the heat race earlier tonight. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. The starting grid, T14, Taylor Stewart. Front row on the pole, 00. Cody Crabb will be right next to her. Second row inside, the 29K of Dylan Kowalik. The 81 of Michael Burris Jr. will be next to him. And the 5th car on the grid, the 8 of Casey Kraus. All right, going to show him 2 times around. We'll knock this out. Dylan Kowalik is pretty much the only driver that came in tonight with a guaranteed championship, no matter where things happen tonight. And the Kowalik Crazies are out there having a good time celebrating that 2021 championship. All right. Taylor Stewart on the pole. Cody Crabb. Feature race win back last month. Had won the week before but got disqualified for being too light. Came back the next week and won it. Taylor Stewart's got some wins. She's been in the Craig's winner's circle over here at the end of pit road. So 5-car shootout. 5 cars involved, 12 times around. Started off as a pretty good sized group earlier this year. We were having 8, 9, 10 cars, and then as the year went by, some of the cars were visiting from other tracks and have just decided to stay there, but we thank these 5 that have come out here tonight to race for you on championship night. Lights are out. Taylor Stewart leads him around, kicks it into gear, puts that gas pedal down, and Dylan Kowalik trying to make an early move right now. These two are dating each other, and Dylan Kowalik says that they are not friends when they're on the track. Off the track, they are boyfriend, girlfriend, but it's no holds barred when they're out there racing. Doesn't take any of that into consideration. Neither does she, seeing how she spun him out a couple of months ago on the front straightaway. That was a pretty interesting night. Kowalik going by Taylor Stewart down the back straightaway. He is already crowned the champion, the only one that was determined before we even started racing tonight. Right now, though, Michael Burris Jr. doing a great job just like he did in the heat race. Into the turns and down the back. Cody Crabb trying to stay there with him. Dylan Kowalik back in 3rd. Casey Kraus in 4th. Gives a little love tap to Kowalik behind him. Taylor Stewart gets shuffled all the way back to 5th in this 12-lap main event. Cody Crabb, if he decides to stay in this class next year, could be a very good competitor in this 00 Sport Compact. In the few races that he has under his belt, he's been doing a very good job in the races that he's performed in. Now we'll just see if Dylan Kowalik returns to the Sport Compacts next year. Is he going to move up to something different? We talked to him about it earlier tonight. Not sure where he wants to go, but it does involve money. It does take money to run different classes, and these cars get more and more expensive as you move up. So we'll just see where he goes and what decision he makes during the offseason. Right now, though, he's still got this set ready for his championship interview. No matter where he finishes tonight, he's the champ. Michael Burris looking for that winner's paycheck, though. It'd be nice for Dylan to get another winner's check tonight, but Michael Burris is having his way out there as Casey Kraus moving up on Cody Crabb. Kraus takes that inside line. Crabb stays outside. Kraus stays inside. Kraus doing a great job. Crabb goes high up on turn 1. Kraus doing a great job getting by Cody Crabb. Now Crabb trying to do a little crossover here, trying to find some grip and power to get by Casey Kraus to move up an additional spot. Right now, it's just about how much money you're going to get on that paycheck tonight. Championship decided, but where are you going to finish and how much you're going to make tonight? Right now, Michael Burris looking to take home that winner's check as we should have 4 to go. Next time by the flag stand, Nathan Lavender showing him and keeping an eye on him. What a comfortable night of racing out here as South and Central Texas starting to cool down in the evening hours. It'd still be about 95 degrees 2 months ago, but man, we have got some wonderful weather out here tonight as Michael Burris brings it around in the 81. Laps are clicking away. Next time by, he'll get the 2 flags to go. 2 sticks up in the air, 2 to go. Burris trying to chase home a main event win and the winner's check for tonight. Michael Burris on Easy Street all night long in the heat race in the main event. Casey Kraus trying to move up and make it close in these final couple of laps. It'll be 1 lap to go this time by the flag stand. Casey Kraus trying to ruin Michael Burris's night, but he's running out of time. 3/8 mile track, and that's all he's got left. And Casey Kraus looks like he's just going to come up a little bit short on grabbing that winner's check tonight. Michael Burris one more time into turn 3 and 4. That's going to do it. Burris will come home with the winner's check. Dylan Kowalik comes through, your 2021 track champion. Rodney's going to go down there and talk to our main event winner tonight, Michael Burris, and then he'll talk to our 2021 track champion, Dylan Kowalik. Coming up next, man, we have got a huge 20-lap main event, your Gunslinger Factory Stocks. This is going to be a great race, and then it'll be followed by the IMCA Modifieds to wrap up the racing tonight here at the track. But Gunslinger Factory Stock's going to be a great, great race. Michael Burris pulls up in the winner's circle, getting his picture taken by Rachel, and Rodney Rodriguez will be down there in just a moment to talk to him.
4th place, Dylan Kowalik. We'll talk to him in just a second. 3rd place, Cody Crabb. Casey Kraus out of the car, your winner. In Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, Michael Burris Jr. wins it here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Oh, you want to jump up there for a picture? No, he's good. He said he don't need to do all that. All those second place finishes. Monkey off your back, my man. First win ever for this dude. How cool is that?
Very
good. He says pretty good. Talk about the race, man. Your car was hooked up all night, man. I just love. I mean, you were in a league of your own tonight. It seemed like.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where the second place was, but it was good.
So how cool is it? I love that you run the 81, and I know the guys are up there in that 81. Talk about the specialness of that 81 number, man. It's a tradition for you guys.
Yeah. They wanted me to run it, so.
There he is. Michael Burris Jr. is your winner here tonight in the Sport Compacts.
Rodney's going to have Dylan Kowalik up next, and then our iStock champion is coming around turn 4 as well for his championship presentation as well.
All right, here we go. Championship night here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Sport Compacts jumping out of the car. 2021 Sport Compact champion, Dylan Kowalik. As he wins here tonight, there's the trophy. That's not the official trophy, but we'll get that later. So how was it tonight, man? We talked to you before. I mean, belly had to be a little maybe rumbly there a little bit. Were you cool under pressure? You look great out on the track.
I mean, my car wasn't the greatest tonight, but just glad that I didn't have to win it, I guess.
So talk about the season for you, man. You've been consistent all year. Most of the year, class of the field. I mean, you've just been so good. Talk about the season, all the folks that get you on the racetrack and keep this thing rolling for you.
Up front, not getting any DNFs, just trying to keep the car together, of course, but I'd like to thank my dad, especially because I couldn't do it without my dad. And my mom, they do so much for me to be able to race. All my family that comes and watches, all my sponsors, Texas Industrial Radiator, Hal Craner Rigging, Powder, Distinctive Construction, Hooked Up Outfitter, Bailey's Critter Removal, my family, Embroidery Plus, Qualix Construction, KCB Construction, and everyone who comes out and watches me, and Wilson County Towing.
2021 Sport Compact champion, my man, Dylan Kowalik. There he is, the champ.
Rodney, I want to know what's taller, Dylan or that trophy? Man, look at that trophy, and man, look at that.
All right, well thrown right there. Be careful, don't fall. Don't hurt yourself up there, everybody. All right, here we go. iStock champion 2021, Marcus Harcrow, here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, up on top of the car. What a season for this dude right here. Brand new race car. Talked to him at the beginning of the year. And let me tell you something. Not only is he this good here, he's this good everywhere. He's this good at Waco. This dude had one hell of a season. And he caps it off with a championship here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Marcus, my man, I've been talking all night about the good dudes winning championships. Oh, you guys go ahead. I'll jump in another one. That's a special one right there for you guys. All right, there we go. Oh, he didn't even mess around, boys. Like, boom, that one's going to go up into the thing. Your season, dude, I mean, I talked to you at the beginning of the year, brand new race car. Man, you've had this thing hooked up all year, and you've just been kick-ass all year.
Well, we've had our moments of not doing that, Rodney, but we certainly have changed our program a lot this year. I really have to give it up. Got to thank my wife for supporting me, both on and off the track. But really, our program wouldn't be where it was today if it wasn't for GRT by Dow. JP Dow sets this thing up, made a call after the heat race. We discussed it. We made the adjustments. KS Engineering with the power plant. I mean, we before this year, we've had issues with motors left and right. This one's, I mean, it's still pulling, 20-something races later. 29 Enterprises, Midtex Towing, Hardy Henderson Racing, ACM Electrical Contractors, Champion, Brand Oils, Nate Nightmare Wraps, I mean, really, anybody that's ever touched this car at any point, Josh Road Service, anybody that's helped us along the way to get us here, I mean, we couldn't do it without them. Got to thank the good Lord above for allowing me to be here and to do the sport that I love. And got to thank you fans. My family up there came out tonight to cheer me on. Cotton Bowl Speedway for providing the racetrack. It's been a great year, and I'm glad it's over.
Now it's time to have fun with the big races.
Absolutely. The whole way here, my stomach was in knots. This is my first real opportunity at a championship. I've never been able to complete a full season. So to finally be able to complete a full season but come out on top is just amazing. And, man, I can't thank my partners enough.
Good stuff. 2021 Browning iStock champion Marcus Harkrow here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. All right, back up to Milton. Look at that. Woo-hoo! That's a lot of factory stocks. The moon isn't full, but it might seem like it with this race.
Gunslinger Factory Stocks getting ready on the back straightaway. Your points leader will be the 8-star of Tim Homeyer. He comes in at 412 points tonight. 58, Steve Sims, second with 390. 22-point lead. Starting lineup looks like this. Caitlyn Leonard in the 9C on the front row. Megan Dotson, 133. 33M Mason Doherty, second row. Brady Ricks next to him. 8-star Tim Homeyer, third row inside. 17 Don Cron next to him. 99 Cody Tankersley, fourth row inside. 99A Alan Alexander. Fifth row inside Cameron Starry in the 741. Row 5 outside 8S Johnny Torres. Row 6 inside 38 Josh Sewell, next to him 174 Mickey Helms. Row 7 inside, Steve Sims on the inside, and the 58, Kevin Najek, outside row 7. Row 8, 21E, Jason Bogard. 11X, Brian Harbison. Row 9, 45, Seth Davis. 12X, Daniel Ralston. Row 10, 35, Ray Glaze. 49, Michael Keelick. Row 11, 68E, Cody Edlin. 15K, Kevin Batterby. Row 12 on the inside, X, Gage Fuller. 31, Alan Torres. Row 13, 17M on the inside, Chris Mercer. 48, Dash Dashnaw.
Back straight away they go. It is Caitlyn Leonard. Leonard and Megan Dotson. Oh, Milton, how about that, man?
Oh, two women up front leading the way.
Heck yeah, here they come. Leonard down the front straightaway. Dotson riding in the second spot. We got a melee over at turn number 4. Caution flag on the racetrack. Caution flag waves.
All sorts of action out there in turn 3 and 4 as they come together. Most importantly, you had Tim Homeyer out there. Looked like he was involved a little bit. Kind of got caught up behind everybody. Homeyer, your points leader, he needs to be real careful tonight. H-star, your points leader, Tim Homeyer, with a flat tire right out of the gate. They'll give him a chance. Okay, Torres. All right, never mind. Woo! That was close. $8 Torres looks like with the flat. All they said was 8, and the first thing I thought of was Tim Homeyer.
So that yellow flag waves, Milton. Still 20 laps to go. And I do like that, man. Caitlyn Leonard and Megan Dotson up on the point right there. Got Doherty sitting behind him. Brady Ricks in the 24, Tim Holmeyer, 17 of Don Cron. I like saying that name.
Don Cron, yes. Love it. Hey, you know, if these guys were smart, they would ask permission to get by Caitlyn and Megan. If they do, you know, you just got to be careful.
If is a big word, my friend.
Yeah.
If is a huge word.
You just don't do what you want to do to women. You got to ask their permission. But these drivers behind them, man, they are ready to rock and roll. Caitlyn ran a great heat race. Megan Dotson a good shoe as well. So it's going to be hard to get by Caitlyn anyway in that 9C, the way she drives around Cotton Bowl Speedway. But there's a lot of good drivers there. Cron, Holmeyer, Torres, and a whole bunch more. So we'll see what happens. These first-timers that are here tonight, they came on a good night. All sorts of excitement. They got to see the Power Wheel races. They're here on championship night when things really count. It's a good night to be here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We want you back here October 8th and 9th. Oktoberfest, Friday night and Saturday night. Mark that on your calendar.
So here we go, showing them one right here. Caitlyn Leonard, Megan Dotson. So that's going to be the case for these young ladies up at the front of the pack. Can they get away from the pack? That's what we're going to see. And the thing is, these caution flags, the caution flags will be imperative tonight. Let's see how that shakes out. But here we are, we're set to go. Still 20 laps to go. Complete restart coming up right now. Onto the back straightaway they go. They are double stacked all the way back. Gunslinger factory stocks locked and loaded, ready to go. Lights are out around the racetrack. Caitlyn Leonard in the 9C. She can go whenever she wants to go. Here she is taking the field down into corner number 3. We are ready to roll. Lights are out. 20 to go as they make their way to the pink tire. We're ready to go. Drop that red. Green flag. We're racing in the Gunslinger factory stocks here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Off into turn number 1. They are side by side. Leonard down on the bottom. Doherty on the backside. Megan Dotson up and they hit the back straightaway. Brady Ricks, big power move. But there's Tim Holmeyer right behind him. Out by her lonesome, it is the 9C of Caitlyn Leonard out of corner number 4, working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Here she comes. She will lead lap number 1. Caution flag on the racetrack.
Yeah, it sounds like a bumper fell off the 70s all the way up there at the top of turn 3. Kind of blends in with that wall up there, but they'll go up and pick it up and get it out of the way. Caitlyn Leonard one more time running a really good race. No laps complete. We're still at 20. Total restart. Caitlyn Leonard will move back to the pole spot with Megan Dotson pulling up next to her.
Caitlyn's got to be thinking, come on, boys. What are we doing wrong here?
Yeah, I've only got so many good starts here at this racetrack, and I've used up 2 of them so far.
Johnny Torres back out onto the racetrack once again, Milton, as we get set to go. Lights are out around the racetrack. We are locked and loaded, ready to go. Third attempt at a start. Here we go, 20 laps remaining. Gunslinger factory stocks. Championship night here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Into the start zone. We are ready to go. Nathan Lavender likes it, and green flag drops. Caitlyn Leonard, hole shot down into turn number 1. Leonard leads the pack into the corner as they make their way onto the backstretch.
Man, Mason Doherty bumping on the back door there, trying to get her attention, letting her know that he's there. Megan Dotson on the outside of her, row number 1. 133, Megan Dotson, Caitlyn Leonard leading the way, but Doherty looking for a door to swing open. He's on the inside down the front straightaway. He's going to try to squeeze Caitlyn up the track. He's staying as close to the tires as he can. Caitlyn stays in the gas, doesn't let him get by that time, but it looks like Mason Doherty may be setting up for a pass on the very, very, very inside of this track. You can't go much lower than what Doherty did that last time around.
Caitlyn Leonard working down at the bottom of the racetrack. She is really working that bottom groove. The key is going to be for her to be able to stay right there. At some point, we'll see when that line begins to flex to the outside of her. Doherty content at the moment it seems like, to follow behind her, but here comes Holmeyer. Holmeyer could be the one, Milton, that's going to go up into that second and third line. But right now, everybody status quo, minding their P's and Q's as we now have 17 laps to go.
And we both know Caitlyn very well, and how long can she drive that low line and turn that steering wheel and hold it as hard as she can. Mason Doherty, he's doing real well, but how long can Caitlyn hold up that strength? Does she have the capacity to make it all the way around 20 times on the inside and hold off Doherty? That looks like Doherty's preferred line. Caitlyn knows it, and she's staying low. But like you said, here comes Holmeyer. Holmeyer likes to run the top side. He's running along the outside wall right now, and they're catching up with slower traffic. This is where Holmeyer, your points leader, has got to be careful.
This is going to be the point right here where the race can change drastically. You said it, Milton Hope. Exactly, not only the race, but also the points championship, as you've got to get through that lap traffic. But as all of that happens, Caitlyn Leonard able to get out. We've got about 2.5 car lengths right now, but it closes up. Holmeyer now exploring the outside. Holmeyer goes to the top side, but Leonard now running in the middle of the racetrack. She'll drop it right down into the bottom of the track, and she's got a great drive off of the corner. So far, so good. Next time by, it'll be 15 to go for the 9C, followed by Doherty and Holmeyer.
Yeah, she's really holding that path there on that low side because she knows that's where Doherty wants to go. But she's got to be worried. She doesn't know Holmeyer's back there and trying to grab the middle of the track. Yellow, yellow, yellow out on the track. Fourth yellow flag of the main event on championship night for the Gunslinger Factory Stocks. Caitlyn Leonard leads the way. We talked to her in the pre-race show earlier tonight. She had the experience of racing up at Texas Motor Speedway. She's been to Texana. She's been here at Cotton Bowl. She's been at I-37. She's been at South Texas Speedway. She's been at other tracks up in North Texas. So she's getting a lot of experience on the different types of tracks. But doing a great job right now holding off Mason Doherty, who prefers that low line, and she's keeping that door shut. Meanwhile, Holmeyer, he's trying to go to that middle and high line, and we'll see if he can sneak up behind both of them and grab that lead.
That's really the point right there, Milton, is both of those top two cars, they want that line. That's where their cars are responding. And it's actually nice. You look at Caitlyn's car on the back straightaway. Look how that car looks like it's sitting lower to the ground. She's running lower air pressure on the left side, and that's why that car is digging so well down at the bottom of the racetrack. So as the race goes on, that tire pressure is going to continue to increase a little bit. Maybe she gets up to the middle part of the racetrack at some point. It's going to be interesting to watch, but all these yellows, that doesn't help build the tire pressure up any.
Yeah, Doherty and your front runners up there have got to be chomping at the bit. They want to get long runs going. This is already our fourth yellow flag. We're not getting a lot of long runs to, like you said, build up that tire pressure, maybe move Caitlyn up into the middle of the track. So we'll just see how things go. We got 13 laps to go on this restart. Josh Sewell coming up here to the track tonight, and he's running about mid-pack, so thank you to Josh for coming up. Going to show him 1 to go, this time by the flag stand. Caitlyn Leonard in the catbird seat right there leading this group. Mason Doherty right there, Tim Holmeyer, Don Cron. Still anybody's ball game with 13 laps to go, but Caitlyn running a great race, looking for that winner's check tonight. Holmeyer looking for a championship tonight, came into it the 22-point lead over Steve Sims in the 58. About a 40-point lead over Don Cron back in third. So I think it's really going to come down to Holmeyer staying out of trouble. Don't get caught behind slower traffic and make a mistake and get taken out. Here we go, green, green, green on the restart. Caitlyn Leonard fires down the front straightaway.
Another great hole shot move, and now she's got Holmeyer at her right elbow up to the top side. Goes Holmeyer onto the back straightaway. Let's watch Tim. Look at that drive out of corner number 2. Big time push. You got a mess over at turn 1 and 2. You got about 5 cars in a pile up right there. And the caution flag waves. And this is one, Milton, that Caitlyn will not mind. because Holmeyer had a hell of a run up on the top side.
Yeah, he got up on that middle high side coming out of turn 2. He went to the right side of her along the outside wall, and just as he was pulling up for the lead, the yellow came out. So yeah, she'll regroup and rethink that strategy and make sure she's not caught off guard next time.
So all of that happens. Let's check in on Speed Pass. So into the corner, Megan Dotson just loses a grip, and then everybody coming right at her, just trying to go to where the wreck is not. So Dotson there, sitting right in the middle of the racetrack, a little closer up at the front of the pack. Great replay on Speed Pass. There you see Dotson go around. Everybody on the binders. Great job by the 99 to get around, the black 99. Nowhere for the 11, the 12K, and the white 99 to go.
That's the thing about when somebody spins in front of you, which way do you go? Do you go high? Do you go low? Is somebody going to come up behind you and take you out? And you just don't know which way to go. But Megan Dotson bringing out that solo spin and brings out the yellow and gathers up cars behind her.
And it looks like what Dotson actually did right there is she dove the car into the corner. The car in front of her probably momentarily snapped the brake. And so she had to get out of the gas, and the car just broke free. And then it was all hell behind her.
All right, all involved rule. Everybody involved in that one's going to be heading back to the pack, all started by Megan Dotson, and we'll get the rest of those cars back there. Oh, there it is. Daniel Ralston, 12X, is going to go back there as well. Got caught up in that, the all-involved rule here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And, you know, you do the best you can by not getting involved in one of those things and getting tagged to the back, but it happens.
Single file restart when we get this lined out. 12K.
All right, so now on the single file restart, this is going to put Tim Holmeyer on the restart about 15 to 20 feet behind Megan now, or Caitlyn on the restart, instead of being right up on her back bumper. Trying to communicate to these drivers that it is a single file restart.
So trying to get our starting lineup, or our restart lineup here, 11 car into the pit, so should be at the back of the pack. 12K also trying to get to the back of the pack, but needing some discussion right here.
So we can stop these back cars that have no idea, or they just want to keep pushing forward.
Okay, so some of the cars are not paying attention inside their helmets on where they're supposed to be lined up. We don't like to go under red light conditions to get the cars lined up. A couple of them have already been told they've got a black flag. A couple of them have already been told you're not being scored anymore. So, if you don't follow the directions of the race director here at the track, we can't be out here all night until you figure out where to go. So we stop scoring or we dock you points, but we're going to try to get them loaded up here. Okay, so we think we got the perpetrator of this back where they need to be. We are ready to get going. The 12X needed to go to the back of the pack. Caitlyn Leonard, she knows where she goes, as does Mason Doherty and Tim Homeyer. They're up front. 7 complete, 13 laps to go in championship race night here in the Gunslinger Factory Stocks. Tim Homeyer, that purple car in the 3rd spot, is your points leader. About a 22-point lead over Steve Sims coming into tonight.
And Sims has had a little bit of trouble tonight. He's mired back right about mid-pack, maybe a little bit further back. So Sims is going to have to charge up. Homeyer sitting right there in that 3rd spot. Milton, now we go with a single file restart. So this will play in for Caitlyn Leonard, because on the last restart it was Homeyer going to the outside. So now lights are off around the racetrack. Doherty rides in the 2nd spot. Here we go. 13 to go, as Milton said. These are the Gunslinger Factory Stocks. Great start. She nails it on the gas. Green flag. She caught them sleeping right there, Milton.
Yes, she did. They're going to have to make up a lot of ground now as she fires to the inside. Here goes Tim Homeyer. Tim's going back up to that middle top groove. He's going to go along that outside wall if he's got room. Caitlyn going hot, going into the middle, stays low in front of Doherty. Here comes Homeyer on the outside. Homeyer loving that outside line right now as he gets up to Mason Doherty. Leonard and Doherty holding that low line. Homeyer up high. Slingshots coming out of turn 2. He's trying it again, just like he did before the last yellow flag. He goes high. Leonard holds it low. What's going to shake out coming out of turn 4? 3 wide down the front straightaway.
Caitlyn's car just a little bit tight right there. You can watch her. She's having to hold it down. Homeyer is able to fling his car up. That car very, very loose right there. It's got a lot of drive in it. Caitlyn will fall in line behind. Here's Doherty riding in the 3rd spot. This time by, it'll be 10 to go. Megan Dotson loses a grip out of turn 4, but we stay clean and green. Off they go down into turn number 1. Here's Doherty down to the inside. Doherty trying to make the pass. Leonard on the outside. Don Cron riding behind him. Here comes the 31 car down to the inside now, and the battle begins to happen. Doherty down to the inside, lap traffic. Going to throw a pick right there. It could be. Dotson's going to be the pick right there for Doherty, but look at Leonard on the outside. She will just not go away.
She's a tiny young lady, but she's a big-time driver. Mason Doherty trying to push her around, and he finally gets by her, but he had to do a lot of beating and banging. Now she's firing back out of turn 2, says, watch this. I'm going to stay right there with you. She lines up behind Doherty. Here comes the rest of the group. Don Cron moving back up into the mix, but right now Tim Homeyer out front trying to give chase. Doherty a distant second.
Yeah, and you got Alan Torres up on the outside right there, Don Cron. So Alan Torres now is going to try to work to the top of Caitlyn Leonard. Torres sits back in the 4th spot. Leonard sitting in 3rd as the leader continuing to motor away from the pack. That is Homeyer. So much traffic happening right there. Doherty working down at the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody staying to the outside. You got to give them all that. Look at that drive there by Torres. Torres Cron is coming right there behind him, along with that car of Mickey Helms. So let's watch that group as they make their way around. Oh, contact. God bless America. Little bit of contact right there. Caitlyn Leonard involved, but she continues to roll on as the 17 car spins coming out of corner number 4.
Well, a couple of 17s were involved with that, so we'll have to take a look and see who's able to survive that one. Looks like Chris Mercer, 17M, was one of them. But Caitlyn Leonard did everything she could to hold off Holmeyer. And Doherty.
And I'll tell you where the brake's going to come in here, Milton, for Caitlyn, is she had a shot there, but it was right in the door. You can see it as she drives by. She had some contact there, and it missed the suspension. Let's take a look at the Speed Pass replay. Into the corner they go. There goes the 17 car around. Here's Caitlyn with the contact on the door. And Don Cron down on the inside. Fortunate right there. That could have been a disaster with that Mad Pack coming.
You know who got the biggest hit out there was the pink Pick Chick tire out there in turn 4. They moved that a good 8 to 10 feet. Here they come. Well, we're going to watch another replay one more time. Right into the door, just like you said. So didn't really mess up the front, but that big old pink tire, it was right there, and now it's all the way over there. Steve Sims went into the infield a little bit. Doesn't look like he's really affected by that.
And you can see how close it was. Milton, had that been on the front suspension of that 9C car, you've got a ball joint gone, you're bending upper and lower control arms, everything is wiped out. Let's see how the car responds at the drop of the green flag, though.
And
we say that she missed it. Let's see.
And she's had so many good runs this year, and then something happened to the car. And I would hate to have seen that happen right there, but like you said, the door, I think we're good. Picking up speed on the restart. Lights are out. Here we go. Green, green, green. Holmeyer, Doherty, Leonard running 1, 2, 3 into turn 1 and 2.
Everybody going down to the bottom of the racetrack except Alan Torres back in the 4th spot. Torres now gets in line. Leonard trying to hang on right there. It is 1, 2, 3, 4. Now Torres up to the top side. Hot spot on the racetrack. Allen's going to try to get the drive right there. Caitlyn digs it down on the bottom. Don Cron trying to follow her, and Mickey Helms right behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 all in line. Next time by Milton, 5 to go. You got one guy out on the outside. It's Alan Torres. Can he get around this pack as now he goes outside to the right elbow of Caitlyn Leonard?
Alan Torres and Caitlyn have raced a lot together at tracks here in South Texas, so they're very familiar with each other. Caitlyn doing a great job so far of holding off that hard charge of Alan Torres, but Caitlyn may get caught behind Doherty, and if Torres finds any grip and power, now he's going to go to the inside. He was trying the outside earlier. Caitlyn's kind of gone a little higher, so Alan says, all right, let me move inside. Caitlyn goes back inside. Alan has to line right up behind her. He's got nowhere to go.
And you got to like that right there. He gave her a little bit of a break right there. Trouble, Cameron Starry, turn number 4. Cameron Starry along with the 38 car.
Josh Sewell.
Josh Sewell.
Four laps to go on the restart. Caitlyn Leonard looking to come in and capture a high finishing spot here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Good to have her up here tonight. Again, thoughts and prayers going out to Owen Pittman and his sister for their medical issues. They would have been racing at Texana tonight, but we're happy to have some of those cars that would have been at Texana tonight come on up here to Cotton Bowl. They love to race, and if they can find a racetrack nearby, then they'll be there. And that's where a lot of these guys and girls came tonight, was to Cotton Bowl Speedway. So thank you for that. Holmeyer, your points leader, looking for a track championship in that purple 8-star.
And I do have to tell you, Milton, I do know that Owen is actually watching tonight. I got a message from him on Facebook Messenger, so he is checking in. So thank you, Owen. As Milton said, our thoughts and prayers with you, brother. You are the best, man. You are class act. Need a lot more Owen Pittmans.
All right, 4 laps to go on the restart. Homeyer, Doherty, Leonard, Alan Torres in the 31. Top 4 cars, but it's still anybody's ball game for the main event win. Homeyer's got the championship. Looks like he's got that wrapped up. But now everybody's racing for that bigger paycheck tonight, whether it's first, second, or third. Mason Doherty would love to slide by Homeyer to get that winner's check tonight, even though Homeyer will have bragging rights with the track championship. Caitlyn Leonard would like to pull up there by Doherty and play spoiler, so to speak, as would Alan Torres, as they're both kind of visiting here tonight at the track. Love to take home some of that Cotton Bowl Speedway money back down south. Lights are out. Let's find out what happens over the final 4 laps as Homeyer speeds it up, goes into turn 4, and down the front straightaway they come. Doherty giving chase with Leonard staying right there with them.
Gunslinger Factory Stocks, it is a trophy dash right now. Here they go into the backstretch. It is Tim Homeyer, Doherty right there, Leonard. Here is Alan Torres right behind her. Mickey Helms up on the top side. Johnny Torres runs side by side with Don Cron down on the inside. 3 more times around Milton. Here we go. Homeyer trying to win the race and the championship.
And watch out for Mickey Helms. He's trying to become a player in this thing around the outside. Taking that outside groove. It may not work with 3 laps to go, but Homeyer running a great race with Doherty dropping back a little bit. Leonard still a steady third. But we still got a long line of cars. Anybody can finish anywhere they can and get a higher paycheck. 2 laps to go that time by as Rodney's getting ready to go down and talk to our winner. Tim Homeyer, points champion. And main event winner here tonight is Mason Doherty. Had nothing for him. Caitlyn Leonard did all she could early in that race to stay with these top shoes here in the Gunslinger Factory Stocks at Cotton Bowl Speedway. But it just wasn't meant to be. But she's going to get a pretty good finish out of this as we go around the last half lap. Your points leader and your main event winner tonight in the 8-star, the purple and pink of Tim Homeyer with the win. Mason Doherty going to cross in second. Caitlyn Leonard comes home in third. Well, as Rodney gets ready to go down there and talk to our main event winner, who also will be our championship for 2021, we got 1 race to go, the Magnum IMCA Modifieds, to wrap up a championship night of racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
All right, here we go. 4th place tonight, Alan Torres, car number 31. 3rd place in the 9C, give it up for Caitlyn Leonard. Great run for the 9C. 2nd place, 33M of Mason Doherty. Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, here he is. In car number 8, he wins the race. And pending tech, we'll find out. That's coming up in just a little bit. Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane, the driver of the 8-star. Put your hands together. It is my man, Tim Homeyer, winning here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. All right, Homeyer, let's talk about this one, man. So when you make the pass, and we were talking about it, everybody was sitting right down there at the bottom. And I called it. I said, everybody's going to work at the bottom. Tim's going to go to the top side, and he's just going to drive around him. This thing right here running on a rail up in that 2nd and 3rd groove.
Yeah, I knew I needed to try something. They were protecting the bottom, and I may have got past by going up to the top, but I had to try it. And then a single file came out, put me back in 3rd, so I tried it again, and it worked out. I want to thank Don Wilde Racecraft for his help all year. I couldn't have made it half the season if it wouldn't have been for Don helping me out. Homeyer Fabrication, Club 20 Suspension, Neil Kemp, Gunslinger Ammo, and Pat Foreman Racing Heads. Thank everyone else for coming out tonight, too.
Not only that, Tim, pending tech, of course, there's always that, but it looks like a championship. So talk about that, man. You win the race, but the championship, that's a huge deal.
Well, I never really set out to race for points. I come here to win every weekend. It doesn't happen. I had a lot of DNFs this year, so somehow, fortunately, was able to still pull off the points championship. So thank everyone again for that. I appreciate it.
Hey, Tim Holmeyer wins the race tonight here on championship night. Not only that, he is also, pending tech, your 2021 factory stock Cotton Bowl Speedway champion.
All right, Tim Holmeyer with some great runs here this year. Congratulations, Tim, on a big win tonight and your championship here at Cotton Bowl Speedway for 2021.
All right, so here we go. We're going to do something else just a little bit special right here on championship night here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Hey, how about a big round of applause? This is Dash Dashnall, everybody. Dash Dashnall, the driver of car number 48. Give it up for my man right here. It's a very special night. I mean, nothing like being at the racetrack for championship night. It's always a great thing. But I am actually going to hand this mic over to Dash. I'm going to shut my face for once. I'm going to make a video, and these two are going to have a little conversation.
Thank you for having me here tonight. Thank you, Cotton Bowl Speedway. You've been awesome. You've been the best track I've ever been to. I've been racing for 24 years, started in Germany, and ended up here. And tonight is a special night. It's my last night of racing. And I guess I want to start with my car. I don't think it'll work. But I would love to talk and say something special about this lady. She's been very important in my life. She's a sweetheart. She's everything I've ever wanted in my life. And tonight is a special night to habla español. Señora, me gusta tú mucho, te amo tú mucho, yo quiero tú en mi vida siempre. ¿Tú quieres cansada a mí? ¿Sí or no? Te amo mucho.
She took the ring. Did she say yes?
Por aquí.
Congratulations, Dash, and your lovely fiance.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. We appreciate everything. Thank you.
And I would just like to say, in case anybody wants to know about what he was saying right there, le dijo que sí, se van a casar. How about that right there? That man, she said yes, they're going to get married. Good stuff right there.
I don't know, Rodney, when he first got down on his knee, he was looking at you the whole time, so I thought he was proposing to you. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I was getting a little worried there myself.
All right, Magnum
you got gloves?
being modified. It's coming out on the back straightaway. We'll get these cars cleared. Get the lineup set, ready to go.
You know, he said he's leaving these gloves for me. I try not to drive anymore. Hell. Nice. Gloves. All right. That's right, I don't. I'm not racing for now. Anybody want gloves?
All right, Cotton Bowl Speedway, Magnum IMCA Modified, feature race, 20 times around, front row, 26D, Cody Duke, next to him, 94B, Brenda Kirby. Row 2 inside, 163, Hardy Henderson, 29, Jamie Campbell. Row 3 inside, Raymond McSpadden, the 48R, the 01, Derek Scott Jr., he is your points leader into tonight. Second in points on the inside of row 4, Chris Morris, 94. 148, Garrett Higgins. Inside row 5, Cody Leonard in the 12. 082, Earl Sinibaldi. Row 6 inside, Alan Dean, 00. Next to him, Lightning McGreen. And the back car, the 07 of Gage Fuller. Hey, check your text from her.
Yeah, I got mine.
Hey, text? Check your text from Marianne.
I don't need this go.
He checked it. All right, 20 times around for the Magnum IMCA Modifieds. Here they come, roaring at you down the front straightaway. Taking off like a bolt of lightning, Brenda Kirby. Taking off down the front in the 94B. Derek Scott Jr. in the 01, your points leader. Chris Morris, second in points. Separated by 3 points coming into tonight's races. Rodney is setting up to be a good one.
Boy, isn't it? This is going to be good right here. This is one of the tightest races we have. Chris Morris doing what he needs to do. Pardon me, that is not Chris Morris up at the front. Brenda Kirby up at the front. Here's Morris down at the bottom. A little bit of contact right there with hard time Hardy Henderson. But they gather it back in, and here we go down the front straightaway. A cluster of cars. Your point guys, Milton, side by side. Scott up on the outside, and Scott makes the pass. Here comes McSpadden down on the bottom.
Yeah, you're not the first one to get those 94s mixed up, trust me. Brenda Kirby doing a great job, and Chris Morris, throw a sticker on there so we can tell the difference, but they're doing a great job. Kirby roaring down, Jamie Campbell staying right there with her. Down into turn 1 and 2 they go. Campbell takes the high side, Kirby stays low. Down the back they go into turn 3, the 26, the 01, Derek Scott. Here comes Chris Morris. Watch out, Morris almost got loose up there along the outside wall going into turn 3 and 4. Campbell trying to take that outside line. Wants to take home the winner's check tonight. Trying to get by Brenda Kirby. Coming out of turn 2 along the outside wall. Campbell makes the pass, new race leader.
I'll tell you what, Jamie Campbell is elbows up right there up on the top side. Down at the bottom, it is Brenda Kirby there in that 94, what is that, 94B, 94B. So that car down at the bottom, here's Derek Scott, but he's trailed right there by Chris Morris. They are so tight, and they're going to have to stay together on the racetrack. But look at that move up on the top side. Here comes Cody Leonard. Milton, if Cody Leonard gets by Morris and gets in between those top 2 point guys, that is exactly what Derek Scott's going to want. But here's the 94 going up to the top side. Oh, man, that's the wrong 94.
I'm telling you, it is confusing. Hey, take a shot. It is crazy to try to keep track of these 94s, but Chris Morris is the second 94 in the pack right now. He goes high up there on turn 4, and he's got to be careful, like you said. If Cody Leonard gets in between him, that's going to help out Derek Scott. Leonard just looking for a paycheck tonight, and he's also going to inadvertently play spoiler potentially in the race.
Oh, I tell you what, those are team cars right there, but Morris goes to the outside, almost laid the right side up against the fence there on the back straightaway, but is able to keep it going. So it is now Morris free and clear. Cody Leonard to the inside. Derek Scott now working down to the inside of Jamie Campbell. So let's watch Scott. 2 separate lines right here. You've got Campbell way up at the top. You got Derek Scott bottom feeding down at the bottom. Here comes Morris putting on the heat as well. They make their way around. 11 to go this time by. This one is going to come down to the wire right here when it comes down to points.
You know, he's always had a great car there. The 129 always races good. Jamie Campbell, wherever he goes, whether it's South Texas Speedway or Texana or Cotton Bowl or I-37, he's always been a very, very good driver. And He's holding that high line there, and Derek Scott about to take advantage of it. Scott gets to the inside of Jamie Campbell. Now Scott goes low. Campbell stays way high. Pays the price for that. Derek Scott Jr., your points leader, is now the race leader.
Absolutely, and you watch Derek Scott as you check in on Speed Pass when he comes out of the corners. Look at that left front up off the ground, and you can see him trail breaking that thing as that wheel will spin, and then the left front just stops when he hits the brakes. But he has got some kind of momentum right there as all of that weight goes over onto the right rear, and he makes his way down. There you see that tire up off the ground once again. Here comes Campbell, but now Chris Morris turning up the wick as well. They make their way around. We're into single digits. This is going to be 8 to go this time by, and it's Scott, Campbell, Morris, followed by Leonard, rounding out your top 4.
Man, this is an exciting race. Now they got to watch out for the slower cars that they're starting to catch up with at the back of the pack. 00 is being told to get out of the way right now. Here come your race leaders. Derek Scott, no issue there as he holds it a lot lower than those back markers there. Scott goes low, your back markers go high. Here comes Jamie Campbell and the 94 moving up into third, trying to stay out. 00 got to get out of the way. You don't want to get knocked out by one of the back markers. 94, is that Chris Morris now this time? Chris Morris making a move on Jamie Campbell. Morris trying to move up one more spot. That'll put him into second, but that won't do him any good with Derek Scott in front of him unless something happens to Scott over the next 5 laps this time by. 3-point difference coming into tonight's championship race, and finishing second isn't going to help, and dropping back to third or fourth definitely won't help.
And that time by Milton, it is Derek Scott, almost 2 seconds. 1.948 is the advantage. 1.948 seconds is the advantage for Derek Scott as he drops the left front down and makes his way out of corner number 4. Here is Morris down at the bottom of the racetrack. They make their way around. Now he is 4 circuits away from winning this race here tonight and possibly winning the championship. All of that pending tech, but onto the back straightaway they go. Now Campbell back into the loving arms right there of Cody Leonard. Back straightaway they go. We'll check in on Speed Pass with that one as they go to the inside of Lightning McGreen. Here is Cody Leonard down to the inside. I'll tell you what, his sister, Cody Leonard, he's going to have something to live up to tonight. Here they come out of the corner. Campbell up on the top side. Leonard down on the bottom. Still back up at the front of the pack. It is the 0-1 of Derek Scott cruising. Next time by, it'll be 2 to go.
2 laps to go. This time by the flag stand is Derek Scott Jr. doing a fantastic job. He came in with a 3-point lead. He's probably going to come out with a 3-point win tonight as he's holding it low and in the middle. And Chris Morris, there's absolutely nothing he can do now as it'll be 1 lap to go this time by the flag stand. And we're bringing home a track win tonight for Derek Scott Jr. and a track championship. One more time around. Only thing he'll have to do is pass the tech inspection and he'll be crowned the champion. Last half lap, Derek Scott Jr. on cruise control since about July. He's been running some great races, him and Chris Morris. And once Scott got the points lead, he never relinquished it. He takes the win right there. Chris Morris second. Wow, wow, wow. A good night of championship racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight. Everybody will have to go back and make sure their technical inspection is passed. Looks like the 31 of Alan Torres in the factory stocks got DQ'd for a wrong part, so a tough break for Alan Torres getting disqualified. But hey, let's talk about our track champion and our winner tonight. He's going to pick up a couple of trophies. Winner's trophy for tonight, track championship, Derek Scott Jr. Chris Morris is going to pull up right behind him, or right next to him, and congratulate him. For those of you that don't know about Chris Morris, everything he does is hand control. He's paralyzed down and cannot use any leg control, so everything he's got is right up front and controlled by his hands. Great, great driver. Derek Scott Jr., also cream of the crop, and your track champion. Rodney's going to be down there for the interview. Congratulations, Derek Scott Jr.
4th place tonight, Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds, the 129 of Jamie Campbell. 3rd place, the 12 of Cody Leonard. Your runner-up is going to be Chris Morris. Your winner tonight in Craig's Victory Lane, the 0-1, and he will be your 2021 Magnum Custom Trailer Modified Track Champion. Derek Scott Jr. wins it here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. He comes over having some great conversation there with Chris Morris. Great rivals right there as they race this thing out. And here's Derek Scott. I got to tell you, my man, when it comes, if it's a championship night, just come on out, win the race, and win the championship. Just take care of it all at one time.
Yeah, it's definitely the easiest way to do it. I was nervous. I'm not going to lie going into this this feature. We haven't raced on a slick track much this year, so I haven't got to really mess with the setup much. So I kind of just threw on what I knew would work a little bit, and I guess we come out here and got lucky and got the win.
So talk about this season. I mean, it's been with the modified class. Cotton Bowl is the one track. I mean, the modified struggle at some of the tracks here in Central and South Texas, even up north. But this track, you guys, I mean, you continually have 10 to 18 cars. You just never know. What is it about this track that just draws the big mods out?
Yeah, I mean, it just races good. I mean, it's wide, it's fast. You know, drivers, you know, they'd like to keep their car clean, and I feel like you're able to do that out here. Marianne and H, they do a pretty good job out here. I like the facility. I think it attracts a lot of people, and yeah, just can't thank those guys enough for getting this place going.
So you got the title out of the way. You win the race tonight. It's big race season now. You got all the big shows coming up. You guys going to do some traveling? What's in store for the balance of 2021?
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to finish up this year by building a new car. We're going outlaw modified racing next year. I'll always have my IMCA car for the big shows and whatnot, but yeah, we're going to focus on getting that car built and get going for next season.
Absolutely. There he is in Craig's Victory Lane, your winner tonight, 2021 champion in the Magnum Custom Trailer Modifieds, Derek Scott Jr.
Congratulations, Derek Scott Jr. Thank you, everybody, for coming out to Cotton Bowl Speedway on championship night at the races. Don't forget to mark your calendar. Cotton Bowl Speedway special event, we present Oktoberfest. Friday night, October the 8th, and Saturday night, October the 9th, 7 o'clock start times. Be sure to check out the Cotton Bowl Speedway Facebook page and website for more information about that. But we'll have all of our local classes racing here on those 2 nights. You got to be here both nights to win all the big money, so it should be a good 2 nights of racing. For all of us here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, for myself and Rodney Rodriguez, thank you for being here tonight. Have a safe drive home. We'll see you back the weekend of October 8th and 9th.